Celebrate and dance so free. Music's got me feeling so free. Celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate, celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate, celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate, celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate, celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate, celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate. Yeah. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate, celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate, celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate, celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate.
Let's just unmute the mics first. That would be better. Hello, everybody. On behalf of the Esports Central Arena staff, welcome all to the final of the triads. This competition has been going on for a couple of months now. And at this point, every Esports Central that there is, or that's participating, has presented two teams, their two best teams, and they will be facing off each other in the final playoffs. We have two group stages with 3 teams on each group stage. 2 teams will head up to the final playoff. So I'm joined here today remotely by Jenna, aka Girafero. Do you just want to introduce yourself?
Hello. Me and Hans have been going at the casting game for quite a while now, so if you don't know us, hello. We are a duo that works together for ESL, community casting, that type of thing, and I'm really excited to be here for this LAN.
So without further ado, let's just start the game. What do you think? Sadly, we haven't been able, or the players wanted to go ahead a bit faster. So there was no map ban that we could cast because they have done it before the stream even launched. So we're just going to jump into a border here with the map ban, or the operator ban, sorry, starting right off the bat.
Alrighty, so let's take a look at Border as a map. It is a pretty even map, very level-headed map for both the attackers and the defenders going at it. So it does have the very predictable playthrough of meta so far. Nothing really new to bring to the table in terms of type of Pro League playthrough, that thing. So I would have to say whichever team can really bring something new to the table or something really unpredicted in terms of strategy can really make the difference in terms of who's really going to win. So let's take a look at our first 2 character bans. It is going to be Capitao and Nomad. So those 2 are very big front runners in terms of utility. Roam clear, especially defensively if you are going to be planting the bomb, which is a big objective in Border as it is a very level-headed map. And yeah, they're very good operators to ban for obviously the utility side of it, considering you are going to want to take the Capitao out of the way. He is a operator that can uproot defenders, that can take away rotation paths, and Nomad being the same way. So they do serve a similar purpose, and it is really good just to get them out of the way. And then our both defender bans we are going to be having is Mira and Echo. So again, those 2 are very big operators, especially Mira, in terms of defender strategy, along with Echo, considering he is a big operator that can prevent the plant, which, again, we have already stated is a very big objective of those attackers walking into these rounds.
So, you have covered pretty much everything there is to cover. The first round, obviously, as you said, Armory, Lockers, Thermite Thatcher will be the 2 most important operators, I would say. Yes? There's a 3-minute stream delay, do not worry. There's not going to be any stream hack going on. And so you do see Thermite being brought to the table, but nothing on the defense's part is going to be able to put a dent into Thermite's actions. There's no Bandit, there's no Mute, and there is not going to be a Kaid either. So if they really want to prevent those reinforced walls from being opened up, it is going to come down on the roaming in the CCTV room. Because if the defenders are still roaming up there, there's not a real way to push up into the OBG itself.
Yeah, so speaking of the roamers, we do have 3 potential roaming operators we're looking at here. It is going to be Ella, Jaeger, and Alibi. So, I mean, definitely going to be predicting that the Jaeger and the Alibi are going to take the roaming position here. Or maybe Ella playing close to the objective, something along those lines. We do usually see a 2 roamer setup, being that it is very important to keep the defenders on the objective itself, as well as have a little bit of support coming from off of the objective. So speaking of that, hopefully we'll be able to see some sort of CCTV presence, something, yeah, here with Ella, trying to prevent the attackers from walking into CCTV and getting a hard breach on the armory walls.
So the first contact here is going to be established. It's pretty much going to be, Bosak here, playing Ella, who'll be hankering up in the security room, and he does not appear to have been identified too much. So here we're trying to go for the pre-fires. We know exactly where the enemies are going to pop up in between the doorway. But there is more defenders, hankering there than just Bosak, as Stelio got a first kill here. This wall being opened up is going to be a total pain. He's also hiding behind the alibi, so any misfire from IQ's part is going to reveal her positioning. That is really not a good position to be in, and that is exactly why we're going to be seeing Cobra here just pushing up to the east stairs. And the idea will be to open up that reinforced wall to distract Doc, because Stelio here is just being too much of a pain. As Bosak is still holding security room, which is something that's really not easy to achieve, and yet he is still alive. He's missed the first couple of shots, but gets a first kill here. Solid plays. Let's see what Doc's doing. Obviously, he has gotten some pressure, so he has fallen back a little bit, but he's still up and firing.
Yeah, so we are going to be seeing a little bit of a different strategy. The attackers are going to have to adapt to what the defenders are giving them, and with that, they obviously went towards the office. So obviously making the office presence clear, opening up the main office wall. Obviously Thermite trying to take the advantage on the Doc who's peeking. Hasn't really been able to get the shots that he wants on them quite yet. The attackers are attempting to hold angles to prevent any aggressive plays by the defenders. Obviously, they're going to be seeing Thermite walking into office here, getting a little bit shot up by the Ella, and it seems like really the defenders have an advantage here, keeping everything open concept. Usually on maps like a border, keeping everything open concept can't really be very preventative in terms of the attackers, but so far they're holding very good angles, and we are going to be seeing a double kill here for the defenders, and it's going to be a flawless round, ending off the round.
So Psychopaths are really off to a good start, and as you said, the open concept is really strong because a defender hunkering up just about anywhere can hold up 2 or 3 angles at the same time, which just proved to be too difficult for the attackers, for the Nobu team to attack against. Therefore, they just all fell and gave us the flawless round that we just saw. That was a nice play, to be honest. Nothing that I haven't seen before, nothing too surprising, but when you put all of those positionings together, it was just unbeatable.
Yeah, but something to talk about in terms of the attack. So it seems like when they started losing their main characters, they kind of really fell into the trap that the defenders were making for them. So speaking about this, they really tried to attack CCTV with all of their power, but they were met by a lot of opposition. Speaking of that, they were met by a lot of characters who knew what they were doing, had the area very locked down in CCTV. They had obviously the open concept area that we were speaking about in terms of watching from the office, even watching from the lockers itself a little bit. So the defenders definitely had that area open or locked down, but the attackers still decided to make their way towards CCTV, trying to open it up, and they really fell prey to what the defenders were giving them, and in my opinion, that's really what ended it off the round. Our round ended very early when the attackers tried to make way for CCTV, and even when they tried to rotate around to office, it was just a really lost battle because, again, they had office open concept as well. They were watching every single angle that the attackers were walking in from. They really predicted what the attackers could do.
Speaking of that open concept, we're going to be seeing it again. And if it worked last time, why change a winning recipe? However, the objective is no longer up top, so this might all be a nothing burger should the attackers decide to just go for going to the objective through the windows. Should they even try to go for that? It might just prove that this positioning is all for nothing. Players are in the chat. People are asking for a 90 FOV. I will change that between the 2 next rounds during the replays. Don't worry. That will be changed up. But for the time being, SK will get a first kill, an entry fragger, a second kill, double kill on his part, and now he has control of the hatches. Should they decide to do so, they could just jump down the hatches. Kill and refrag on the CCTV room. So that was Bosak, I believe, playing Ella, and obviously Sad going for the refrag. We saw Alibi being down, so don't shoot at those Prismas. Storms, his positioning still seems to be unknown, so he does have an advantage as drones are going left and right, but he's not being spotted. His advantage of surprise might be, no, that drone probably saw him, so he'll be just jumping down, leaving us with Hypers in 1v4 situation. 1v4-ish, and he has next to no control on the objectives themselves. So that's not going to be a good news. The attacker, for example, Godzi here, could just run up to the objective and plant with next to no challenge. As I say that, however, Jaeger just came back, and he's now in supply room, ready to just jump out at, I believe, Thatcher. Will he be lucky? Will the Jaeger just remain docile in here? Apparently he will. No, he'll peek, and will that be the end of him? Apparently not. Both players just firing, and missing shots after shots. But now he has rotated without being noticed. That is a good news for him. Godzi will know he's there, but he will just not get the kill. Sadly, SK gets the frag. Hypers, being last player alive, will get that IQ, killing her before her feet even touch the ground, but he's in a 1v2 situation now. Diffuser being planted. Godzi was really low. That's going to be another kill for him, leaving us in a 1v1 situation. 38 seconds remaining on the clock. SK does not have the diffuser and does not really know where Hypers is either. The odds are about even, I'd say.
Definitely, as we see Maestro trying to walk up the stairs, possibly getting an angle on the diffuser that is currently down. He knows the diffuser is down. He knows the sledge is going to have to take the opportunity to rotate into the objective, and trying to end off that thermite, he is able to, and he might have to take an engagement with Sledge walking up the stairs here. So Sledge kind of creeping his way up the stairs into lockers. He is going to see an engagement, and it's going to be the attackers that win off round 2.
I don't know if you could hear that microphone go off when the players behind me just screamed in victory, but yeah, that was an easy round. All things considered, Maestro was just too late. He was upstairs and there was nothing he could do. Even if he had got that kill, he would not have had time to run back down and destroy the diffuser at this point. So that round, once the diffuser was planted, was won by the Nubu team, who will bring the scores back to a 1-1 position. So even though Psychopaths had a really strong start, even though they had a flawless first round, that luck will not hold.
So I believe you said that the diffuser was planted by the Nobu team?
Oh no, I'm wrong. Sorry, you're right.
Sorry,
it was
cancelled.
cancelled.
To make that correction. But yeah, so by the time that the Maestro made his way up the stairs, he did have a significant advantage on the Sledge. He could have taken the engagement with him as Sledge was sitting in the ventilation room. So my question is, why wasn't he watching the diffuser? Why did he end up rotating towards Archives while he knew the Sledge was walking up the stairs? It kind of seems to me a engagement that could have been completely avoided if the Maestro had really played hooky with the Sledge at the end of the round. Even with 10 seconds left, it seems apparent that the Maestro just could have really stayed in the objective, or even rotated down to the objective.
I believe the idea late game was to Psychopaths. I might have made a mistake in the overlay name. Nonetheless, we're going to go ventilation again, obviously, since the defense just lost there. Thank you, Sarius. I will update that when I have 2 seconds of breathing time. But yeah, the idea was Maestro wanted to distance himself from his cameras so he could fire at the attackers without being in a direct threat or having a direct threat to his life. It kind of worked out. He was able to kill Godzi, I believe, who was trying to plant. And obviously, they couldn't return fire. At most, they would just destroy the Evil Eye. But after that, he just played for time, forcing the attackers to run after him, removed the possibility of planting the diffuser. In the end, he got killed, though, so it was all for nothing, but the idea was there.
Yeah, I could definitely see how the idea trying to, again, distance yourself away from those Evil Eyes, get an advantage and intel really on the Sledge, but unfortunately the Sledge did take advantage of the Maestro's positioning. He knew where he was, and he carried out the idea that you had to play aggressive by the end of the round in order to win it, especially with a 1v1 situation. It really came down to how well that Sledge can keep his composition by the end. But we are going to be seeing the Ella trying to play a similar strategy as Thermite gets the first kill of the round, and she is trying to be staying in CCTV. So my question and the proposition of the round is, how well will the attackers adapt to what the defenders are doing right here, especially with the Ella, who is roaming. And she has been roaming, or sorry, now down to the objective, but she was roaming for the past couple rounds, and it seems like the attackers really know what the defenders are giving them now, so they can adapt to it a little bit better with these coming rounds.
So definitely the learning phase is done for. The attackers now really know how to push that CCTV room. Nice kill here by Luis, by the way. And yeah, so they had next to no problems to take control of CCTV, and now they have basically full control of the first floor, or second floor, should I say. Therefore, Therefore, they have full reign or free reign now to open up the hatches and to let death rain from above. We are going to be seeing a kill and a player bleeding out on the floor. He'll be dealt with really shortly, and the Nobu team here will win the third round, showing us that the last round was not a fluke. They really knew how to attack, and they just did it again.
For sure. So we're looking at the chat itself. Another person tried to comment on the team name. We know about the team name and how it's spelled wrong. We will get to that as soon as possible when Hans here has enough time to do so.
I'm doing it right now.
But yeah. So speaking about that, as a matter of fact, I believe it really came down to the defenders and really their strategy that they were trying to give to the attackers. It really was a very similar strategy that they had been doing for the past couple rounds. The first round it worked, obviously, because they were sitting in the lockers itself, but in my opinion, especially being on the first floor, it really came down to the fact that they were spread out more and they really can't cover the whole map. And I think they were trying to do that, but the attackers just got them in an individual engagement. They kind of spread them out even thinner than they already were through the droning, through any type of spotting they could do, and they were able to play aggressive, play on point, and from that it really just came down to the individual engagements the attackers were able to get advantage of and eventually kill out all the defenders individually as one.
So, since we've lost downstairs 2 rounds in a row, we're going to be going upstairs once more, and that was the round they won in a flawless manner. So should you be a Psychopath fan or a Psychopath supporter here, this is the round you're hoping to see good results for. The composition is going to be just about identical. I can't quite remember who had smoke on the very first round, but he might have been there, I just can't remember. Other than that, it really looks to me as if they're going for just about the same meta. Bosak still here with the wall reinforced behind him, that deployable shield, and the Jaeger. So it'll basically be up to the attackers to see if they can keep up the innovation or to figure out something new, because last round definitely it did not work out, and we're going to be seeing something new right off the bat. Godzi here using a very uncommon line of sight, which I really like. So he has a nice crossfire on the corridor here, thus cutting off any possible escape from Bosak should he try to escape from by the corridor. Therefore, Bosak here is basically a sitting duck. He yet has to be pushed by the attackers, but that's eventually going to happen here.
So again, this all goes down to the strategy of the attackers attempting to take control of the CCTV room along with the lockers objective. So something really interesting to me that is kind of new seeing this is that the defenders actually are not trying to defend or reinforce the main locker wall, so they're kind of leaving it open, and for that the attackers are taking advantage of it and leaving the defenders helpless with the crossfire angles and being able to open up the main wall. So they didn't really have to take advantage of the CCTV room or take control of it in order to make a plant, which is really interesting in that way.
And with that being said, the diffuser's not planted, so Socrates, though he has really nice maneuvers, he's able to evade the attackers, he's able to keep the drop on every single one of them he sees. His timer was running short, and Godzi gets the final kill. I don't know, once again, if you heard through the microphone, but the players behind me are really hyped about that round 1, even though, to be honest, there was next to nothing the last standing player for Psychopaths could do here.
Yeah, unfortunately, we did see that, again, it was a lost engagement for the smoke right at the beginning of the plant. Either way, being about a 1v5 situation, it was almost a flawless round for the Psychopaths team, or sorry, for the Nobu team, but they were taken advantage of by the smoke and the Ash, and I believe the IQ actually ended up going down to the defenders. So, that being said, we're going to be put into a new round here. We're still seeing the replays, but I'm really interested to see what the attackers and defenders are going to come up with and see if the defenders can adapt to what the attackers are giving them, because obviously we're seeing here that Team Nobu is really able to adapt and give the defenders something different they're going to have to work with, and for that they've been able to win rounds out and win successful engagements. So on my part, I'm kind of wondering how well Psychopaths is doing with all of this.
So I believe it kind of comes down to lack of innovation. So we saw that the last stand from Smoke in the previous round. They do have a solid aim, and they're not sitting ducks, or they're not going to die every time they encounter an enemy player. However, if they do the same thing over and over and over again, the Nobu team is just going to know how to adapt to it and how to push up on it. Both side here going for the exact same hold. And really, at this point, all it takes is just an Ash to open up that hatch under him to get an easy kill, for example. And therefore, they're really predictable. And that's their one mistake or their one weakness. They should have come prepared with 2 or even 3 different ways to defend a given objective to keep the Nobu team guessing, which is just not happening right now.
Again, so we talked about the predictability and who will win out in the case of who's more predictable or who is not. Obviously, to rephrase, basically whoever is the most predictable team, especially with the strategies of this map being very known, the metas not necessarily being new, whichever the most predictable team is most likely going to lose out these rounds, because adaptability and predictability is very big factors in whether teams can win out certain engagements or not. So it really does come down to whichever team can bring something new to the table and the whole innovation factor. So again, we are going to be seeing Bozak going down to the Thatcher here. Sorry, maybe the Sledge, not quite sure, but it is going to be 2 big players for the defending team down and out. A 4v3 situation as Ash trying to push into the main objective, does get taken away by the Jaeger, unsuspecting, and he does get the double kill from Vents. So that is quite the engagement for the Jaeger, and it is going to prove the defending team in the lead for the rest of the round here.
And there's still a fair bit of time left, so the 2 remaining attackers, though they are on a numerical disadvantage, they don't have to panic, and if they keep a cool head, they might be able to scrape something together. However, as you said, 2 against 3, their resources are going to be quite limited. Though Cobra still has his Claymore, and this smoke canister is being tossed with over a minute remaining, that's going to leave an opening. As we can see here, Godzi is going to try to go for that office push. It yet remains to be seen how the defenders are going to adapt to it. Storms, obviously still in Archives, will be absolutely ready for any push from that side. Godzi knows there's somebody here, but he doesn't know exactly where he is, so he can guess that it's going to be behind that desk. However, he can't see his opponent, and he obviously cannot rush him, because if he runs through that corridor, the other defenders are going to get him. So we're kind of seeing 2 or 3 players having cross angles on each other, basically paralyzing just about everybody. And that run out is quite predictable. Godzi will be baited by that. The attackers now know, the defenders, sorry, now know he's inside. But once again, nobody's going to be seeing anybody, since we're just being really patient and careful. Finally, first kill here. Will he get the double kill? He'll try to go for it, but it's just not going to work. Celio in a 1v2 situation. Now the tables have turned. The diffuser is being planted. He's really low on health and knows how it's going to be played out. First kill here, 1v1. Both players are quite low. Celio could heal himself. He's stuck. He still has 2 stim pistols, but it's going to be costing him a bit of time, and he does not know Godzi is going for the rotation. Nobu team winning the round again.
Yeah, as we see, there's the audible screams from Nobu team. It was quite a situation. It went from a 2v3 to a 1v2 situation in the matter of about 10 seconds. So it was absolutely amazing chemistry between the 2 remaining attackers, seeing as the Thermite and the Thatcher were just able to use the cross angles to their advantage and the open concept idea of the defenders to their advantage in a way where they were able to kill out the defenders and root them out using intel and really just team chemistry. I mean, if you put 2 characters in there that haven't really played with each other before, they might stumble on each other. So obviously you can see that the actual chemistry between these 2 players is absolutely amazing. I mean, they know what they're doing. They have the communication between them to call out and watch the cross angles, and by the end it was just a lost round for the defenders.
Though they had a fair shot at it. So we saw how it was a 2v3, and the different cross angles were really promising, thus locking down the attack or locking down just about any movement. And the timer was slowly but surely running out this way. In the end, though, Nobu team was able to form a really solid attack and to play it out, and it just paid off.
really did, and this is going to put us at a 4-1 scoreline walking into the 6th round. So I believe the role swap is going to be coming soon if I am
Next round.
correct.
Yes.
Yes. Sir, so that is going to have, we are going to be seeing a role swap very soon. So again, with Psychopaths putting themselves at a 4-1 disadvantage, even with a very level-headed map. Obviously, the game itself is going to be defense-sided in general, so we are going to have to see how they fare up against the Nobu team when they're on the attack, which is quite a different experience for each team going at it. Of course, the type of factors that are going to be put in it are quite different for each team. So, again, I'm really interested to see how they do on attack.
So the one thing I've noticed, and it's a trend by this point, the Psychopaths team tend to really lightly defend the objective itself. IQ seems to have spotted the pulse cardiac sensor here. So to me, it's just a question of time before Stelio gets pushed by Sad Rafi. Except maybe if Sad Rafi didn't quite understand what he saw. He's going for the kill now. Will it work? No, just barely not. Pulse got a bit of damage taken to him, but he knows he's not allowed any mistakes now. That Nitro Cell is not going to get anybody. And yeah, the defenders with Psychopaths, they really lightly defend their objective. They have 4, sometimes even 5 roamers, and the name of the game is to prevent the attackers from going up to the objective, because if they're at the objective, since nobody's in there, the defuse is going to be planted really easily. It's quite an interesting strategy, because if you're not able to prevent the attackers from pushing in, you kind of lost. So it's an all or nothing situation, which to this point does not really seem to be working out. After all, we are seeing a 4-1 scoreline.
For sure. So it looks like the Pulseer is going to be panicking a little bit, trying to get back the objective up the main stairs. Now a 5v2 situation, so he knows he's kind of screwed in that respect, and that Valkyrie is kind of left the objective on her own, and Pulse is going to be downed by the attacker here. And with a 4v1 situation, the odds of Valkyrie winning are just getting slimmer and slimmer as the time ticks down to about 1 minute.
And Bosak has just run into a dead end now, so you only need somebody holding up the hatch to block him where he is. And this is exactly what we're seeing. If somebody was to plant the diffuser at this very moment, there would be nothing he could do about it. He has used up his natural cell uselessly, so he hasn't gotten any kills so far. And yeah, 3 seconds remaining. Some of these players are going to be running out of time soon. First kill. Will he get the double? He gets the double. Triple kill for him. So if Bosak clutches that, he has an ace on his hands. Will he get the 4th? Apparently not. Nobu will be winning the 6th round, putting us to a 5-1 for the rule swap. This is going to be a steep hill if Psychopaths want to come back from that.
A very good try on the Valkyrie's end, a very valiant try attempting to clutch the round out. She was able to prevent the plant with the 2 kills she got, but in the end it wasn't enough as the Thatcher ended up being her demise. So, going into the role swap, what I'm expecting to see, I'm expecting to see quite a lot more from Psychopaths if they're trying to make the attempt at winning this round, if they're trying to make the attempt at really even kind of getting back at Nobu for the rounds that they had lost, just trying to put themselves into the game more. Even though we are going to be put at a 5-1 scoreline, Psychopaths, again, they do have the possible upper advantage if they want to play out a little bit of unpredictability. Obviously, going into the role swap rounds, Nobu doesn't necessarily know what they're giving them, but who knows? We might be able to see something a little bit different. But, however, just to give a little bit of insight on the actual round advantage here, so if Nobu were to get in and win this round here on the top floor, that could possibly mean that we get the no point of return match point situation. So could you explain that to us real quick, Hans?
So what we call the point of no return is when a team has such a big lead, even though they haven't won yet, it is so unlikely that it is next to impossible for the losing team to come back of that losing situation. So should Nobu win the next round? If Psychopaths want to remain in the game, they have to win 5 rounds in a row to get this to a 6-6 in order to go to overtime, which is, looking at what we've seen so far, just so unlikely to happen. Once again, maybe the role swap is just going to turn the tables in a really drastic way. This yet remains to be seen. But should Nobu win the next round, it is going to be just about done for the Psychopaths team.
Definitely, I can agree with you on that one. Obviously, explaining that does clarify a little bit of that situation, but nonetheless, we're going to be seeing Buck and Thatcher possibly making an attempt at the office site. So, obviously, the defenders know and definitely can prepare for an office push here with the Vigil and the Jaeger trying to take arms, and it is going to be Mozzie that runs out, gets the first kill, but is going to be stopped immediately with the Claymore placed down by Thatcher. So again, great Claymore placement by Thatcher, but unfortunately it is going to be Buck who is taken advantage of by the Mozzie runout, and, or sorry, yeah, the Mozzie runout. I believe we have a disconnect.
Yeah, so
from Team Nobu.
it's the Mozzie, so it's not going to affect the round too much. But yeah, should we have the player that does not reconnect in time, we will have to go for a rehost, which is, well, it's part of the game. So we'll keep an eye on that, but I have faith that the player will join back in. And for the time being, it is a 4-4 situation. Yeah, he's just connected back. However, all of the defenders are at full health, which is just not the case for the attackers, the only exception being Steelio here. And we're going to be trying to go for that opening, and oh, Corbat wanted to prevent that, but it's just not going to work. This is going to be put the attackers at a man advantage. And even though the defenders are flushed out of B, they still have a solid control over it. Louis is able to run out, get a nice kill here. Godzi, well, he's not looking on the right angle, but still, should somebody attack from that side, it will be important for him to be there. And Louis is going for roam, or for rotation. Therefore, Sad Rafi here is temporarily going to be in a 1v3 situation.
Yeah, but even though it is a 1v3 situation, he might be able to hold his own if Jaeger can get the successful flank on the attackers. But so far it seems like Thermite is going to be holding their flank angles, so that type of flank might not be successful as the defenders think it is. But we're going to be seeing Thermite taking the opportunity to plant in the objective. This is going to be an Archives plan, and it is going to be successful. So far we are going to be seeing then Thermite walking out onto vents, trying to hold the counter angles. Jaeger making his way into office, trying to very slowly probe for the attackers' intel, but so far we don't really have too much intel on the attackers with the actual defense walking into this situation. So it might be a very unsuccessful situation, but as we see this, it is going to be a 3v1 already, so it is up to Thermite to have to defend 3 different defenders, and it unfortunately is unsuccessful as the defenders are able to make the counter defuse and win out the round now. So again, this does put us at a 6-1 match point scoreline, the no point of return.
Yeah, this is going to be next to impossible, actually, to be honest, to win that game back for the Psychopaths team. So Nobu here are well on their way to win the first map of the day, which is going to be very good for the morale. Yeah, I don't really know what to add to that. It's just solid plays on their part.
Yeah, so talking about these teams in general, obviously, considering the, outlier situation, it does seem like Nobu is a very organized, very well put together team versus Psychopaths. So it seems like Psychopaths really is trying to go off of how well they can adapt to Nobu's team, not necessarily going off of new innovative strategies, which we've talked about, but kind of attempting to play against the, I guess, the problems or the the problems, I guess, of Team Nobu, trying to play off of their kind of deficit in terms of strategy, but hasn't really been working out for them so far, seeing as Psychopaths obviously putting at a 6-1 match point score deficit. But my question to them is then, are they really just trying to play strategy at this point, or are they trying to play off of the pace that Nobu is giving them?
I really couldn't answer that question. I don't know if it was rhetorical or if you were really expecting an answer, but yeah, I'm not into these players' heads. It did seem as if they really had their team play together last round, so we could see there were all 5 of the attackers on that balcony, and they were all pushing together rather than encircling the objective. They wanted to put their firepower together to really force their way through an opening in the wall, which kind of worked out. So they were able to plant the diffuser, but to some extent, it might have come... Oh, almost a team kill here. It might almost have come down to frags, basically. Thermite found himself in a 1v3 situation, so even though the diffuser was planted and on a tactical standpoint they were looking good, Nobu was just able to get those refrags back and just to win the game. That's why.
Yeah, and I really do think that the counter angles being held were not strong enough to at least promote the refrag that could have happened between any of those three attackers, even when they did plant down the diffuser. They really just were taken advantage of when it came down to Nobu versus Psychopath. But obviously getting into this next round, we are going to already be seeing a triple kill for Jaeger now, walking into about the 2 minutes part of the round. So again, it does seem like a very lost engagement at this point. Yeah, it is going to be the flawless round for the defenders, and it is going to be a GG.
So solid plays by the Nobu team. What else can I add to this? It was just beautiful. And with that being said, let's just head into the replays, and I will try to get the Nobu team in here to have a nice little interview with winner's privilege. So the one thing I will say is obviously I will take the headset off and I won't be able to hear what you will be saying. So should you want to add something to the conversation, I would invite you to text it on my Discord, so DM me on Discord, and we'll be sure to read your messages. So with that being said, let's just go into... What scene do I have? Let's go into that scene first. So I just want to say GG to our players, and your camera is on, by the way, so since you're leaning into the computer, you're not really centered.
Yeah.
Let's try to find that one, but oh yeah, the camera had turned off because it was on for like 3 hours. That's a GoPro for you. I don't have the best equipment. We make do with what we have. It kind of beeped aggressively at the beginning of the stream. Let's see if that works. Yeah, it works flawlessly. So let's just turn that off. And yeah, I will apologize in advance for the potato quality because it's a GoPro. It's not the best camera in the world. But yeah, I will get the players and I will be back shortly. Should I even put the stream into a be right back screen? No, it's just going to take 30 seconds. Be right back.
Alrighty, so kind of picking up where we were left off at. So talking about the first few rounds of the game, of course there was no real discernible lead, and this is going to be an interview question that I will present to, or at least ask Khan to present to, one of the players who's going to do the interview. So again, no discernible lead between both teams. It was a 1-1 scoreline. My real proposition to the interview or interviewee is going to be what was really going through their minds in terms of confidence, in terms of what they were giving to the other team, because I can't really understand that. I'd really have to work through that. I honestly, again, it's a whole mindset thing, it's a whole confidence thing, so we're gonna have to see what they say.
Jenna, do you hear us?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, so the camera is this one, and so I'm here. Let's just first of all do this. So I'm here with the Nobu team. You've won your first match, so first of all, congratulations to you all. The one and only round you lost was the very first round, and you lost it in a flawless way, so you didn't kill any of the Psychopaths guys. So how did you feel going into the second round?
Apes better together.
Okay, so that seems to be their motto. But yeah,
honestly, we had the confidence. Like we knew we could beat them. Like we already did it like multiple times. But I mean, I feel like we kind of didn't play together the first round, and we're like, oh, we should have done that, and we just changed the things we needed, and everything worked out.
Yeah, so as you said, we've noticed it's once or twice. They went for the same strat a couple of times, so you guys were able to adapt quite nicely to it. But the one unknown was going to be when you were defending, so obviously they couldn't pull the same strat once they were attacking. So for the defense, it was a nice round. Do you guys want to comment on this one?
I picked them, so yeah.
You just need to go for the aggressive peaks and get the kills. So thank you all for being here, and I'm not sure if we'll be casting you guys again next game, but we're bound to cast you guys again. So once again, GG to you, and we'll be seeing you around. Good game. Good game, man. Good game.
Alrighty.
Okay, so that was that. I didn't have my phone with me. Did you have anything to add to the conversation?
Yeah. So my question to you, really, actually. So what do you think were the strong points of the Nobu team? Like terms
Their
of
team plan.
strategy, terms of fragging.
So it's hard to say because they're attacking for just about 90% of the game, which is in and of itself only a reaction to what the enemy is doing. So that gave them an easy way to get the lead, in my opinion. But other than that, their attacking strategy was solid. They lost a couple of players and they weren't able to hold up the objective to prevent the diffuser from being planted. But once they were there, once the diffuser was planted, they were able to regain control of the objective with minimal effort, I'd say. So it was a 3v3 when Thermite had planted the diffuser, and it ended up being a 3-0 if you want to count the number of players alive at the end of the round. So it really came down, first of all, to team strategy, and then after that to fragging potential or fragging ability.
Yeah, I could definitely agree with you on that. Just kind of a question to gauge your thoughts on the game itself, gauge your thoughts on those team play opportunities. So, other than that, so what are we to do now? Like, what is the action?
So there's going to be another game. I believe we will be casting Pog Gang against Certified Beauties. However, as the players have said, just outside of the range of the microphone, they want to get something to eat, and I have had just about the same schedule as them. So it's now almost 3 in the afternoon, and I haven't eaten yet. So I'll see if we can take, say, a 15-minute break to just get something real quick to eat. And yeah, we'll keep on going as fast as possible, but we'll have to remain realistic. So I will aim at a 15-minute break, and I'll try to have the game running in just about 50 minutes. Until then, I will kick us into the be right back screen. Does that sound good for you?
Definitely.
All right, let me just translate the text because I still have all my assets in French. Yeah, so thank you all for being here, and we'll see you guys again shortly. Well, like that, yeah. I'll just mute the gaming PC as the players are talking between each other. But hey, welcome back, everybody. We will be set for our second map of the day. And as we can see here, the logos, they're quite something. It's not a mistake, or what would you? It is really what the players wanted to have as their logos. So Certified Beauties obviously have done this with Microsoft Paint, and Pugs, well, they're using a stock image. So we have seen such goofy logos before, but the teams are not to be underestimated. Just because they're goofing up their team name does not mean that they will just let the game slide. What do you think we'll be seeing today?
I think we're gonna see pretty amazing gameplay from each team, regardless of their team image and the type of, I guess you could say,
Image they're projecting.
yeah, image, yeah, projecting image. Sorry, the type, I guess,
No worries.
what they want other people to see of them. Their reputation. Yeah, that's the word. Their
That's-
reputation.
yeah.
They want to have perceived. But yeah, I think we should definitely not take into account their images or anything really along those lines in terms of, outside looking in type of perspective, because, again, these two teams are most likely going to be playing on some of the highest gameplay that we really do see. Even out of, like, Go4 statistics, even out of Pro League statistics, these two teams are very professional, regardless of their images, their logos, that type of thing.
So, should somebody be wondering, once again, we are casting here out of Montreal, out of the Esports Central Arena. So, Esports Central is presenting two players, or two teams, should I say, as is every other venue who is participating. And Pugs is our second participant. So, Nobu was our first team, Pugs are our second team. All of the players are here, so let's just start the game. And what I was going to say is maybe you don't recognize the Pug's name if you have watched some of the previous streams that we've had from the qualifiers. Well, they are the Grizzlies, who have disbanded a short time ago. So the Grizzlies are now known as Pugs, and the team only exists at this point to do the competition and to try to have a shot at the prize pool that there is for this competition. But other than that, yeah, the team, though it's quite new, they have earned their place here, and they will be competing on a even playing field, just as is everybody else.
Alrighty, so I'm not quite sure, but the spelling of Pugs, is it Pogs or Pugs? Just to be clear.
Pugs, as in the dog breed, I believe.
Okay.
Did I misspell it or
Alright.
something?
Clutch is the captain for Pog Gang, so it's actually POG.
POG. Okay, so I will be sure to update that. It's too late to update it to update in game, but I can still do it for the in-game overlay, and it has just swapped.
Alrighty. Well, yeah, sorry, getting right back into the game. So let's talk a little bit about Clubhouse. So again, Clubhouse is a very defense-sided map, with the metas being very well known even after the rework of the map itself. So fairly orthodox methods of walking to the objective, of attempting to capture what the attackers and defenders can in this game. So again, whichever team can bring the most unpredictability to the table and really in general try to outdo the other team is definitely going to come out the victor. So talking about the player bans, we're going to be seeing a Maverick, Capital, Mura, and Maestro. Nothing to anybody's surprise. Obviously, the Maverick can be substituted for a Thatcher if chosen, but obviously we do see here it is going to be the Maverick rather. And again, I do question Maverick versus Thatcher, whichever should be banned, because regardless, the Thatcher to me presents more of a viable utility blocking operator rather than Maverick, which is more of a straightforward hard breaching operator. So really, Maverick versus Thatcher, what are your opinions on that?
There's no real way to counter Maverick except to shoot at him, so this makes him a really strong operator. Once again, as you said, straightforward. You open up the hole in the wall, you shoot through it, or you make a wall or an opening big enough to just walk through it. Whereas Thatcher, he's way more versatile. He is not really going to enter a room by himself, sure, but should you want to go for a rush, for example, you just toss an EMP grenade and you will be rid of all the goo mines that may or may not be here without even having to ask yourselves where they are or if they're here in the first place. So he's really good as well to work with other operators. If you're, for example, Thermite and you want to open up a reinforced wall that happens to be electrified, you have to make an opening at feet level, which is going to open up Thermite to be shot in the kneecaps. So it really depends on how you want to play either of those operators. If you're going for an aggressive rush, yeah, sure, Maverick's going to be the way to go. But here, for example, the Thatcher EMP grenades are going to be really useful if you want to open up more than just one hatch. I'm quite surprised, honestly, to not see a Kaid being played, but should Kaid have put some electro claws on the ceiling, well, Thatcher is just going to make short work of them. Obviously, it being through a ceiling/floor, Jaeger's ADS devices aren't going to do anything about them. So it really comes down to what your plans are.
And so if I were to play the devil's advocate for Thatcher, I mean, the only other way to counter him is a very, very well-timed bandit trick. So again, questioning really the validity of the ban on Maverick versus Thatcher, you could say that the only real two counters to both operators is going to be to shoot them in the face. So, I mean, other than that, I think, again, I'm always going to fight for Thatcher being one of the most important operators to ban, but nonetheless, let's stick away from the argument here at hand and get into the round. So, where again, we are going to be seeing the Bandit versus Kaid being played, so hopefully this is going to be preventing a lot of the opportunities that Thermite can get at with the walls, such as Church. This is going to be a very big objective for Thatcher to hit, being that Church is a very, very big objective for attackers to want to prize and to want to really object to. So, speaking of this, we are obviously going to be seeing hatches being opened up already on the fly. The attackers make pretty quick work of the roaming capabilities from the defense, which there is so far really little to none that we have seen making any presence. And speaking actually about the presence of roaming operators, if there were to be no presence, which we are going to be seeing right now, sorry, that, but he, again, short work made of that Jaeger, but nonetheless is going to be the Thermite leaving the team for the round, so unfortunately that's going to be a lot of hard vision capabilities, but nonetheless, if there is going to be no real roaming capability, then we might be seeing a situation where the defenders are going to be sitting ducks. So in the case that they are sitting ducks, it just allows the attackers to take over more space throughout the map and be able to kind of put them in a corner and make them have to fight their way through it. So that could present another challenge to the defenders if they choose to take it. We are going to be seeing, though, an engagement between Valkyrie and an attacker. The attacker seem to be prizing Dirt Tunnel more, and the diffusion is going to be going down as Valkyrie wins one engagement here, and it is going to be Sophia sitting in the objective along with Valkyrie. Valkyrie being the only one to be able to stop her, and it's going to be Habana that finishes off the round for her team. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see that, but sorry, I took away a lot of your thunder there.
Don't worry, what you said was really entertaining and important to point out. So the one thing that was quite disappointing was indeed to see Thermite biting the dust really early on. However, he had kind of already done his job. He had opened up the dirt tunnel, so therefore his utility, though it was lost, he had already used it to what he was supposed to do. It really came down to firefights. Jaeger here doing an excellent roaming job. He got picked off really early. After that, he got refragged nearly instantly. And we also had Bandit who tried to leave the objective to go roaming himself, which obviously didn't work out. So this left us with a 2v4 situation for the objective, which was just lost due to the attackers having superior numbers and Bandit not being able to get on objective back when the time was right. So this is where we saw that it all went south for them a bit sooner than it might have otherwise.
Yeah, unfortunately that Jaeger was not able to capitalize on the buck being there, was very quickly refragged out, and his ability to actually do any more work within the round was completely diminished. So unfortunately, again, we are going to be seeing a lost round for those defenders. But again, walking into the next round, we are going to be seeing, again, yet another Arsenal hold. And I'm pretty excited for this round because, again, we are going to be seeing possibly a similar strategy depending on the roaming choices that the defense wants to make. And if they do choose to make similar roaming choices, then the blue team might have a bit of an easier time attempting to take away the objective from the defenders right under them. If they do, then that could prove to be quite a difficult round for the defenders to win out.
The one thing that really stands out to me is the Pugs, though they have a few light operators that could be really easily be roaming, they more or less decide not to do so. So we saw last round how effective Jaeger's roaming was. And I believe it was not Coco playing Jaeger last round as well. So he got a really important kill somewhat early on in the game, so he could have had a pretty big impact. But he was the only one roaming, so once he got killed, that was it. And Bandit, the other late roamer, was not able to make any difference in the map. So the only progress they were able to make was through those roaming kills, which are not going to be happening that round, since we have absolutely nobody that's sitting outside of the objective, except maybe for proxy defense. So, for example, wow, we have 3 people on these yokai drones. As how do you pronounce that gamer tag? Smoke? Yeah, that Smoke. Though he's holding blue, he is still not a roamer by a long shot.
Definitely. So, again, we are going to be seeing a little bit of hatch play coming from the attack, just trying to get the early picks for the hatch, trying to get an angle into the objective, obviously, which is going to be one of the biggest factors walking in this round. We are also going to be seeing an engagement between that Buck and the Bandit, Buck coming out victorious, taking advantage of the Bandit rotation. So, again, we're going to be seeing another kill, however, from the Jaeger, and that is going to be a refrag for the, I believe, the Zofia. So far we do have down the Thatcher and Zofia from the attacking team, which is going to put a very, very big dent in the attacking strategy, obviously, with very big types of utility operators being down for the attack. Considering the Thatcher is taken away, that's going to be pretty sizable amount of time taken away for the attackers if they want to get onto the objective through actual hard breaching. So that being said, regardless, time is going to be ticking away from the attackers if they want to walk onto this objective. With about 30 seconds left in the round, we are going to now be seeing a 3v3 situation. Habana taking the refrag for the player under the hatch, and Jaeger just kind of pushing back, trying to play a little bit more passively on the 2 attackers advancing up in dirt tunnel.
Habana still looking for the one lucky pick, but as long as Jaeger is able to stay here in the dirt tunnel, he has a nice double kill on his hands, which will win him the round. Though Buck just got a first kill seconds before not Coco, this positioning was gold, and his other teammates were able to distract the both attackers that came up that tunnel, and that was an easy, good round for them.
Yeah, definitely, and that engagement between the Jaeger, the Thermite, and the Buck really does go down to a lot of misdrawing, miscommunication, and lost intel for the attackers. If they had just known that Jaeger sitting at the end of dirt tunnel, they could have had finite way into the objective, and through that they could have possibly killed the defender on the objective behind the boxes and maybe made a plan. So again, that type of make or breaking situation or engagement between the defenders and attackers really is what cements specific skills and presents to us what we might be able to see throughout the rest of the game.
What's really interesting is to notice when the attackers are stagnating, when they're not progressing for a few dozen seconds. Oftentimes they will have really a lot of difficulty to regain any sort of initiative or any sort of momentum. So once the defenders are able to totally stop the attackers' progress, at this point it's more often than not looking grim for the attackers, which is why they really have to get those few aggressive entry frags and to be able to keep on going, to keep on progressing. Which is something we didn't quite see the second round. Though they had opened up the hatches, we saw Buck go for the rotation and regroup with Thermite in the tunnel really late into the round, and that spoke of a misjudgment from the time, because they had to push with so little time remaining. They didn't have time to check their corners and everything.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, again, momentum builds, and if you're able to get enough momentum, take the foundation of the defense down at its knees, take off those key players from the board, then you might be able to make quick work and make an effective round for yourself as time goes down. So unfortunately the attack wasn't able to do that, or sorry, the attack wasn't able to do that the past previous round, and they weren't really able to take advantage of the defenders and their positioning throughout the rounds. Unfortunately, it does go down to the defense, but getting into this round itself, we're going to be seeing a quick work of the bandit tricking with the, I believe, S4 Will, if I'm correct. Didn't really get to see that gamer tag, but nonetheless, it is going to be Bandit attempting to take advantage of this thermite here, and so far he hasn't really been contested from below or from any of the windows, so it really just kind of comes down to the direct engagement that Bandit's going to be going up against thermite here with the wall in place, so nothing too big coming of that, but we are going to be seeing Jaeger taking the kill on Zofia. Again, that is going to be going down to a lot of misintel and misinformation for the attack. So again, that could have been easily prevented by a simple drone. We are going to be seeing another engagement from the garage this time around. It's going to be Doc killing the Thatcher. So again, lots of utility down for the attacking team.
And with over a minute remaining to just jump into the objective and plant the diffuser, this is looking pretty good for them. Though they have the numerical disadvantage, by this point the attackers know where the defenders are. Most of them are on the objectives themselves. Doc obviously is known to be on the garage because he has fired at an attacker. Not Coco seems to be the last unknown quantity for the Pogs team. So should he be able to get a nice sneaky kill, for example, Cartley here, should he push into that room, that could have been the end of him, but luckily for him, or unluckily if you are rooting for the Pogs team, he is just not going to expose himself to Jaeger. Jaeger, who is also coming back here, he is holding both angles, but no, it's not going to work. Buck gets a nice and easy kill, thus putting the rounds back, or the teams back to an even standing point. We do have a player being down. Duh. That went by pretty fast. I'm fumbling on my words today. Yeah, sorry.
SKVC taking the advantage on both attackers, able to kill them walking straight through the doorway. It's just a perfect lineup for them, but nonetheless, it was quite the round, especially at the end there. It really came down to the positioning of the defenders and the attackers having to make those hasty decisions because they previously hadn't really taken the advantage or really set the pace of the round. So again, it comes down to pace. It really comes down to how well the defenders were able to set the pace of the round, able to be aggressive, take away the key players of the attack. And for that, the attack was kind of fumbling by the end. They had to make those decisions, try to walk in through the hard breaching capability that they'd open up for themselves, but the defenders were waiting for it. They were playing on the attackers having to walk through there, and of course it worked out for them in the end perfectly.
So the one thing that I've noticed is there hasn't been any type of smoke to be displayed, so obviously Cuphead's out here has been banned, but anybody else with the standard smoke grenades could have provided cover here, and maybe, just maybe, Thermite would have been able to plant the diffuser, but it was just a lack of utility, or the lack of having the right utility at the right moment that kind of got them there, because once again, both of these teams do have solid aim, and it's not as if every time a guy on the Pogs team or on the Certified Beauties team happens to be face-to-face with an enemy player, neither of those teams is defenseless against the other. It really comes down to team play and to strategy. And last round, the strategy was, or the lack of strategy was linked to the utility that they brought onto the field. And that kind of got to them. Once the wall was opened, they couldn't progress any further than that balcony.
So if I were to point out a pattern here through the past two rounds, it does seem like the kind of the most important operators in terms of taking advantage and getting the most out of engagements. The two operators that have been taken away from the round very early have been the Thatcher and Zofia. So those two are very big operators when it comes to utility, very big operators when it comes to seamless engagements between the attack and the defense. So my question is, are the defenders attempting to target them, or is it just a coincidence?
Oh, the bandage trick thing almost worked, but that's not going to make it. Yeah, I'm sorry, I was kind
No.
of, I wasn't really focused on,
Yeah, I was caught off guard by that. It's alright, but yeah, we'll just go throughout the round. Anyways, we are going to be seeing a double kill for Destroys, and it is going to be a quick refrag for the attack, putting us, sorry, another kill for the attack, putting us at now a 5v2 situation very early round. And now the Kaid and the Castle are left to defend the objective, but even off the objective now as they are. So it is up to the Castle to have to push back to the objective and Kaid to watch the most effective angles he can away from the objective. But now it is solely up to Kaid to win out the round. And it seems like in another engagement with Abana, he's going to come out victorious. In another engagement, if the attackers choose to be aggressive on the Kaid.
with the diffuser now being planted. Oh, and Thatcher here is most likely gonna get that kill. But yeah, with the diffuser now being planted, Kaid is not in a good position to win that back. He has very little health, and that impact nade is gonna be the end of him. As you do want to have your gun up when you're being fired at, even more when you only have about 5 HP left, which, yeah, bad game sense on his part there. But really, all in all, the Pogs team tried to go for a bit more of an aggressive roaming game. We saw a couple of players not being on the objective, and it kind of backfired here. The attackers were able to just destroy the opposition on the objective itself, and then after that, the roamers were just not able to come back. Kaid would have had a nice shot at that, because he had the ACOGs on both of his guns, so even though he was not on the OBJ, he could have used his longer range to great effect. For example, here he sadly missed those first few shots, but at the end of the day, he was just too little too late. They really should have focused their strengths on the OBJ itself rather than trying to go for those roaming games.
Definitely. So now we are going to be pushed into our 5th round, I believe.
Yep,
yeah,
exactly.
We're going to be put into our 5th round with a 2-2 scoreline. So everything is very level-headed, very even. But one thing I would have to question is the Church and Arsenal hold. So of course they went back to Church and Arsenal, being that they unfortunately lost Gym Bedroom and that they were able to win out CCTV with great ease. So they could have chosen to do Gym Bedroom again, or even chosen Bar Stock, kind of out of the equation at that point. But
oh, definitely.
they could have chosen Gym Bedroom again, tried to switch up the strategy, and possibly put the defenders at ease to win the round. But rather, they chose Arsenal and Church, which they haven't had very good success on, and they've lost the past 2 rounds that they had played it on, so I can really only question at this point, are they going to switch up something and be able to win out this round, or are they gonna fall into the same situation where they lose out the
So definitely what I'm going to point out so far is we do have, even though we have next to no, we had previously, there we go, Bandit is at least roaming, and the composition here is really light. There's no echo, there's no dock, so should you go for an aggressive roam game, or they're poised to do so. And once again, last time we defended downstairs, the roaming was the only shot Pogs had at winning the round. So if they do play their cards right, they might have they might get a better outcome out of that round. It yet remains to be seen though. So Bandits, though he's upstairs, is roaming in a very passive way. He does not want to be located or droned out whatsoever. At the same time, if you just stay hidden, you're not really contributing to the war effort either. Not Coco will be linking up with him, so 2 roamers are going to be way better than just 1, as they can coordinate, and they're not basically playing Call of Duty with no with no interaction whatsoever with their teammates or with the map. But once again, the roaming game is really light, or really passive, so they're leaving their allies on the OBJ at a numerical disadvantage currently.
Yeah, and if I were to go back and actually look at the statistics for the round, I believe it was a 1-1 and 1 loss for Arsenal, so I just had to correct myself on that. But nonetheless, going right into the round at hand, we are going to be seeing about a 1-minute deficit for the attackers, and it's going to be a possible double kill, but unfortunately stopped in its tracks from Bandit. The flank was unsuccessful in the end, and it does put us to a 4-2 situation with the diffuser already put into place now. So diffuser being planted, it's up to Legion, the sole operator left on the defending team, to get a good takeover and defuse the diffuser. Now it is going to be a double kill for him, putting us to a 2v1 situation. So far, the attackers don't have a direct line of sight on the bomb itself, so maybe the Legion at hand will be able to take advantage of that, but no, unfortunately, it is going to be the attackers that finish out the round. Habana getting a quick kill to shape up a win for her team.
So the attackers here had really good positioning. Once the diffuser was planted, they kind of distanced themselves from that, because if you have to run upstairs to get the kill, then you'll have to run back downstairs to destroy the diffuser. So the positioning here was quite interesting. Should Legion have gotten those few kills, his timer would have been running really critically low. It is all speculation at this point, since obviously the Certified Beauties teams have won the round. But it was won in a really beautiful fashion, in a spectacular fashion. I did not expect Clutch to get that first round, that second kill here. So he had me rooting for him. He had gotten 2 nice kills, but then his luck ran dry when he was faced with Nolian here, who got the final kill and won the round for his team.
Yeah, in the end, it did really surprise me. I really thought he had the chance to win out that round, but nonetheless, speaking about the score itself, so of course the normal proceeding of the actual, clubhouse scoreline itself by the roll swap you would expect would be 4-2, but in terms of the defense, 4-2, so far we are seeing something that might shape out to be 4-2, but on the side of the attack. So Pogs can only put themselves in a position to be poised to the same exact score line as Certified Beauties by the roll swap here. So again, as the roll swap comes, so does different engagements and a completely different experience come for each team. And of course, as this map, as we have already previously stated, is defense-sided, I would have to question whether the defense now walking into offense, this next roll swap, can take on the next defense.
It really is going to come down to Certified Beauty's strategies when they're defending, and only time will tell on that front. The one thing I want to point out was the Valkyrie camera on those toilet stalls outside. I had never seen that camera, but I can imagine it has a really good field of view, so I would be quite interesting to see that camera again in the future, or maybe to try it in game myself when I'll be playing. Though for the time being, Legion here with the Impact Matrix is going to be a total pest. He'll be destroying the second X-Kairos, but now he is going to be out of grenades, so somebody else will have to come back and finish what he started. Maybe not Coco with the Nitro Cell, or if not, as I have just heard, the hatch is now opened, so the attackers have a nice way to let death rain down on the defenders, and that's not going to be good, as Clutch here is basically just trapped in an escape tunnel. If he runs out, obviously he'll be exposing himself to the hatch, but apparently nobody was holding that angle at the time, so he'll be lucky. But nonetheless, the defenders are not in a good position right now.
Yeah, I mean, there is some defenders on the objective, some defenders trying to take some cross angles, counter angles, but none who are really taking an aggressive part on Dirt Tunnel, which is a big problem for the defenders, considering that the past few rounds of holding Arsenal, they've had big problems from Dirt Tunnel. It's been a very big attacking point for the attackers, and obviously this round it is shown to be another big point for the attackers, as the plant is already going to be going down, coming from Dirt Tunnel, and with a 3v4 situation, we're already going to be thrown into Thatcher having to defend himself. He does get killed off though, and the diffuser is left undefended so far, with Thatcher having to play a little bit more aggressive if he wants to grab the diffuser. Is going to be killed out by the Valkyrie though, who takes advantage, and Nolan getting the refrag on the Valkyrie. She has to go through the hatch, but she gets killed in the crossfire, allowing the defenders to make the counter defuse and win out the round for themselves.
What a nice round. So many was happening on so many different areas or levels. The attack, or the defense for that matter, wasn't all focused on one area, and to see that both teams are capable of paying attention to two or three sides of the attacks is really beautiful in my opinion. So I really liked that round, and I really liked the outcome of it, because the firefights were just so beautiful. I have nothing else to add to that.
Yeah, it was very strategically held firefights from each side, and unfortunately the attack did come out unvictorious by the end there, but the defense they shined beautifully when it came to the individual engagements and when it came to flanking. And of course the numbers advantage on part of the defense was one of the biggest factors they could have held for themselves, but I think really what it came down to by the end was the plant for the thermite. He kind of made a very preemptive plant by the end, and he wasn't very covered for in terms of like counter angles, terms of people watching him plant. So he didn't really get the type of support that he was hoping to get by the end, and unfortunately he was killed off because of it.
So the one thing that I want to point out, we had talked about it a bit earlier on, but the total lack of smokes was shown once again. So they had a few difficulties planting the diffuser, or even when they were planting the diffuser, having a smoke cover would have been really helpful, but it turned out they didn't have any. So this is one utility at this point that Certified Beauties decided not to bring into the field for some reason, and it kind of turned out against them, because once again, you are playing for time once the diffuser is planted, and a smoke screen, though it's not going to get many kills on either sides, is going to slow down or actually put most of the action on pause for 15 seconds or so, which could have been the difference between a round won and a round lost.
Yeah, so again, we can definitely speak for the effective use of the smoke, especially because his positioning is towards the church rather than towards the arsenal itself, which has been a very counteractive counterintuitive kind of strategy for Smoke to have himself, because obviously we've seen a lot of the attack has been coming from dirt tunnel for the attackers, so you can't really speak for too much about the effective use of the Smoke himself. But nonetheless, we're going to be thrown right into this round, and I believe from chat we got roll swap is after 6th round question mark, and yes, it is after 6th round. This is the 7th round and is going to be Pogs being put on the attack rather than the defense, and now Certified Beauties being put on the defense. So again, this round comes with very new possibilities, very new capabilities, and new definition of what the attack is going to be. So we're going to be seeing a little bit of a different setup here, though. It is going to be a Jackal rather than something like a Buck or even a Habana. So very interesting to see for the Jackal himself being played. We haven't really seen Jackal even throughout this whole tournament, this whole LAN, and I'm really interested to see what type of capabilities he can bring to the table now.
So what I really like here is that, yeah, he's really versatile. So the secondary shotgun is basically a replacement for Buck's skeleton key, but at the same time, he does have that Inox, which is going to be really useful to know where those roamers or where those defenders are holding up the objective. So, for example, here Smoke will not be detected, and should you have somebody with a lucky line of sight, a tight angle on him, Smoke might be gone for. Should you even have somebody that drops aggressively by Memorial, this is not going to happen, but Sheer Therma is already there, and he has opened up that reinforced wall, so the attackers are now poised to pour into that objective. Valkyrie and Smoke have to turn around, and they were not expecting to defend from that angle. The reinforced shields placements apparently show that. Oh no, Destroyers has placed a shield from that angle, so they may know what the attacker's plan was. But Thermite here is going to have really little difficulty to get the kill on somebody that was flashed, but Destroyers is still alive. Sadly, there is no Doc in the team, so he'll be done for. The diffuser is now being planted in a 43 situation, now 42 situation. This is not looking too good for the defense. However, with Echo still being up and with the timer running critically low, that could have been the difference. His drone is not going to be located, but he will, and he will die. Thus leaving us with Corner in a 1v4 situation. 1v3 now. Gets the first kill, but now the diffuser's planted. The timer, or the tables now have turned. He is in a very bad position. Gets a first kill, gets his second kill. 1v1 now. He is on his way from making a comeback from a 1v4 situation. What a beautiful, and he makes it. Wow. This is how you pull a clutch.
Absolutely amazing clutch coming from the Jaeger there by the end. It was amazing 4K, and it was a very, very deserved win for him by the end. And he was able to get the counter defuse. So that is going to be a round for the defenders in the end, putting us at a 4-3 score line for Certified Beauties. I mean,
So-
I'm speechless. That leaves me speechless. I really can't even comment on the type of plays that was from Jaeger. I mean, the positioning was absolutely amazing. The reaction time, the skill itself that went into that play, and the fact that he was so calm throughout that whole thing was absolutely amazing.
Oh, definitely, you did not see him stutter or hesitate or lose his mind or lose his calm in the process. It was so beautiful, and to some extent, I was kind of believing that Echo, with his 2 yokai drones being aimed at the church desk, that he would have been able to end the round this way, but he ended up being killed, so Quinner had to take responsibility for his team, and he did in a beautiful manner, which will leave us into a well-deserved 4-3 scoreline. And we haven't seen Cash Room be the favorite room to defend. So some teams, not all of them, but some teams will prefer to go Cash in the first round, thus indicating that it is their favorite spot to defend. Either of those teams here, at the very first round and at the first round after the roll swap, have gone downstairs. So this defense here on CCTV is not their strong suit for either of them. I'm very interested to see what it's going to give.
Definitely. So, of course, we're going to be seeing the Echo being put into play. He has been a very monumental operator as we walk through these last few rounds, especially last round. Even with the Jaeger 4K, we were able to see a little bit of action from Echo, trying to prevent the plant going down for the attacking team, but nonetheless, Echo's been making very big waves. So again, I'm gonna again question the validity of not banning Echo rather than Maestro. I mean, Maestro, again, he is a very good Plantinile operator, but he still does not have anything really to say, anything on Echo, really, when you talk about it that way, because Maestro is more of a passive plant denial operator, more of an intel operator, while Echo is more of a hands-on type of plant denial operator that you would want on a team. And still, both of them do have ACOGs, while one does reign superior in the LMG, the gun. But if we do talk about the utility in general, just the utility itself, he really can present a very big challenge for him, for the attacking team.
Jackal here could be dangerous as he's going for this under first floor feet tag, and with the shotgun he can also open up the floor beneath the attacker's feet. But he is alone, so if he just keeps his eye trained on the ceiling, he will be a really easy target for any roamers, which is why, though his positioning is perfect, he does not trust himself to go for that. So I don't know what's really going to happen here. If he tries to go up those stairs, he will obviously step foot on a goo mine, and obviously any of those roamers or any of those defenders will just turn around and get the kill this way. So right now we're going to be seeing a kill on the kill feed from Nel Coco, which I have missed, unfortunately, and that's just going to soften up the objective itself. The Echo drones.
Yeah.
The Echo drones obviously will know if somebody's coming from construction, but I would advise one of the dead players to be holding that yokai. And the bandit tricksing seems to have worked, as Thermite here obviously has not been able to open up that wall. And this will really force the attackers into a backup on plan B with 40 seconds remaining on the clock. It is not going to be looking particularly good for them. Quinner gets another kill, 3-5 now. The natural being fired, but yeah, though nobody's going to die. This kind of stagnation is gonna... Oh, nice kill here. I was gonna say if nothing happens, the timer will run out, but we saw a nice kill, and we do see that the attackers are still making progress. So best of luck to them, but they will work with very tight margins of errors with that timer running critically low.
Yeah, so again, Echo finishing off that attacker with a quick jump down. Is going to be now a 2v2 situation with Thatcher just able to get by the defense, and with a quick kill. Oh my gosh, it wasn't even a kill. It was a lost engagement between Sledge and Echo. He wasn't able to get the headshot, and it is going to be defenders winning round 8. Oh my lord, that could have been an easy round for the attackers if the Sledge had just taken a little bit more time and a little bit more caution with killing the Echo, but unfortunately the Echo took advantage of the Sledge and was able to kill him by the end, and then the Thatcher.
To be honest, I am quite disappointed here. At this play level, you should not be making this kind of easy mistakes, which it really absolutely was. And yeah, I am just speechless. This was a really basic mistake that I, as the well, basically average player that I am, should be making, but not these guys. So yeah, this is definitely disappointing to say the least. But I do hope that they will learn from their mistakes, and I absolutely expect that we will not be saying this kind of easy mistake again.
Yeah, I can definitely say, sorry, I can definitely say that Certified Beauties is capitalizing on a large scale on the mistakes that Pogs make. Obviously, with the 2v2 situation, even the 1v4 situation with Jaeger, I mean, it was a very easy one round for the attack, even on Arsenal, and they still were bested by just one player. And even not being able to take advantage of that type of engagement, that simple engagement between Jaeger and the rest of the team, just splitting them up, it really comes down to the miscommunication, the loss of chemistry, not necessarily position to be in good refrag standing. I mean, it comes down to a million different factors, but in the end, it really just, I guess it reflects the true skill of each team going at it.
So with all that being said, that was almost a team kill for Thermite here. SKVZ, yeah, I think I'll call him by his operator's name. We do see a late reinforcement here. It is going to destroy the Jaeger. Oh, they canceled that last second. Is the Jaeger even planted at the junction between the two reinforced walls? The Destroyer's here running way over his reinforcement phase, his prep phase. So this is going to make for a basically 3v5 at this point. Oh, and Nolan almost shot at his teammates. We were talking about coordination previously. These few lapses are basic mistakes, I feel like. But yeah, we have Pugs who are now in a 5-3 situation. This is looking very good for them. And two of the remaining defenders are not on OBJ, far from it. As Far gets a first kill, will he get the second one? No, he will be refragged by Nolian. But Nolian is... He's in big trouble now. He has no control whatsoever on the objective, and the diffuser is bound to be planted really shortly. Except maybe if Thermite's the one that he is holding, and that's CCTV, but apparently not. And there's no way for him to escape with Jackal being on his hard left. This is looking really grim, and I don't really see what he can do here, Nolian. Best of luck to you, but yeah.
Yeah, it seems like to be a lost engagement with the counter angles being held, and it is going to be sealing off the round for the attackers now, winning out round 9. So it is going to be a very quick gym bedroom round for the attackers. By the first portion of the round, it really was the attackers taking out the key players of the defense and how well they were able to calmly and swiftly act through that. And again, the remaining 3 players were mostly off of the objective, trying to hold different parts of the map, while the rest of the attackers were going hands-on. They were attempting to take over the objective itself and really caught the rest of the defenders out with their pants down at that point. They caught him off guard completely, and by the time that the diffuser was planted, the Legion didn't even know what was happening.
Absolutely. This was a blowout. Once Legion found himself in a 1v5 situation, there was nothing he could do. He was kind of in a corner, and all Zofia had to do was to pre-fire the hell out of this angle, and he was just stuck there. Legion, or not Legion, sorry, Jackal could have tried to go for the kill, but it was just an unnecessary risk at this point.
Definitely. So we will be seeing now the gym bedroom being played once again. So again, the defenders are going to be trying their hand at gym bedroom rather than bar stock, and they might be taking a loss on this round again if they don't change something quickly and effectively in order to take away the power of the attackers.
So we saw Zofia shoot through a rotation by on that wall. So that rotation now does not exist. Obviously, Zofia, if she is to step foot on gym, she can easily open it up again. But the defenders, maybe they're scarred or scared from last time. Or maybe it was just a miscommunication as it is going to be opened up at this very moment. But yeah, it was kind of odd to see the wall in between two bomb sites not being opened up.
Definitely, but nonetheless, we are going to be seeing Jackal walk into Garage here, and with the intel from Echo, this might be a engagement that could possibly be lost by the attackers if they choose to play too quickly or choose to play too hastily without drawing their angles and watching themselves.
Bandit here will just be baited out, so we have had an EMP grenade being tossed, but obviously Hibana was the all the way around. So this was basically the Thatcher being a distraction to prevent Bandit from just running where she was, and here Silent will get a nice first, well, down Bandit out, but he just does not get the kill, and he will not be too keen on the idea of jumping out to finish her off, so Sophia will have the opportunity to revive herself. A missed opportunity here, as we have Jackal, who was able to step foot on CCTV room. He's able to flush out the defenders, but he will step foot on the Goon Mine himself, so he can't really keep on pushing forward and keep the pressure up. Quinner has a really tight angle. Anybody that wants to come in from that side will have a hard time as long as he's there. Oh, but we know exactly where he is, and Skies apparently is the way to pronounce Thermite's name, so suppose the V is a Y. And Skies here knew where he was going to be, and he had a nice counter fire ready. Sadly, neither of those players was able to frag out the other one, so it's just going to create a stagnant situation as Skies is able to step foot a bit further into the building without being detected. Nicely played here.
Definitely nicely played, and is going to be a kill for the Thermite walking into this, and now a 1v4 situation and a 1 round for the attackers. Pugs now taking the advantage away from the defenders with now a 5-5 scoreline.
So there is a question in the chat. Nice, who are you cheering for? I am not sure, Zinxias, if you're talking to us or...
Yeah, it was for the chat.
Yeah, if it's for chat, then we'll not answer the question uselessly. So let's just talk about the replays here. I found like this round was a big nothing burger. I didn't see too much strategy being played, so the bandit tricksing, counter bandit tricksing kind of didn't pan out, so Thermite just opened up the wall, and it was played on kills. Like, on CCTV, Hibana opened up the wall, and I believe it was Jackal who just walked in, got a couple of kills, without having too complex of a strategy, or they weren't 2 or 3 levels deep, braining or baiting or pretending to do something to confuse the enemy. It was just straightforward firing.
Definitely. So, putting us now into a 5-5 scoreline, we are going to be seeing a obviously no discernible lead between the two teams with a quick comeback from Pogs. And now putting us down to Arsenal objective, Pogs is going to be presented with a new a new type of opposition, a new type of strategy to have to adapt to, considering that they have not been able to adapt to the previous ones made by certified beauties. So in the case that they are able to adapt to it, we might be able to see a very interesting round played out for us.
Or maybe we'll just see another hell of a comeback. Referring obviously to Quinner's 1v4. So, here the composition is going to be quite interesting, but quite standard at the same time. So both Hibana and Thermite will be played, apparently putting a heavy emphasis on opening up those reinforced both walls, referring to dirt tunnel, and hatches, referring to basically all of the hatches that may or may not be reinforced. Sometimes you don't want to use a reinforcement to protect the one in stock. Nonetheless, this will make it clear that any type of aggressive roaming, should you get the lucky kill on Hibana or Thermite early on, could make a nice difference. But once again, I see no roamers, so this to me seems like a missed opportunity. I know roaming is not easy, especially with a Jackal on the enemy team, but is it really a chance that you don't even want to try to get?
Yeah, so sorry, kind of losing my bearings there. As we walk into the 11th round now, we are going to be seeing quite a lot of spreading out from the attackers. So they kind of are doing, seems like they're doing their own thing right now, trying to, obviously some of the attackers forming up on one of the hatches, attempting to take away the hatches, but other than that, Impact Trick won't work by that time, and it is going to be a kill onto the Legion as he tries to rotate out of the attacker's view. Unfortunately was not able to in time, but yeah, so it seems like the attackers are kind of splitting up, trying to make out their own engagements and possibly win them. So if they are able to do that so successfully, they might be able to get a plant and win out the round for us. But however, we will see in time as the attackers seem to be kind of very late rounding the strategy that they're trying to pull out, which is fine. Obviously, we are going to be seeing a plant, though, as the Arsenal is completely undefended. The plant is going to be successful down now. Then the Jaeger is going to be taken out from the Zofia, and she's going to get refragged very quickly in very quick succession here. Now we are going to be seeing Valkyrie trying to take the kill from main stairs, as well as the hatches. It is going to be Echo trying to walk back in the objective. Now a 1v4 and a 1 round with a quick double kill for both attackers, Zabana and Thermite.
God damn it, I wanted to take Echo's perspective, but as he died, this put us in third-person view, which made us miss out on all of that action. I am so sorry. But yeah, the Arsenal being undefended was the turning point here. And the Jackal was so important. We saw how tight or how small of an angle he held, but that was enough to just completely... This one right here, which we're seeing right now, it totally locked down the doorway, which prevented anybody from coming and from preventing the diffuser from being planted. So, yeah, kind of interesting to see a player holding such a tight angle, having such a big impact on the game, as we saw here, Echo getting the first kills, which no, he died. All of them just died, and Pugs won the 11th round in a nice fashion, to be honest.
For sure. So now walking into the 12th round, we are going to be seeing a 6-5 scoreline in the advantage for Pogs. So, of course, this has been a very back and forth game for each team, and interestingly enough, we originally believed that the Certified Beauties team would be in the lead for this round, but it seems like Pogs has been solidifying their momentum and solidifying their comeback. So maybe we might be able to see a match point quick round for them. So again, as we get put on the match point round, we're going to be seeing Certified Beauties having to put themselves in a comeback situation. So if they aren't able to win out this CCTV round, it might be a lost game for them.
Oh, definitely. So since we are in a match point situation, any and all mistakes on Certified Beauty's part is going to prove fatal to them. So, yeah, what else can I really add on to that? There's a total lack of roamers in this game, and it is by design. Both of these teams are way better as players than you or I, so they have a deeper understanding of the meta, and they know better than us why you don't want to be roaming in this game. But it is nonetheless something that I will be kind of missing, because it is a playstyle that is quite nice to observe and to spectate. So that's just me kind of rambling and ranting about something I would have liked to see. And the Zofia beneath the floor is going to be really dangerous, as she can just open up the floor underneath Destroyer's feet. And this is why the Benetrixing did not really work out, thus leaving an open hole in the wall for Clutch to get a first kill. Will he get a second one? Apparently not. Smoke will not be so careless a second time. Or if he is, that's going to be the end of him.
Definitely. So, again, with Smoke having lowered health, he is one of the only players on the objective who can get into those direct engagements with the attackers and put the defenders at a discernible advantage throughout the round, even though there is a 4v5, so we are at a very big disadvantage. And even with Jaeger, he is getting very, very cornered into the garage and getting killed off the crossfire, with now a 2v5 situation, a very quick double kill for the attackers, and now another 1v5 situation now, and the lost round seems to be solidifying for Certified Beauty. So if Nolan isn't able to get the clutch, it is going to be a lost game for them.
Let's just remember he has gotten a clutch before, but oh, that was just not gonna be possible a second time. Though it would have been beautiful to see the game being kicked in overtime by a 1v5 clutch ace. Nonetheless, there we go. Pugs will be winning the game. So I will just run the replays for the last round, and then I will try to get those players to have an interview with us. So we are, as the Montreal casters, or representing the Montreal venue, quite lucky, I'd say, to have both of our teams winning both of the matches we've casted so far.
Definitely. Can say that for sure. So, will you be doing the interview for the winning team?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I'm just waiting for the replays to be done with to manage the stream, and then I'll just leave the room, get the players, and join back within like 30 seconds.
Yeah, so I do have a couple of quick questions to say to them.
Okay.
Of course, the questions from the last round, but as well as that,
You know what? What I'll do this time, I'll leave my headset on, but use the interview mic, so I will hear you, and I'll just have to repeat the questions to them. Nonetheless, I will kick us into, let's see, this screen right here, and we will be right back with the players. And oh, you have turned off your webcam, so the screen share, your camera is now basically just a Discord cropped-in screen. So I'll invite you.
Here we are. Let me actually do
No
that
worries.
real quick.
Oh yes, that's
All right,
perfect.
there we go.
So I'll go get the players. I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, so, talking about that very quickly, that was quite the round, I would have to say, for Team Pogs, obviously finishing off the round with a stunning 7-5 win. The momentum that they had created for themselves those last 3 rounds in very rapid succession of one another was absolutely unmatched, absolutely amazing that they were able to win out those rounds. I mean, originally I truly had thought, my personal opinion on that was that Certified Beauties was going to win those rounds out. I genuinely did not imagine, could have never imagined in my wildest dreams that Pogs was going to win. And for that, I'd have to say kudos on their part. They fought their hearts out, and it does put them farther in the playoffs now. And for that, great job. Great job on both teams' parts, though, as Certified Beauty still put up a very, very good opposition in general. So yeah, now we are going to be going on to the interview portion with the representative from Pogs. But yeah, it is going to take a little bit of time for Hans to get the team here, so I guess we shall have to wait. So I do have a couple of interview questions, and oh, yep, now we'll be getting to this segment.
So, one of the players just ran to the bathroom as soon as the game ended, so the 5th guy will come back in just about 5 seconds. And then the whole team will just barge right into here. So let's just keep on talking about the game for 30 more seconds, and then we'll have our beloved interview. So what were your opinions on that game?
I actually just kind of said my opinions, but I'll summarize them for you. The momentum of the Pogs team was unmatched. It was absolutely amazing. I'd have to say, especially by the last 3 rounds, it was
Oh, they're here.
quite the
here.
advantage for them. All right.
So I'll just turn on that mic, shut off mine. So mic test, do you hear me correctly?
Yep.
All right, great. So we will just go into that camera. So the one on the tripod here is what we'll be looking at. I'll just keep the headset, so if my second caster has questions for you, I'll hear her and then repeat them to you. Oh, and the chair is proving to be a bit of an issue. All right, so I'm here with the Grizzlies team. You've just won your second match today, I believe. First match. All right, so you have been waiting for quite some time then. So first of all, congratulations to you all. And that match was quite. Oh, you want to say easy? Okay, that match was almost went to overtime. So it was an even fight, I would say. The one thing my caster and I saw is that there were no roamers, or next to no roamers, in either of those teams. So when you were defending, why didn't you want to roam? You can just come here a bit closer, because I'm at the end of my cable. So who wants to answer?
What? Okay.
You had no roamers when you're defending, so that was obviously by design, but why did you choose to have no roamers?
I mean, Clubhouse is a pretty standard map, and while roaming, I think it's better to stay in sight and just play defensively. I think roaming in this game with Jackal up is really not a good idea, and think staying inside was the best play, even though we tied 3-3 for the half. I think we played a pretty shitty defensive side. We should have won more rounds, but hey, I started really slow. I had a shitty map, but my teammates pulled it up, and that's it. So
Well, you did win up in the end, so your teammates definitely pulled that up. Am I in the? Yeah, I'm barely in the screen. So the one thing also, you have been clutched in a 1v4 situation. Did that kind of shake up your momentum or your belief in the game, or were you stressed out after that?
no, that was lucky. You got lucky. You got lucky.
Okay, so the Grizzlies team definitely is really, really confident in themselves. Jenna, do you have any more questions for those players? All right, so I will just repeat the question that I've got at the headset. Those last 3 rounds were quite aggressive. You had quite a lot of momentum at the end of the game. What went through your head? What were you thinking when you got there? Because you were really high energy at that point.
Ask him.
No, I don't. We stopped trolling, so we just start doing our thing. That's all.
Okay, so they're very confident and very optimistic with their performances. So thank you all for being here, and good job for winning. And we'll be seeing you guys in another game, maybe. I'm not quite sure what the rest of the bracket looks for us.
Yeah.
Good job, good game. I just had to look on the stream deck to find the right the right button here for a second. So that was it for a second game. Quite a nice game, way more balanced than last round or than the previous game, which put us in an uncertain position. And I believe the GoPro is shutting down again. So I will have to fumble in the settings to make sure it doesn't happen again. And they haven't closed the door on their way out, so I will just shut that closed to make sure that we have as little background noise as possible. Do you still remember what third game was going to be, or what game was going to be our third? Because
No, I was.
on my
I wasn't.
original schedule, I kind of have Nobu against Psychopaths, which is the first game we've casted. So I will have to ask someone who we're supposed to cast.
UBC then versus Psychopaths?
I'll have to take a look because I don't know what game have been played outside of our casting and everything. So I guess we'll just kick this into a Be Right Back screen for a way shorter period than the previous game, to be sure, because I don't have to go and get something to eat this game. So yeah, we will be right back with a game as soon as we know who we're playing or who we're casting. See you all shortly. So, oh yes, I will have to fix your camera, but until then, we are basically back and basically good to go. So I will just send the map endings to the players so that we can get this show on the road, if that's the right expression here. Nobu will have gotten its map ban, and for certified beauties, we want the CB team. Here we go. There we go. Did the organizers have anything to say to that? Yeah, okay. So, if I just put you back in full screen, that should be it for the facecam. So, I have sent the map ban link to both, to either teams. As far as I know, the map ban should start, well, just about any moment now. And if I want to keep an eye on the Discord chat, well, as soon as I open up Discord and leave, or on full screen your facecam, obviously the screen share is going to mess up. So I'll pull it up on my phone. I'm not listening to you or anything when I'm not looking at the camera. But yeah, the players have received the map ban links. These are going to be best of threes. As far as I can tell right now, they're not exactly banning the maps. So let's take a bit of liberties and take a look at the brackets. Where have I put that source? Here it is. Though, oh, yeah, okay. Sorry for your face cam. It's kind of messed up. I would have to fix that. And yeah, okay, this is not the right link. Okay, I will just go into current screen, local screen instead, and if I kick us into that right here, I'll zoom in a bit for those of you who are watching on a phone or otherwise a small display. And this is the final bracket that we have. Nobu against Certified Beauties and Pogang against Psychopaths Gaming. So what happened here is we have both teams from Montreal, both of our local teams, Nobu and Pogang, who will be leading or who won their sides. And Certified Beauties and Psychopaths are both from Toronto. Therefore, I forget how it's called in English. Is it No, not Nova Scotia. I had I had even opened up Google Maps to make sure. New Brunswick, both teams from New Brunswick appear to have been eliminated, which is kind of unfortunate if you're rooting for them. A player told me to send the link to their team player, their team captain, which I already had done. So there we go. The map bans are underway. Once again, this is going to be a best of three. And it is only the semifinals. So the grand final is obviously going to be best of three as well. So on our end, the stream is going to last for at most 6 more games. With that being said, Nobu has done their first ban so far. And we'll have to take a look at Certified Beauties. So for right now, maybe they just have not noticed I've sent them the link yet. Or maybe they're still debating what map they want to ban. What do you expect to see coming off of a best of three?
Best of three. It gives the teams more opportunities to adapt to their opponent. It gives more opportunities to prove themselves in terms of the longer round advantages. So if a team doesn't necessarily have a good map, they can choose to do good on another map. So it really proves out that the teams can have different layers of skills rather than just have one skill set based on this one map or one skill set based on this one strategy. So I'm really excited to see what those 4 teams can prove to us.
In total 4 teams, and quite interesting or unfortunate to see nobody from New Brunswick remaining, but hey, that's the nature of a competition. So I will just make sure with the players, or with Certified Beauties especially, that they've received the map ban link, as, well, they're not banning much currently. Let's ask...
Alrighty.
Yeah, so I might not have sent it to the team captain, so I'll just send the link again to the right person, just asking the organizer over at Toronto which player I should send the link to. And we'll be resuming shortly, yeah. So the organizer is typing. The response won't be too long. And yeah, so destroys. I should send them to destroys. Okay.
My Mario Badescu.
Oh, so you have received a package or something along those
I've received
lines?
my package.
Well, that is great. Good news.
Alright, it's a pastime activity. A pastime activity. Anyways. Yeah, so getting right back into what we were saying. So I believe you were sending the links for the map ban to the two respective
Yes.
team captains.
Yeah, so I had sent the link to any player on the other team, not knowing who the captain was, unlike the local team. And now I just made sure to send it to the correct team, which should hopefully yield better results, as they were obviously not not banning the maps.
Okay. Alrighty, so we have gained quite a few followers, and
Yep.
I've actually been rated 2 minutes ago by the gaming stadium. Obviously, they most likely finished off their stream, so now they're walking into our stream and our casting game. So let's look at some of the followers. Sorry if I absolutely butcher your name. It's not my intention. Most of these names seem like to be French, some of them at
Yeah.
least. So Zuzak underscore PO7. Thank you for the follow.
Yeah, so
Uh,
this one, so that's a viewer from my personal, community. So I can vouch for the pronunciation being Zuzok Po. So there you go. as the
Zuzak
as
Po.
the bands are resuming. So if you want to
Alrighty.
talk about those, as I just put the laptop back where it was. To keep the
Alrighty.
camera charging, you saw how it just shut off unexpectedly during the game previously. Let's not have this happen during the next interview should one of the local teams win again.
Alrighty, so yeah, looking at the bands real quick. Sorry, I was only able to get to one of the people for following. Anyways, yeah, looking at the bands. So Villa is going to be banned along with Border. So kind of unexpectedly, we see Villa. Oops, sorry,
Your facecam
That's my
seems
bad.
to have frozen.
that's my
There you
bad.
go.
My bad. Kind of unexpectedly, we see Villa being banned over, or sorry, Border being banned alongside Villa. Villa's a kind of unexpected map considering Villa is it's not exactly the best pro league pool map. It's not the greatest. It's not a map that you'd really expect or want to
Absolutely.
be playing
Yeah.
in general. It's a lot of back and forth. There's specific objectives that you would want to get over others. It's kind of very biased map that way. It's very defense sided along with that. But Border is actually a surprise to me considering that it's probably one of the most level-headed maps you can genuinely get. So that honestly must have to come down to strategies or game knowledge that Certified Beauties doesn't have, to where they can actually play Border efficiently. So again, that must be a personal thing for them to want to ban Border, but Border itself is a very level-headed map that you would really want to be playing genuinely in a normal setting, but nonetheless, we will also be seeing Clubhouse being banned. So Clubhouse is one of those maps that is more so defense-sided rather than offense-sided, or at least gives the offense a chance to win out their rounds. So yeah, again, it would be a very good idea to want to ban Clubhouse in the case that you are blue team, which Nobu is. And yeah. So any other comments on that?
Well, it's quite interesting. You talked about the border ban at length. Maybe Certified Beauties have watched the stream or the very first game we've had against Psychopaths, which was honestly the best team that stood a chance against Nobu, but even they were beaten in a brutal fashion. So with that being said, I do understand why they wouldn't want to go against Nobu on the map on which they have proven themselves in such a nice fashion. So our first map of the day is going to be Coastline, interestingly enough. And now it is up to Certified Beauties to decide which map's going to be the second one, and by extension the third one as well. And then after that, it is going to be the it's going to be time to decide who starts attacking and who starts defending first. So you mentioned Nobu being on the blue team. It does not necessarily mean they'll be attacking or defending first.
For sure. And then, of course, our last ban is going to be Cafe, which, again, Cafe is a fairly newer map, so you wouldn't necessarily want to be testing out strategies that you don't quite know that surround the meta yet. So,
Absolutely.
again, very good choice overall, very logical, sensible. So, our first ban, or sorry, our first pick is going to be Coastline. Then we shall be seeing, I believe, I can't really see what the
It is
ban is. It's
Consulate.
going to be Consulate and then Bank. So, yeah, a very interesting map choice. Very interesting seeing Coastline being played. It's a fairly level-headed map as well, with a predictable map setup, but we'll get into that a little bit later, along with Consulate being a little bit of a more defense-sided map, depending on who you ask, really. And then Bank, which is, again, one of more defense-sided type of maps, but these teams are really going to have to pull some interesting strategies if they want to come out victorious again, because it is predictable. All of these maps are predictable in their own way, and they can be easily uh, safeguarded against.
So, what's going to be quite interesting here is Coastline's the only map that has only two floors. Both Consulate and Bank do have a first, second, and a basement. First, second floor and a basement. Therefore, the roaming on the two ladder maps is going to be a bit easier, or there's going to be more flanking options by virtue of there being more staircases in the map. I'm quite interested to see how, or if at all, the different teams' playstyle are going to change accordingly to the map. So, for example, on the one map, you might decide that roaming is a suicide endeavor for some reason, whereas on another map, for example, say Consulate, I don't know how these players are going to play it, but maybe they will decide that on Consulate it is best to play a heavy roam game. And really, the versatility of either of those teams is going to be really interesting to observe, because if we've talked about it at length multiple times within the same map, if you do the same thing over and over again, you become predictable and then you're an easy target. But if you do the same thing from one map to the other, it's going to give either of those teams an advantage heading into the map to not have to figure out any new strategies at the beginning of the second or even third map.
Yeah, I could definitely agree with you on your statement there, especially with the predictability factor of it all. Again, there are so many different factors that go into which team really ends up being the victor of the match. So I'm very interested to see which team can manipulate those variables to their advantage in the end. So as we walk into Coastline, however, I believe we shall be starting up the match itself soon, if I'm correct.
Yes, I am just finishing up the logos and everything for the in-game overlays. Nobu's logo, there we go. Certified Beauty's logo, there. No, not that one. The PNG one. The system only takes PNG files. They should update this eventually. There we go. So let's head into that overlay, and let's just invite the players. So I will be heading outside of the bounds of the webcam by virtue of there being two computers and I not having a dedicated observer slash gaming PC manager. Should I put it this way? Nonetheless, with that being said, let's head right into it. So create as a spectator. I am unsure. Do I have a player on the Certified Beauties team as a friend? Maybe, maybe not.
Well, while Hans is figuring that one out, there are actually quite a lot of topics to talk about. So, again, if we were to go back to the map bands, we could talk about Coastline a little bit as a map. So, Coastline is a very interesting map when you really put your mind to it, when you think about it, because it presents something that we don't normally see in maps, which is the factor of a level-headed play. So when I speak about that, what I really mean is that each team has really an ability to win out the rounds, rather than it being a more so defense-sided game, or rather being a more offense-sided game. It really gives both teams an opportunity to win out each round as if it were their own. So when you add that factor into it, it kind of takes out the, we're gonna lose these types of rounds, so we want to try to get the advantage any other way. No, it really adds in the factor each team could win, so we have to find other ways or other factors to add in order to win out those rounds, to come out victorious. You have to make yourself different if you want to win. You have to present yourself as something different to get up out on top. And with that being said, it really comes down to other factors rather than the map itself. So, again, and the map is a very large factor when you think about it, but with Coastline, it becomes a smaller factor in the big grand scheme of things. So then if we were to talk about the different team setups, you could say that the types of other factors that could really be manipulated to each team's advantage would be something like personal skill, individual skills, skill as a team, skill as like in individual engagements,
Yeah, I'm
that
gonna
type
restart
of
my game
thing.
'cause it's super slow.
Obviously the use of utility, the use of, hard breaching, especially a very big factor is going to be team composition. That is going to be one big factor in this, and especially going into a character ban, because one strategy can be focused around a specific character, it gets banned, you have to do another strategy and you have to adapt. And again, another factor would be adaptability as a whole, because adaptability, you have to think about what you are going to adapt to and what types of strategies that you want to take away from the other team. So again, it's a large scale thing that you really have to think about, very broad.
So that was quite the explanation here, and indeed, either strategies can be really effective, or either team compositions or way to approach the game can be really effective as long as you can back it up with not just an intent, but also the right team composition and the right team play, because every situation is going to be different to some extent, and getting those things right is really not easy. This is what makes Rainbow Six Siege, it's an art, really.
Of course.
So
All right. Sorry to cut you off there. I'm going to have to take away my face cam for a second. So if you could lead the conversation for a second, I would appreciate it very much.
absolutely, so you will shut it off. I don't have to remove it from OBS. Great. So the two teams, we've seen them before. We have Nobu, obviously, so we are obviously following our local players, and Certified Beauties. They've played under our cast against Pugs last game, so you might even remember them. So the 1v4 clutch that Quinner was able to pull was quite beautiful and quite the game. And this makes it so that we know to some extent both of the teams, and we know what both teams are capable of. Obviously, it'll be the first time they'll be playing one against each other, which will make it so that we don't exactly know what's going to happen, but it still gives us a nice idea. Nobu, they have a really strong team play. They really push together, and they really stick together. Certified Beauties, against Pugs at least, we saw them try to encircle the objective when they were attacking, to try to attack from two or three different sides at once, which obviously has the advantage of trying to surround the defenders. But the disadvantage here is if you're trying...
This is AIDS.
If you're overextending yourself,
Man, what?
this is not going to be looking good. The players in-game were talking, and it kind of...
I just said I fucking love you.
It kind of threw
I
me
love you
off,
too,
so let me
man.
just mute the game real quick. And yeah, so this, once again, is going to be a best of 3. So another thing that can end up happening or having an impact on the game is morale, or to some extent fatigue. So these teams have been playing for, 7 hours now? How long has the stream been running for? That stream has been running for 4 hours. So to some extent, fatigue is going to start to hinder these guys' reflexes, critical thinking ability, or team cohesion. So it really comes down, to some extent, to who is capable of these long stretches of uninterrupted gaming time at once. And to be honest, this is not something that we can judge just by seeing them play those early games. Nobu, they've just played and they've just won 7-1, I believe. Whereas Certified Beauties, they were on a bye, so they were on a they didn't play last game since there's only 2 games going on at once and 6 teams in total. Sorry, or there were up until the bracket now. Therefore, Certified Beauties are well rested. Nobu, they've just played. They haven't, as far as I know, haven't had time to eat yet. Though it's not exactly late so far. It is only going to get worse with time, so they might ask for a bit of a downtime in between 2 games, or maybe in between, should they win, in between the semifinal and the final. But yeah, that really remains to be seen. When you're hungry, it really does throw off your ability to think. I think just about anybody can agree with me on that, and if not, well, you have a high pain tolerance. Congratulations to you. I envy you. Oh, sorry. But yeah, until then, all the 5 players on the Nubu team are present. We're only waiting for the last guy for Certified Beauties. And is there anything you'd want to add to that? I have Discord notification, but it is not something linked to the stream, so I will leave it off at that. And oh, this is getting quite... this was getting interesting. So, yeah, I have done just about anything that went through my mind. And with that being said, we're still waiting for the last player and for Jenna, my lovely co-caster, to come back. So the players are apparently talking to one another in-game. You can see the in-game chat popping up, and obviously the microphone icons opening up as well, but I have muted them as they would have been a distraction for my monologue once again, which is quite rumbling
Hello.
at this point. And the timing
Sorry
is
about that.
perfect. No worries. The timing, though, is perfect. All 5 players are here. You're back. I'll just let you enable the webcam again, though it's not as important.
Let me enable that real. I gotta get set up here. You're gonna have to give me a moment. Here we are. There we go. Actually, real quick,
Yeah, we are.
I need to
You're
turn
cute.
on
Good
the
luck, have fun,
light.
boys.
Y'all are cute.
We are,
There we go.
and then
No worries.
Alrighty.
The
there's that. The game started anyways.
game started
All right.
anyways, yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about Coastline as just generally as a map. So Coastline, again, I've already said this is a pretty predictable map when you think about it. It's obviously got the center courtyard layout, so it makes for a very predictable setup of the rooms, very predictable and easy way to learn the map. That being said, I guess you could say that each team will have to bring something very new, very different to the table in terms of strategy if they want to come out victorious. And that being said, Nomad is going to be our first ban of this map. Something interesting about Nomad, again, she is a very defensive roam clear operator, that meaning that she's very great for defending plants. She's very great for specific utility uses, like trying to uproot different types of operators, all of that jazz. So our second ban is going to be Capitao. Very logical, very easy to point out that he would want to be banned. He's a very good utility operator. He prevents a lot of the fixed positions of defenders. So it's great to want to take him away from the game. And then our ban is going to be, third and fourth ban cascading, going to be Mira and Maestro. So 2 problems already presented here from possible bans is going to be the difference between Maestro and Echo versus the versus no presence of a Jackal ban. So of course, I believe it was a couple previous games before we saw that there was no ban between no ban of Jackal and no ban of Echo. and it came to be that both operators ended up being used and very efficiently and effectively for each round. They had a very big impact on the round as it proceeded. So then my kind of proposition to both of these teams is, why don't they ban Jackal, which is a very effective and offensive roam clear operator, which is, again, he has a very big use. He was basically made for the coastline map.
It is literally his map.
Yeah, it is literally his map. And why don't they ban Echo? Why don't they ban Echo? That's my question, honestly.
I would say Mira has some really strong placements on this map. I like to compare Mira to Legion to showcase how utterly different they are. No matter the map, no matter the bomb site, no matter the game mode, there's always going to be doorways, windows, corridors where the attackers are going to be coming from, and this is where you'll be putting those Legion goo mines. No matter where you are in the game, there's going to be an important place to put those Legion mines. Whereas Mira, she has to find some sort of a wall where, should you open up a line of sight through that wall, you have a good coverage of an important or a pertinent area. And that's really going to come down to the map. You have some maps that, for example, I know it's not a Pro League map, but for example, if you want to put a Mira on, how's it called, favelas, the top floor, any soft walls are outside walls where nobody's going to come from there except if they're repelling. So Mira on that map is next to useless. Unlike on Coastline here. On Coastline, she does have some really strong placements. We're thinking of Theater, where she's really good, especially. So this is why you want to get rid of her, because she really shines on that map. And Maestro obviously has had a buff recently where his Evil Eye takes up a bit more time to warm up, or to overheat, should I say. And therefore, he's now able to down someone in a single shooting or in a single sitting. Therefore, he's able to prevent a diffuser from being planted, unlike previously. When he was first released, you had to be firing at somebody that was already somewhat injured to be able to kill him in one volley. So both of these players are really important, and they're two players that can really paralyze an attack. Whereas Echo, yeah, he is a really strong operator, but he's gotten a couple of nerfs recently, and to some extent you know how to counter him. You just toss any Thatcher EMP in the room. Thatcher isn't being played that particular round, but the point still stands. Or you just use IQ, which is exactly what they're doing. Or, failing that, you just look at the ceiling. Those drones, though they're concealed if you don't particularly look at them, should you pay attention, you will find them. Just like you'll find goo mines if you're looking where you're stepping. If you watch your step would be the right English expression, I believe. So, every operator does have a way to be countered. It's just that, should you fail to counter them, Mira in this map especially would be really strong. And Maestro, it comes down to the playstyles of the players. So I think that will be it for my rant, and we'll head into the first round. And talking about the composition, I'll leave it up to you.
Alrighty, so, taking a little bit of a look at the attacking composition, we are going to be seeing a Dokkaebi for the first time in this actual tournament itself. So Dokkaebi is a very, 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 very powerful operator being used on Coastline, considering the long hallways, the roaming capabilities that a lot of teams like to present during this game, and that is going to be the one tap of the first blood of this game. Sorry to get back to the conversation though. Yeah, Dokkaebi is a very interesting operator to bring, and other than that, the team composition of Certified Beauty seems to be very fixed. It seems to be very normal, nothing out of the ordinary for them, and yeah, other than that, I'd have to say that the defending composition is just about the same.
Yeah, definitely both of our attention is going to be turned towards that Dokkaebi. First of all, it's quite an unorthodox operator. You don't see her too often, and when you do see her, it's probably because there's something special going on in the attacking team's strategy or plan of action. So we'll have to keep an eye for that, because she can be used really effectively either to flush out some roamers, so you can know exactly where they are before you push them, or you can use it to just bomb rush an objective. If you rush in without droning, oh, what a nice nade from below. If you want to rush into an objective without really droning, or if you want to be really aggressive, because once again, if the drone comes from a certain angle, assuming an attacker has tossed a drone recently, you know where the push is going to be coming from. So it can be a really useful alternative to a drone to be really aggressive. However, blatant and overpowering aggressivity does not seem to be the name of the game here. Certified Beauties, definitely, they're going for a slow and methodical push, which is so far more or less working out. They do have a numerical advantage, as I said. However, SK will bring it back to a 3-on-3.
Somebody said in the chat, stream is bugged. Not quite sure what that means, but yeah, I'll just continue with what I was saying. You can probably try to figure that out.
No, he said never mind.
All right, sorry, getting back into the actual stream itself. So 30 seconds left on the round, so the attackers are going to have to make some hasty decisions if they want to execute their plan properly by the end of the round. It's going to put us to a double kill as Savannah grabs, or sorry, the Sledge grabs quite another kill. So, that being said, with about a 3-2 situation, the attackers still are going to have to waste the time of the defenders if they want to win this out. And it's going to be a triple kill for Aska now, with Sledge being the last one alive. He is going to capitalize on the final kill.
And I don't know if you could hear that momentum or that energy in through my microphone, but definitely those players are hyped.
For sure. So, yeah, looking back at the round, it was quite a round for the attackers by the end, even though they were able to lose it. So, yeah, of course, yeah, that Abana kill along with the Sledge frag grenade. Those two were very seamless engagements. There was absolutely no strings to them, no face-to-face engagements. They were able to take advantage of their utility and able to take advantage of their character's power. So I'd honestly say that that is a prime example of using utility to your advantage, and especially the kind of connecting back to the bans, the exact reasons why you would want to ban Nomad and ban Capital, because they could provide or really supplement engagements to where you don't have to do anything. It's very low risk but high reward.
So the one thing that's kind of disappointing is that we didn't really see any of that Dokkaebi action we were hoping for. And speaking of not necessarily unheard of, but certainly uncommon operators, line will be the new, say, novelty in this up-and-coming round. So quite interestingly here, this is the new meta, or the new standard at this point. But we are going into kitchen as a second round, rather than going upstairs in that penthouse and theater room. Why do you think that is?
So, honestly, I think kitchen and delivery has more of a purpose rather than penthouse and theater. So, when we talk about penthouse and theater as an objective for the map layout itself, obviously penthouse has the big window and has the window on white hallway or white stairs. So, it really does provide a lot of vertical play and a lot of horizontal play, especially with the hatches being put into play. So, that being said, in all, it provides a lot of opportunities for attackers to get into the objective and for them to even see through the defenders rather than even having to take those types of engagements. And of course, the meta of window play has been a lot more prominent in the coming time of of these past new seasons, especially with different characters being geared towards window play. But nonetheless, it is going to be a 2K, which unfortunately we weren't able to see from the Legion, and Sophia trying to take the run-in for Penthouse.
So the attackers here, they've lost the diffuser, and I don't really see too many roamers, except for maybe for that Valkyrie right here, who would be in a position to try to contest that diffuser's repossession by the attackers. Lion here will be using the 1E, 1D drone to push in, but the SK here will just be sitting still. As I do hear an echo drone nearby, so I don't believe Destroys is going to be able to sneak up on any of those defenders. So for right now, if you compound the numerical disadvantage to that and another possible kill, which will just not happen here, this is not going to be looking good for the attackers here. They will have to regain some sort of initiative, and soon, if they want to have a fighting chance, which will happen here. Destroys gets in the first kill, but will be refragged really quickly here. Better luck next time, leaving us in a 1v4 situation.
So obviously the kill online was definitely superior positioning for the defenders. They all put themselves in a position where they could refrag upon one another, and truly that is the crux to good playing. That is the crux to winning out different rounds with having little to no collateral from your team. So of course, you know, you might take down or have one teammate being taken down, but in the end, it really is worth it because you can take down and have the mana advantage for the enemy team itself.
It really does not look good for Quinner here. There's not much he can do, and you can see he just trying to stay alive. He is retreating further and further and further out. Therefore, well, time is gonna run out. He will try to drone his opponents out. It does seem to me like he's just despairing or disparaging at this point. I don't really feel like he's gonna try anything, though he probably should. Even if the odds are 10-1 or 100-1, should he be the one time in 100 where you get the clutch? That would be quite interesting to add to your resume, right? As well as he's the guy that pulled the 1v4 last game against Pugs. So yeah, it really does look to me as if he's just not gonna try anything. But honestly, a bit disappointing to me.
Genuinely disappointing, but nonetheless, it is going to be a round one for the defenders. So by the end of that, it was quite a disappointing round for the attackers, I'd have to say, but it really went down to the quick engagement from Legion. I think Legion genuinely, by the beginning, took down the foundation and brought it to its knees of the key players from the attacking team and all. And with that, they basically were able to streamline throughout the round with enough aggressivity and enough confidence to win out the round. Obviously, we saw the defenders having the good position or a good enough position to make out refrags and having very good like aggressive plays and aggressive callouts. It was something that comes with the idea of confidence.
So at this point, we're in a 2-0 situation, and you were talking about how the window meta it was prominent, or how it was really a center focus point to the game at this point. You would be proven right. We're going blue bar and sunrise bar instead of going, well, anywhere else, really. So this is going to be interesting. Blue bar, sunrise bar used to be the least played room in the entire map. But now, though, I believe it's still the least played. The gap between it and the second to last room, which I believe will at this point even be Penthouse, is shrinking. So it makes it so that we're going to be seeing more diversity in the bomb spots. So I really like it.
Definitely. So again, I'm really interested in strategies that the defense can bring to the table, especially with the castle being put into play, which I kind of question the validity of castle being put into play in general, because you would expect the site of Sunrise and Blue Bar to genuinely be an open concept site, not have too much reinforcement between it, or even castles being put on walls, or being put on windows or doorways. But yeah, nonetheless, I'd have to say I want to see what castle can do.
So you're talking about castle being really questionable of a choice. Indeed, absolutely. Sledge is gonna make short work of that. Zofia is gonna just chew through a barricade. She even has the breaching charges should the 79 lifeline be out of ammo. Lion does not have the breaching charge, but IQ does. So 3 out of 5 operators are a counter to Castle, which is really not a good position to be in when it's a 3 out of 5 chances that your gadget's going to be worthless against whoever you're going up against. Well, your odds are not exactly good, are they? Cobra here getting the first kill. Louis is going for a kill himself, but that's just not going to work.
Unfortunately, it is going to be Lion that is taking the advantage on the Jaeger, and in the end he was able to win out the engagement, putting them at a 4v3 situation. So of course we are going to be seeing now, with 2 minutes left in the round, the attackers are going to have to play a little bit more defensively and a little bit more passively if they want to win out these rounds. Even with only Habana being taken out from the round, they still do have to watch the corners, they still do have to watch the flanks, and nonetheless it's going to be still, even with the player advantage, it's still going to be a hard game for them to win out.
Wow. Here Sledge just misses barely that hatch. But yeah, the whole floor is destructible, so they can just let hell loose on the defenders, shrinking the area or the safe zones where the defenders know they can't be shot at from above or from any of the windows. The possibilities will be shrinking with every hammer here, or every hit of the hammer. This is why SK here should be trying to get that kill, or should be playing a bit more of an aggressive roam, as we're going to see a kill by V-Destroyers, putting it on a 2-to-1 ratio, 4-to-2 if you want to count the players. There we go, SK with that nice roaming. And his position is now known. Obviously, Destroyers will be turning his attention towards him. And alone, on his own, SK will get a first kill. Quite nice. But here he was tagged by the Lion Drone. So he will just reposition himself. And that roaming single-handedly put the teams back on an equal footing. As we can see here, Catley will barely not suffocate to death by the smokes. But he's as much as done for. V-Destroyers gets the same treatment on his opponent. And we can see SK here just coming back to get the final kill.
Absolutely amazing plays from SK. He really did play the passive roam game, the roam game that we do expect to see throughout these types of rounds. And even though he did play passively for most of the round, it's kind of a game of patience. Roaming really is, and he played it out so beautifully, especially at the end with taking his engagement with that Lion. It really did depend on the type of intel he was getting, and the intel was absolutely perfect for the engagement that he took. So speaking of this next round, now this is going to be putting us at a 3-0 scoreline. Yeah, my bad. It's going to be putting us at a 3-0 scoreline. And something really interesting to note. So the Certified Beauties team has been kind of playing the same types of strategies and same types of composition throughout the past 3 rounds. So we haven't seen the big presence of a Lion, the presence of, I believe, on and off IQ and Dokkaebi. So again, I have to question, why aren't they trying to adapt to Nobu's team and Nobu's team composition? I really like to see what the response would have to be to that, but nonetheless, let's get into this round.
So to play devil's advocate, what could they do more, or what could they do differently? Like, what compositions would you want them to bring to the table? Ying could maybe be an interesting option. Montagna, if you have a shield strategy, absolutely go for it. But the obvious absentee here would be Thermite, but he's not very useful in these rooms that the Nobu team is defending. So yeah, pass the question off to you. What would you like to see them trying, or how would you like to see them innovating?
It really comes down less to the character selection and more to the adaptability factor. Because,
Wow.
I
will just cut you off there.
Sorry?
What is that line of sight? He has control on the doorway? Does he? Look at that.
I believe I've seen it before. I've seen it before in Go Force before.
Oh, I couldn't quite remember. That blew my mind. Sorry, I kind of cut you off there. Actually, no, I'm not sorry. Go ahead. We'll just kind of put a pin in that conversation. We'll just get right back into the round. So we're going to be seeing the first engagement between Sledge and, I believe, if I'm correct, Jaeger. I wasn't quite sure. I didn't quite catch the engagement there, but we're going to be seeing another engagement of Jaeger and now Zofia. So 2 big fragging / utility operators are going to be taken away from the round, and very quickly, with about 1 minute only down. Now, Lion is going to be walking into VIP Lounge already, so he does have a possible angle advantage if the defenders do choose to rotate carelessly. And now, yes, it is going to be a careless rotation, but Lion is going to be immediately refragged with the positioning of the defenders in great standing now. And Valkyrie is going to be up with a smoke, getting the final say of Lion. So, should you be on the orange team here, what could you be hoping for? Honestly, it's not looking good. Though the defenders, the attackers, should I say, still have much time, and the Certified Beauties remaining players' positions are unknown or uncertain. Definitely, we don't see all 4 of the remaining players turning around and trying to protect that aquarium room. we're gonna see Nolian getting another kill on the roof, which is obviously gonna be a bit of a distraction. So I don't really see anybody. Oh, Gazi seems to know where IQ is, but other than that, yeah, he's been seen by the Valkyrie's black eye. So Quinner at this point is going to become the distraction, and the real push might be from Nolian here. It remains to be seen, but that's the course of action I would be trying to go for if I was there, if I was them.
Alrighty, and it's going to be a 2v3 situation with about 40 seconds left on the clock. IQ attempting to take out that gadget there, and Habana kind of on the other side. IQ gets taken out, however, so the advance between the objective, and it's going to be spread thin with the defenders winning out. I'm sorry, I try to kind of convert the conversation to a play-by-play, but wasn't working, and by the end, the Jaeger just took advantage of the.
Realistically speaking, as soon as IQ died, it was done for. There was no way that Hibana was going to get the 3 kills. Just looking at the clock, she wouldn't have had time to run from one defender to the other, assuming she gets flawless instant kills on either of them. And planting the diffuser was not an option either, since she didn't have it. The diffuser was downed as soon as IQ died in that aquarium, which is obviously not the next door over when you're pushing with around 15 seconds left, sorry, when you're pushing from that VIP lounge. So yeah, nicely tried. So Quinner definitely had a methodical approach, looking for those yokai drones, but at the end of the day, if you lose your firefights, if you lose your engagements, well, it's not going to be worth much.
For sure, for sure. So walking into this next round, we are going to be put into our 5th round to play with a 4-0 scoreline. Nobu being put at odds to win out the rest of this role swap. So that being said, it is going to be possibly a 6-0 by the time we hit the role swap. And of course, we've talked about the no point of return, Hans, earlier in the tournament, but let's kind of refresh the viewers on that one, shall we?
So, it is quite interesting how I'm always the one that ends up explaining it, but yeah, no worries. The point of no return. Obviously, when it's, say, 6-0, the game is not yet over. It is still, in this case, possible for Certified Beauties to win 6 rounds in a row and kick this into overtime. However, seeing as it is 6-0, realistically speaking, the odds are, well, let's just say unlikely at the very least. Therefore, realistically speaking, when you're in a 6-0 situation, or even right now, I assume Certified Beauty's morale is going to be somewhat low. So realistically speaking, it is going to be pretty unlikely for them to win the map. So the one and only thing I can hope for them, well, first of all, not to lose 7-0, because that's going to be a heavy blow to the morale of the players, and it is not a best of 1, it is a best of 3, so it's not a sprint, it is a marathon, so to speak of. Oh, he just destroyed his teammate's drone. Unfortunate.
Unfortunate at that, but if they do lose out these next few rounds, it is going to be a match point, that no point of return, and might be able to see Nobu win out this round of the playoffs, the first round of best of 3. Nonetheless, let's walk into this round already. We're going to have our first engagement. It was between Ashe and Valkyrie. Ashe obviously coming out victorious. Valkyrie didn't necessarily expect the positioning of Ashe to be so forward, to be so aggressive, and for that, she kind of got caught off guard. Fortunately, Valkyrie is going to be dead, but it kind of is a trade-off that way, because even though Valkyrie did die, she is going to be able to watch intel for the defense team a little bit better this time around. So regardless, we are going to be seeing now a 4v4 situation. Ashe getting taken advantage of by, I believe it was Legion. She got killed from the objective, kind of playing a little bit too aggressively, wide swinging the breach there, but in the end, it did see that Legion was the victorious player.
So right now, the standings are pretty even, 4-4, 1 minute 30 remaining. Actually, Louise being now downed. This is going to put the Certified Beauties team at a numerical advantage, which we've seen before, but not exactly often. However, the remaining players are going to be hunkering up in the objective itself, with the absence of Sledge. Oh, that's Smoke here. Oh, I was wrong about everybody remaining being on OBJ, but with that being said, Kartley is going to rectify my mistake. It's now a 2-to-1 ratio, 4 against 2. Cobra gets a first kill, but still, the disadvantage is pretty heavy, and the absence of Sledge is not going to be doing the attackers any favors either, since they won't really have an easy way. Jackal might open up the ceiling above Gods' head. Oh, with the impact nade, but yeah, he's really low, and it is not going to be an easy fight for him. And there we go. Certified Beauty is winning the first round for the morale, or even just to save face. This is going to be a crucial point for them.
Definitely. So if we do walk into the last round and Certified Beauties does lose it of the original role swap, we might be able to see we might be able to see a little to no comeback for them. But again, yeah, it does put up the morale, it does give them that little sense of hope for Certified Beauties to finally get some momentum and win out a few rounds, maybe put us into another match point situation, but this time in favor for them.
The only question is, will they be able to roll with it, or will it just be a one-off type of thing? And really, the answer to that question might indirectly be the answer as to who's going to win the map. Or actually, it literally is. Are Certified Beauties going to win more rounds? We definitely hope it. And I just want to point out, it was a 3-1. So it's not as if that round was particularly close, or it's not as if Nobu was really holding their ground when looking at this round. So this means if Certified Beauties played right, they can have a solid advantage against Nobu. They just have to do it.
For sure, and the act of winning out these rounds and the act of doing that is going to present just as much of a challenge to them as would winning out the match point, no point of return round. So again, this is going to be a very, very hard challenge for them to undertake, but if they do put their minds to it, if they do have enough team chemistry, and if they can prevent Nobu from taking the advantage, they might be able to. Just quite. So, speaking of this round, now we are going to be going into our 6th round, our role swap type of round, and I'm pretty interested to see how this round is going to turn out. So, for the attackers, looking at the composition, it does, something interesting really to me is that this does look like it's going to be geared towards more of a rushing strategy. Obviously, the use of Ashe, Nock, IQ, and Jackal. Obviously, 3 of the 4 operators I've just stated are 1 armor operators, so if the attack does take the opportunity to rush in and possibly hit the objective hard all at once, they might be able to catch the defenders blindsided and win out the round that way, which would be a very interesting factor of success from Certified Beauties.
So the one thing that I don't really notice here is, yeah, you're talking about how many of those operators are basically rush operators, with Ashe being killed by Godzi here, but I don't really see them rushing. So Jackal obviously is a good anti-roamer. Nock, if she's not a rushing operator, I don't know what she is, but they don't really seem to be playing it to their operators' playstyles. Oh, this looks to me like a run out. So did you just open up the front door for smoke to make a quick peek outside? Apparently not, but Jackal, you're barely missing a possible kill on Eska. The attackers have had good success so far to just stop the attackers' push and to slow things down a little. And once you slow things down, well, your roamers can position themselves in a better way, or even those hankering operators can just focus their attention from the one doorway to the other. And right now, even though the Certified Beauties are only down a player, I don't see this tactical situation as being too good for them. Both remaining attackers are, after all, split up, so they're really playing, well, alone.
Yeah, so at this point, again, they are split up, so they are going to have to be playing a little bit really on guard at this point if they want to kind of win out these rounds. Habana flashing herself, unfortunately, is going to waste a little bit more time for allowing Jaeger to get into a position of an advantage. He does kill out the Habana, but it is going to be a refrag for the Jackal, so he did put himself in a position to where he could eventually refrag out that situation. And so Jackal having to advance with about 40 seconds left. As the time ticks down, it seems like less and less of an advantage he really makes for himself. with the advantage of any type of surprise. Now it is going to be Echo going up against Jackal. Jackal getting the triple kill. He ends up victorious, and now it is up to Legion to either play hooky or take on the engagement 1-2-1.
So that yokai drone might be the end of Jackal. If he can't find it, well, his position is going to be known. He is being constantly pinged and pushed by through the smoke. But yes, Certified Beauties are showing us that this previous round was not a one-time thing. They just had to take a few rounds to figure out how Nobu plays, and now they found a way to basically counter this. It was, though, a 1v3 clutch, so GG on that part. And also, the one other thing I wanted to point out was, well, Jackal was the last player alive, and they hadn't really started to attack the OBJ itself. So they lost basically 4 attackers to the roamers. This was really not looking good at all. And yet, Jackal was able to pull it back.
Yeah, so what does this round say for Certified Beauties and their possible outcome and their possible confidence? So obviously this putting their confidence level skyrocketed up. We might be able to see some momentum going on for Certified Beauties. We might be able to see a couple more rounds made for them against Nobu. And if Nobu doesn't clean up their act soon, we might be able to see a possible win from Certified Beauties in this coming game.
Well,
yeah.
Sorry. To put a dent into that hypothesis, we've just had the role swap. So now Nobu will have the attacking role, and Certified Beauties will be defending. So should either of those teams have a clear advantage or have a way better strategy, either attacking or defending, that 7th round, that role swap that we've just had, might just completely turn the tables. We've seen it before on especially unbalanced map. Not that Coastline is one of those, but it's not just the map, there's also the human element into that. If the Nobu team has a strong or a weak attack, that might just change the game.
For sure. And all right. So I believe we have not talked about team composition yet. Is that correct?
We have not.
Alrighty. So when we look at team composition, it seems like the defending team, by looking at the team composition, we are going to be seeing a lot of roam-heavy operators. Well, only 2, technically, but if Legion chooses to roam, this might present another side of opposition for Team Nobu to have to go against. Obviously, with this being the role swap and putting them at a 4-2 disadvantage, Certified Beauties is going to have to bring, again, something very new to the table. So if they were to choose to roam, this could put them at a position to win out these next rounds if they were able to play well enough on the roam, if they were able to really take the advantage away from Nobu. That being said, if they were to possibly do something unexpected that Nobu really wouldn't expect, because of course, obviously this map layout itself is a very expected map layout. It's very something that people can easily learn, easily get around. So if Nobu weren't to watch their corners, weren't to watch their angles, they might present themselves a grave disadvantage.
Certified Beauties, though they're at a disadvantage, they seem to have a plan to come back out of that, and it will be the spawn kill. Silent here trying to go for something. Obviously, Vigil tried to do the same, and it did not quite work out for him, but here we have Kartli getting a nice kill on Zofia, so not exactly the most important operator to get a kill on, but still, a frag is a frag. However, Diffuser has been lost. Obviously, this only represents a 5-ish second delay for SK here to just walk back and to grab the diffuser, but still at the end of the round 5 seconds might be the difference between a round won and a round lost, so we'll have to see how that plays out later on, obviously. And the one thing that was really surprising to me was Silent being Echo roaming. You talked about the roam heavy meta. Well, it is happening, but in an unexpected way.
Definitely, and obviously with Ashe watching her angles, it's going to be an engagement between Ashe and Echo, and Ashe finds herself victorious in the midst of an ACOG battle. So it is going to be IQ that is going to be preyed upon next with now a 3v3 situation. So odds are completely turned with the attacking and the defending side being at very equal footing with each other.
What else can we add to that? With 1 minute 30 remaining on the clock, this is shipping up to be one of the most even-headed maps that we've seen so far. Louis still expecting someone to be roaming, and if we rotate between the defenders' perspectives, Quitter is still out and about, but yeah, Louise is holding though the right angle. He's looking at the kitchen. He's way too far out of the kitchen to be able to really make an impact on that particular firefight. At this point, should I be the attackers? I'll just try to go for the objective. Take a quick control of the OBJ itself, and then force the roamers to come back, which is exactly what's happening right now, though with limited success.
An interesting factor of the defense to talk about real quick, if we were to go on the perspective of Jaeger, he is trying to make an active flank as of right now, kind of trying to make his way back to the objective, but also getting an advantage on the attackers who have currently walked into Aquarium, and unfortunately the flank is unsuccessful as he does get killed by the end there, and now putting us at a 30-second time delay with the attackers. They are going to have to be planting soon. They are going to have to be playing hastily if they want to win out this round. And now with Gridlock being the only one holding this fuse, she's going to have to walk in and make a move sometime soon.
Quite interesting. This is shaping up to be really a high-intensity round, so Nolian really does not have a line of sight. He is basically the backup operator with a nice peek here. Gets a first kill. Will he get the second? No, he will be fragged. But will there be a refrag by Doc? Apparently not. SK is really low. That shotgun might be the end of Gridlock, but no. And the big mistake. The attackers now no longer have the diffuser, but yes, Nobu is able to get the kill at the very last second. Solid plays here. I honestly did not expect that outcome. I thought as soon as Gridlock loses the diffuser, well, it's lost, but Louise shows us that being aggressive, as long as you can get your kills, it does play out.
Yeah, and especially with the aggression of the attack, all the power had been shifted from different areas of the map all the way into Aquarium, so the attackers really put themselves in a position to where they could refrag on each other. And by the end of the round there, it became apparent to the Doc that he was really in over his head. And taking the wide swing engagement, it really made his position apparent. And so Ash could really just take the advantage, walk into the objective, and easily get the refrag on Doc.
So Quinter's rotation here was sadly uneventful because he spent most of the round sitting in the kitchen, not doing much. And when he tries to come back to contribute to his team, his contribution was, well, next to nothing. He used up 5 seconds of one of those attackers' attention, and that was it. So, all in all, solid plays. The Certified Beauties knew how to play to win time, which admittedly worked out. The timer was running critically low, but once again, well, you have to get your kills if you want it to mean anything, which as Louis showed us, pre-fires and aggressivity are going to be the name of the game.
Definitely. So, something very interesting that I'd like to point out is that Certified Beauties, even though they kind of tried to get some momentum going for themselves, they still are getting bested by Nobu. So Nobu obviously winning out the last round kind of shut down the momentum that Certified Beauties had with the 2 successful rounds that they had carried out. And my question for this round is, how will Certified Beauties react and be able to adapt to Nobu? And then, is their momentum completely shut down? Is at this point in the game, is their momentum able to resurface? Are they able to make a comeback?
Yeah, this is actually a pretty good question. I believe it was not rhetorical. You were actually expecting me to answer to that. And we talked about the point of no return, but the way I described it, it's not exactly how things are shaping up. So, honestly, yeah, I couldn't tell. Definitely Nobu's first round of attack has been won, so though it is only a one round we're basing our estimates off of, well, things are looking kind of good. The one thing that was disappointing last time was to see Echo die early off in the round. Once again, Echo being a really, really important operator late game, having him risk his life for spawn kills like he's doing now is, I feel like it is a big risk. Should you lose, say, a Rook early on, well, you still have the armor, you still have the gadget, though you've lost the gun and the player. Echo is not going to work like that by virtue of his gadget, so a big risk that Certified Beauties are taking. Last time it was a risk they shouldn't have taken. This round, well, nobody has died on either side, so it's not going to have much of an impact.
Definitely. Now, as we get into this round itself, minutes are going to be passed during the round, and now there still is no engagements between the attackers and the defenders. So the attackers are kind of just cementing their presence on the map itself. And as I say that, Valkyrie comes in contact with the Buck. Buck getting the final say on that Valkyrie. Obviously, Valkyrie getting killed in the process, and unfortunately. The Vigil did get downed as well, but he did get up by the Dox Dim, and now the attackers are just kind of trying to probe the objective, kind of trying to get as much intel as they can before they make an educated guess as to where the defenders are, and possibly make a push into the objective, get an execute.
So as long as you don't take too much time, this might be actually the way to go. So if you just blindly rush into an objective, not knowing who's where, obviously it's not going to pan out. So droning and preparing your next step is obviously the thing to do. However, the only mistake you have to not commit is, well, letting that timer run out. And Cobra here does not seem to know about Quinner's location. Quinner barely missing a kill here. This is, well, a nice opportunity that was missed, and since he's fired a couple of shots, his position is now known, so he will have to rotate out of what was not exactly a power position, but he was really well placed to cut off any rotation. Now this advantage is basically gone.
Yeah, and that being said, Jaeger not taking the advantage correctly, that might put a very big dampen on the round and his effect on it, and all being that the pool table area is now completely open for the attackers just to walk in and make the plant. And Jaeger is going to have to play aggressive, even though the attackers know his position, if he wants to retake the area itself.
So with 15 seconds and a 2-to-1 disadvantage, it is all going to come down to IQ. If she's capable of protecting that Thatcher, it is not going to work out, or it is going to work out, but eventually what just happened here was Echo getting a nice double kill and winning the round. There was no way to apply the diffuser without him knowing, so it all came down to IQ's coverage, which ended up being lacking.
Yeah, I truly think that we can attribute this round's win to Echo and his effect on the round. Obviously, with the last few engagements, Echo was able to completely dominate in them, and even with his intel of his drone, the utility is completely unmatched. So, throughout the character bands, again, I would have to say that Echo is still one of the most important operators versus Maestro. Regardless, Echo makes such an impact on the round that even if we were to use Maestro rather than Echo, Maestro would not near as Echo would.
Seconds left. The attacker's bomb diffuser has been
Yeah, sorry, I had to cut off my mic there because I kind of sneezed. So, with the replays as of now being just about done, let's take a look at where we are right now. We were talking about how Nobu had a solid lead, and slowly but surely, that lead is fading away. So, Certified Beauties will definitely work their best to keep their current momentum going, and Nobu, well, they just have to block that momentum. As I see that Certified Beauties' logo is apparently missing from the overlay. Let's try something. Let's just go into just about any overlay to unload that image and reload it back up. So if I do this, I'm just going to say the previous replays and try to fix that. No. In-game overlay. Reload that, please. Let's see after the flags if it works.
attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs.
And if not, well, sorry about that, Certified Beauties. It is not me. It is the map and system at this point. Yes, it is working. All right. So, 5-3. Yeah, Certified Beauties, they're in a position to get a comeback, but at the same time, Nobu, they're not that far off a victory as well. So, 2 rounds can happen really quickly either way, right? So, either Certified Beauties can get those points back to an even number, or Nobu can just win the round without us seeing it coming.
Definitely. So, again, it's really up to Certified Beauties, and really up to if they can set the pace of the round, try to get off a couple of quick picks from Nobu, and eventually solidify their win. So, it really just how well they play as a team, and their individual skill, their individual engagements, a million different factors kind of goes into the success of Certified Beauties, and if there is any success at all.
Certified Beauties were quite aggressive in the first few rounds of their defending, for example, with Doc and the Echo spawn kill attempts. This time, they'll be playing it a bit more cautious, and honestly, I couldn't say if it's the right or the wrong decision on their first defense. Well, on either teams, both teams had lost a player. That run out, though, is going to be the end of Ash. And on the second round, well, nobody had died to the spawn kills, and either being spawn killed or being counter spawn killed. So the aggressivity on Certified Beauties' part seemed to be dying down, though as I said it, well, there was the run out against Ash. That definitely proved me wrong there. But we were talking about how Certified Beauties have to keep the momentum up. It seems to be going, well, quite well, but without, say, spectacular results either.
Yeah, I mean, speaking about that, though, it really is up to Certified Beauties, and it seems like they're putting more of an emphasis on intel this time around rather than the 3 armor operators such as Echo or Doc. So, again, it looks like they are going to put more prize and more pride into their intel opportunities. So, again, I would like to see how that impacts the round as well. Even though the round has kind of proceeded its way through, I'd really like to see the definition of how that could really scope out the round itself and how well it goes through.
So Cardley here had absolutely no cover. He was quite lucky to get the first kill. Actually, he depended on the advantage of surprise, which ended up happening. Double kill here, leaving us in a 1v4 situation against Godzi. If Godzi can pull it off, this is going to be exactly the kind of clutch we've seen Quinterpole last time. That Nitro Cell, though, might be the end of it. He has to get the kill really quickly. No, the Nitro Cell doesn't get him, but he will be picked by 2 defenders, and that is going to be a challenge he cannot survive. Cartley thus winning his team's their 4th round, I believe. And yeah, it might be attributed to the role swap, but Certified Beauties, definitely they're pulling their act back to get back together.
It seems like we are going to be seeing a possible rehost here if the defending team cannot get their player back in time.
Oh, he's
they
here.
were able
He's
to get
there.
their player back
Don't worry.
in time.
So yeah, talking about those replays, the round was heavily played by the roamers to some extent, but that did not really prevent Nubu from pushing on to the objective, and that made for a quite surprising round. To see Vigil being the anchor operator, well, that was somewhat unexpected. And
Definitely.
yeah, I'll let you go ahead because the players were talking in game, and obviously with the replays being up, I didn't quite see what they were talking about. Okay, yeah, so they were talking about something about somebody or some operator being banned, and yeah, it seems as if everything is in order.
Alrighty, so again, it seems like Certified Beauties this time around is going to make the split between Intel and a 3 armor operator such as Doc. So again, they're putting all their marbles into the efficiency and effectiveness of Doc himself. Obviously, Doc being a very big player we have seen between their defense rounds so far, but again, something very, very interesting to me is the fact that they've been able to keep up this momentum for quite a while. I mean, we truly expected them, or at least I expected them to fall flat on their face when it came to the 5-1 situation. I really expected that no point of return to be solidified by the first couple rounds of their defense. But it seems like defense itself has been at least the turning point of Certified Beauty's strategy.
So definitely should the current, say, ratio keep on going, well, we're looking at a very likely overtime situation, or even Certified Beauties' comeback, should that even end up happening. But for the time being, we're going Sunrise Bar, and yeah, I had asked the question once earlier in the game, and we haven't gone Penthouse even once. So you talked about the window meta being so important. Well, I cannot. That was admittedly a long time ago, but I can absolutely not fault you on that point. You were actually pretty spot on. So congratulations to you.
So it does seem like Doc is going to be taken out of the round fairly quickly, rather than the other operators normally getting killed off in the round. But seems like his presence on this round is now going to be long gone, and with that, any type of healing capabilities that he brings to the team, so any type of damage that gets brought on to the rest of the defenders is going to be very permanent, and it's not going to be replaceable. So again, they might have to play a little bit more passively if they want to win out these rounds.
And
For
those
this round.
operators are not exactly the passive type. The passive type would be the Rook just holding a tight angle and hoping for the best with his heavy armor and his ACOG. Though, well, we're seeing roamers doing the roaming game. Once again, I am extremely surprised to see V destroys Vigil being the dedicated anchoring operator who is going to get picked by a double kill here by Sad Rafi. Nicely played. So both roamers here have to get back on OBJ, and if they don't do it soon enough, we're looking at a possible diffuser planted. And yeah, this is not going to be easy for Kartli. He just has no luck crawling through that opening, which makes him an easy, or actually a free kill for Eska. There was, well, next to nothing he could have done to prevent that death. And I kind of fault the game at this point, because the openings made with the shotguns are so inconsistent. It is quite aggravating, and I do understand the players' possible miscontentment. Is that a word? Well, them being angry right now at the netcode.
So, speaking about the last round as a general statement, so the fraggers being put down. So obviously the Zofia and the Ashe were two big picks from the defense that they immediately were able to capture. So speaking about that, obviously when the fraggers are taken down, it usually means that the attack power is normally diminished. So it usually means that the attackers are going to have to rethink their strategy and get around not having the pure raw attacking power that you would normally see throughout the round. You know, obviously something like a rush or something like a very preemptive push into a room without having to drone, that type of thing. Obviously that's not the case. We did not see any type of diminish in their momentum throughout the round, and it's very interesting to me because usually, again, you would see them having to rethink what they were doing and kind of slow down the pace, kind of reset the pace of what they are trying to accomplish. But obviously, they did not. They just kept on moving forward. They were almost unfazed by the Ashe and the Sophia getting taken out of the round, almost if it really just didn't affect them in any way, shape, or form. And for that, I really have to say kudos, because not a lot of teams can really have that type of skill where they stop that, right?
Well, I feel like what happened is, if you look at the composition here, the only really, well, really, there is always going to be some gradation to what I say, but the only really important utility operator is going to be Hibana. So you might take out a Zofia, you might take out a Jackal. Yeah, Jackal might be a bit annoying to lose, but it's not going to completely halt an attack or a plan of attack like Thermite Dying might if you're attacking, say, any garage. Or what would you? So they're playing a frag-heavy game here. Ashe is playing on her gun. IQ, well, her gadget's not going to get any kills either. Zofia, it's just the same. Jackal, yeah, his gadget might help him to find his opponent. But at the end of the day, he has to get the kills with his gun, which is admittedly a really strong firearm. So this is why losing the one or the other player in and of itself is not going to be too much of a handicap, I feel like, for Nobu.
Right, but obviously we're going to be seeing the first frag of the round. This time it's going to be Zofia coming out victorious on the Bandit, who really wasn't expecting the push from Zofia on Blue Bar. So again, it really comes down to intel for that engagement, but another refrag really quick, and two frags successfully. It is going to be onto the Jaeger, and then I believe it was from the Vigil going to the Habana. So again, it does put a little bit of a damper on the attacking team's strategy along with the defending team's strategy. Obviously, we saw that the Jaeger and the Bandit did seem to be roaming. So again, the aggressive type of strategy that Certified Beauties is bringing to the table just almost got completely shut down in the matter of a minute and a half, or really, in effect, 20 seconds. Just unfortunate to them, but it seems like an engagement with Doc and Ashe is going to turn out very successful for Ashe, and obviously walking out victorious, she is able to push up farther to the objective, now putting us at a 4v2 engagement, 4v3 engagement as Legion grabs another kill. It's going to be putting us even farther towards the victory now of the attackers, as Legion is going to be left to have to defend on his own.
The attackers do not have the diffuser, so they really don't have a choice but to go for the kill, which is exactly what they're doing. But the results obviously aren't there. Sad Rafi here has total control of Hookah. He's looking through the punch hole here for that final kill, but Godzilla has to go for the rotation, and it is obviously going to chew up a chunk of time or from what is remaining. Nolian going for the rotation, undetected, might I add. Sad Rafi, though he's looking at the right angle here, yeah, should Legion peek that angle, I don't really see him surviving that firefight. And was it a one-tap? Sorry for the mic peeking, but oh, wow. Let's listen to it again. I heard 2 shots being fired. But yeah, it could have been a one-tap. Solid plays here.
Definitely solid plays coming from the attacking team. They were able to completely prevent the aggression from the defending team, which again is a very big focal point of their entire strategy. So once that gets shut down, they almost are rendered completely ineffective by the end of the round there. Obviously, it seemed that Doc, his big 3 armor self, was definitely spotted throughout the hallway. And again, Ash able to take advantage of that. She got a pretty easy engagement between her and Doc. So again, very, very good attempts from both teams, but it was just Nobu that ended up coming out victorious by the end there.
So, however, this was not all of it. This is only the first map of a best of 3. The second map here is going to be Bank, and not everything is lost for the Certified Beauties team, though they will have to get that clutch and get that comeback, because definitely the rate at which they were winning rounds last game. Oh, your cam seems to be off. The rate at which they were winning rounds last game is definitely not sustainable. So, Armrex is asking Fortnite. Well, this is going to be a Rainbow Six stream tonight. I know Esports Central, they do a couple of different things, but tonight they're hosting a Rainbow Six tournament. I say they because I'm only here to cast that game for them. I'm not really a Esports Central employee per se. So, as far as I know, we can just start the next game right off the bat. Let me just make sure the players are ready. Oh, and the blue team has to start defending first.
I did set up my camera.
Okay, so, oh, yeah, I know what's happening. The Discord, your face cam share just has to be full screen, like so. There you go. Sorry about that.
That is all right. So, I believe it is going to be Nobu against. And is this? Oh wait, no, sorry. This is going to be the final. Yeah, I believe this is going to be the final. Well, actually, depending on who wins, this could be the final match.
Exactly. So should Certified Beauties get the kill, get the map? Sorry, I'm doing 2 things at once, and it is not easy for my brain. Should Certified Beauties win that map, we'll go into the tiebreaker, which is, I believe, Consulate. SK says they're ready.
Hello.
So I'm still waiting for C Beauties, just saying that they're good. Carty saying let's go. I will take it as if they are ready to go. So, map 2. Best of luck to the teams, and may the best team win.
For sure, may the best team win. So, let's talk a little bit about Bank as a map itself. So, Bank is genuinely, it really is a defense map. When we speak about the map itself, it is a very meta-based map, which means that it's very predictable. So when we speak about the type of team strategies that are going to be applied to this game, 9 times out of 10 we won't be seeing anything new. We will be seeing something modified from the normal strategies we see. Other than that, if we don't see anything that's modified, it is most likely going to lose, because the predictability, again, is a very, very big factor. And again, these teams are made to adapt against predictability and adapt against what they usually see during high-level matches. So I can only imagine that adaptability is going to be a very big factor, and unpredictability is going to be an even bigger factor as we walk into these possibly final rounds. And so Jackal and Thatcher are going to be your first bans. Again, very, very logical bans. Jackal being a very big roam clear operator, and an even bigger use of an operator ban for this map specifically, being that it is a very big map, and again, roaming is going to be a very effective thing during these next rounds. And again, Thatcher being taken away, it's just kind of a collateral type of thing. Of course, you always want to take Thatcher away from this banning phase because he is a unmatched utility operator. And even though Maverick is still going to be in the game, he's not going to have nearly as much of an impact on the rounds as really Thatcher can have. So again, he's a very big ban and a very viable operator. And again, our final ban is going to be Maestro, which again, I still have to question the validity of. Even throughout all of these rounds, I still am always going to be questioning the validity of because he is not necessarily, in my personal, it's not necessarily as much of an operator with the effect, widespread effect, as Echo is.
So I do feel like on the attacking side, you kind of got the bans that you wanted to see, or that you had been raving about. The Thatcher not being banned instead of having Maverick banned, for example, on Clubhouse a few games back, and obviously we've seen last game what Jackal can bring to the table. So, if I had to bet, I'd say you're pretty happy for the attacking bans. You did just talk about Maestro, so yeah, on the defense side, those teams, or every team, is going to have their way of playing the game. And what's really interesting with Rainbow Six is, well, with the operators ban, the metas or the compositions are always going to be the same. I was talking with an employee here at Esports Central before the stream started, and he was talking about Overwatch, which is a game I don't really play. I don't really know much about it. But he said the composition was always the same. So the devs updated it, and then it became always the same, new, different thing. So the ban phase here is going to force the meta to always be changing, evolving, and to always stay fresh. And ultimately, this is what I like to see. How are the playstyles going to vary? Not just because we're on another map, but also because the operator selection have been slightly tweaked by those different bans compared to last map.
Definitely, I really can agree with you on that. See, the difference between Overwatch and the difference between Rainbow is that there are very fixed metas with Overwatch. Overwatch is an unchanging map selection. Obviously, there's going to be specific maps that are geared towards one meta and specific maps that are geared towards other metas. You can't necessarily change the dynamics of a map on Overwatch versus changing the dynamics of a map on Rainbow, which becomes a completely different factor, and it becomes the changing metas that we generally see throughout the game itself, which presents, of course, that strategic factor, which obviously everybody knows and loves from Rainbow. So overall, I'd have to say that Rainbow does present a different challenge and a lot more different strategic factors than you would normally see on a run and gun game or on even a slightly strategic game such as Overwatch.
So with that being said, it does seem as if some players do have a bit of an issue loading the game, as we're not on LAN, so we cannot pause the timer. So it's really just somebody's computer chugging a little bit, but there we go. The first round is going to start, and I feel like when you explain it, is way presented in a way better way than when I try to verbalize that thought. Previously, in previous seasons, in previous metas, the favorite bomb spot would have been in the basement, so Armory and not Armory, how's it called? Well,
Lockers
lockers
and server.
server. Yeah, lockers was the one I was looking for. So nowadays, the teams definitely prefer to go up top on the first floor due to the changing meta, which has brought some new elements into the game. So why exactly is the CEO office now easier to defend?
So, not quite sure if that was a rhetorical question or not.
It was
I'll
not,
just
no.
answer it though. Oh, okay. I'll just answer it as best as I can. So, talking about obviously CCTV lockers versus the CEO site. Obviously, metas change, and with Pro League, when people see one meta, it's kind of a monkey see, monkey do effect. The complete strategy is going to change. So when one meta works on CEO, bound to have a lasting effect on the players trying to play out the meta. And obviously with the new impact tricks and the new ways to actually play out CEO, it becomes more of a defense-sided site rather than an offense-sided site, which is normally what it would have been.
So there we go. And with that being said, let's jump into what's happening this round. We saw a nice first Nitro Cell going off and killing Sledge here. Sledge obviously not being the important utility operator to take care of. And those flashbangs are going to be scaring away anybody. Should there have been a Kaid or a Bandit, more likely Bandit, trying to go for those Bandit trixing or even the Impact Natrix, which obviously is going to work here, and the nade flash or flash spam apparently did not quite do the trick, so there we go. Thermite has now lost both of his exothermic charges. This, well, it's not going to be looking too good as we see SK getting another kill here. 3 to 5, utility downed for Thermite. So if we want to open up that reinforced wall, it is going to be all on Maverick to do it, and yeah. Thermite here getting down. Maverick as well. Capitao now in a 1v5 situation. This is not a good start for the Certified Beauties team. Nolian getting a first kill, but still 1v4 situation. It is not an easy comeback.
Definitely not an easy comeback as Capitao trying to waste the moments of the round. Now he's going to have to attempt to rotate around if he wants to win out the engagement between any of the other presiding defenders at this point. So again, he's going to have to rotate up the main stairs, and he has been spotted out by the smoke, so that is going to be intel for the defending team. That's very valuable for that last character.
Well, he gets a cam down. The defenders, just get another one up in the shape of a yokai drown. So really, Nolian here has no real opportunity to just sneak up on the attackers. He won't be able to just get 1 or 2 cheeky kills from behind. He will have to get those 5 kills, or those 4 remaining kills, in a face-to-face, I have a better aim than you type of firefight, which is just not going to happen. SK was in that escalator, and he didn't really know somebody was there, so he didn't really pay attention to that corner, and that's going to be the end of him.
Definitely. So as we look back at that round, it really just came down to the defenders' positioning and how they were able to kind of pinch the attackers and get them into individual engagements rather than get them as a whole team. I think it really also reflects and kind of depicts the real skill of the attackers and their ability to stay together as a team. So again, it really comes down to Nobu, and again, Nobu versus Certified Beauties. This has really been a trend of Certified Beauties throughout the 2 rounds that we've seen from them, the 2 rounds of games. Even in Coastline, we saw this.
So, this was their first round. Let's see if they can get something new together. And at this point, I kind of doubt it. We've seen these 2 teams, I believe, 3 maps so far. I might be wrong on the exact number, but still, if one of those teams has some sort of secret strategy that they don't want to pull out to not alert their eventual next opponents, well, Nobu, yeah, they do have a shot at the grand final. But Certified Beauties, if they do have a trick up their sleeves, now would be the time to pull it out, because if they lose that map, well, they're done for. They have no shot at the grand final. So, yeah. If we are to see something new, now would be the time to do it, as we can expect a server room stairs hold, seeing those 3 Jaeger devices here.
Yeah, obviously we are going to be seeing the expected blue hold. It's nothing new to the boss, especially. I honestly would not be surprised to see somebody like Kaid or somebody with a shotgun to be put there, something like Smoke. Because, again, it is a very short-range capability that you would have to bring to the table rather than something like an SMG or very quick power, very quick firing gun. Yeah, we are obviously going to be seeing the Smoke being placed there. Very sensible pick to have them being placed there. And, of course, it's a very vital part of a good strategy to place a Smoke on server stairs. It is, genuinely, because he really is at the crossroads of heaven versus the crossroads of servers. So he's going to have to see some support, and possibly he might be killed out if the attackers play their cards right. But nonetheless, we are going to be seeing the round being played. It is going to be Thermite trying to probe for that type of intel. Thermite and Capitao.
So that's quite interesting. Smoke, by the virtue of his gadget, can delay the attack without exposing himself or without realistically risking his life. So even though you'd expect Smoke to use his gadgets really late into the round to prevent the diffuser from being planted, this is also a really logical way of playing him. Obviously, we'll be seeing the nade spam going off, and we will be seeing those ADS devices doing short work of them, but eventually, obviously, they're going to be done for, and now there's only one remaining. Quite surprising to see that the frag grenade did not get the kill, but there we go. It is going to get the kill. Oh, and it's also going to destroy the nitro cell, so this is quite unfortunate, but good timing on the attacker's part, even though they didn't really knew it. The one thing I have seen before and I've never seen again in those blue stairs was a alibi, because you do have the added advantage of not exactly knowing which silhouette to shoot at. So when all you need is a fraction of a second, this could have been a gadget to deliver, and at the same time you could have kept that smoke on the objective, but obviously this is not what's going to be happening here.
Yeah, and as the final firefight player of the round on blue stairs, it goes away. We are going to be seeing the attackers take advantage and take control, finally, of the server room. But enough time's been wasted for them to have to make some hasty decisions if they want to push into the objective. And even with the presence of Echo still being in play, they are going to have a very rough time if they want to win out the round in all of its finality.
Yeah, with 20 seconds remaining, now just about 15 seconds remaining, the only barely entered the OBJ itself. Thermite's going to get a first kill on the Echo, so that's looking really good. But no, Nobu is capable of getting those important kills thanks to Godzi, who will win his team the second round.
Definitely. So again, very, very good place from Godzi, very good positioning from him, and great for him to finish off the round for his team, even if his team was previously unsuccessful in finishing off the round for him. But nonetheless, it was a very interesting firefight to see on blue stairs. Obviously, we see through this replays here, it was really a back and forth firefight, and even with the player advantage from Nobu, it did seem to be that they eventually kind of pulled out, backed out, and lost the fight.
So even though most of the players holding blue stairs ended up dying on the defender's side, I do feel like Nobu did the right thing of pulling back, because conceding territory or conceding ground in order to gain time is something that's going to have a real impact on the game. We saw how critically low the timer was running, and the attackers had to come in, not really having the time to watch their angles, and it allowed Godzi to get that cheeky final kill cam.
Definitely, and of course, this is going to put us at a 2-0 scoreline, walking into our third round now. So very interesting plays from both teams, and unfortunately, Certified Beauties is not able to come on top these last few rounds, but if they're able to get their act together, are able to adapt to Nobu's fury, and maybe they will be able to win out a few rounds, especially on the basis of momentum.
So quite interestingly here, we will be seeing for the third time a new site, and unsurprisingly though, this is also going to show us the order in which Nobu in this case prefer defending, or in which they prefer playing on either of those sites, thus telling us that the open area spot is their least favorite. But I would hope to see it at least once or twice, just for diversity's sake. However, interestingly enough, they will be playing hard on the verticality, and also trap operators. Really, you don't see Capcan played often here, and it really is because you don't think that at this level play, Certified Beauties are just going to forget to look for traps. So the idea being to spread them out and to play for time, eventually making it so that they have no time left to check those angles before rushing in. And we'll have to see if it works out, but definitely last round was played at the very last seconds.
For sure, definitely. But now, walking into this new round, we're obviously going to be seeing 30 seconds wasted by the attackers. They have not quite gotten into the map yet, and obviously it's going to be kind of the second droning phase, if you will, for them to probe out and possibly get some extra intel as to where the rest of the defenders are. Obviously, we're going to be seeing Capkin, we're going to be seeing, I believe, Legion, Legion and Jaeger roaming. So again, this is roam-heavy strategy for the defenders to have to apply. And even with the use of archives and tellers being put into play, it's still interesting for the defenders to be roaming in such a way, considering that, again, even if it is an open concept objective, you still want to have some support for the defenders regardless.
So the one thing I noticed, Thermite has used one of his exothermic charges to open up the room above the OBJ. So to use this VIP gadget, one of the two only exothermic charges that you have available for not even the OBJ, not even a proxy hold, is going to be telling on how hard Nobu makes it to even just take a foothold on the building itself, let alone the objective, let alone the floor of the objective. So even though Certified Beauties here are on top, considering how many players are alive as I say this, however, we do get the team numbers evened out again. This does not look good for Certified Beauties. They have to fight so hard for every inch of ground. I doubt they'll make it to the objective if the current ratio keeps up.
So, somebody actually just said in the chat, does someone know the prize pool? Would you be able to explain that to us, Hans, if you can?
Oh, I kind of knew it and then I kind of forgot it. I will have to ask the admins for that. So what I can do, if you stay on the stream long enough, Exomar6S, I hope I didn't butcher that name, I will ask the admins in between two games, so beginning the final, or well, if we're between this game, the players will just want to get the next game going as fast as possible. But before we cast the grand final, I will just make sure to ask the organizers what the prize money is, or maybe even invite one of them on stream to talk about basically their project to their community, because after all, they just lended me their stream, their YouTube, their Twitch channel, and I'm trying to not embarrass them. Let's see if the results are there. So as we were saying, they have to fight so hard for every inch of ground that they barely made it to the OBJ, and that's the end result of it.
Definitely being the end result, as we see the the scoreline go up for Nobu in the end. And speaking about something very interesting that again we've been saying is that they do have to fight for every inch of ground every second that they're in this match. And obviously it seems like Nobu is really just taking this aggression and taking their strategy with ease. So I'd really have to say the skill gap and the skill deficit between Nobu and Certified Beauties, they seem to be stressed, and they seem to be fighting for every single type of advantage they can get their hands on. They seem to be trying to work for everything they've got in this game. And then my question to them, or to pose really, is what is their mindset right now? How are they feeling about this game? They must have their backs against the wall at this point. They must be very panicked and very stressed out by the end of these few rounds, because again, Nobu's coming out very much on top. Nobu hasn't really been stressing out. They've been very calm about it, and they've been able to adapt to their enemy fairly easily. And Certified Beauties kind of seems like they're at a loss right now as to what they could do different.
So if I was to say, good players aren't going to panic and aren't going to lose their minds. They will keep a cool head. Because if not, well, your game sense and your critical thinking is just going to go down the drain. So even though they rationally know that they're not allowed any mistakes at this point, I don't think that they're panicking and that they're, say, literally shaking in their boots. So it is ultimately speculation, since those players are in Toronto and we literally are not, so I can't really comment for sure on that. But I doubt that they're panicking in the very comical, typical sense that you're suggesting they were. Though, once again, it's only speculation.
10 seconds remaining.
Again, you never truly do know what's going on in the mindset of each of these players. So again, it's really up to, even a conversation with the players, possibly after this game, to really figure out how their mindset works and how they've been working through these types of matches, and especially even after going for so long at these matches. I mean, I believe this LAN has been going since 1 o'clock, and right now it's about 7 o'clock, so the time that their day started, even, they've probably been, thinking this through, having to walk through the day like this. So again, it can be very stressful for each and every one of the players going at it.
So just to open up real quick a small little parenthesis, we've been asked the prize pool money, and we've been answered in the chat. Turns out it is 5,000 for the first team, 2,000 for the second, 1,000 for the second team. There might even be a prize pool for the third team, but at this point, I don't know. I'm just referring to what the chat was saying.
The attacker's bomb diffuser
So
has been
definitely, certified beauties here are seeing at the very least $1,000 passing them by with every death, with every one of their players that falls. As Eska gets a nice first kill, tries to go for the double, but no, he will be shot down by Nulian. Nulian, who's still just holding patiently his angle, and honestly, that's the thing to do. If you stay there long enough, assuming the timer doesn't become an issue, they will end up forgetting you're there or thinking you've rotated somewhere else, and they'll just peek you for no good reason, which could have been the end of it. But no, apparently Nulian has rotated, so all of that is going to be just speculation.
And we're going to be seeing a 3-3 situation and about halfway during the round. So we're going to be being put kind of at level footing for the CEO objective, which is kind of interesting considering that Nobu usually does very well on the CEO objective, and considering it is very defense-sided in its originality. So I wouldn't really have to question how well Nobu is really performing the rest of this round. But nonetheless, we're going to be seeing an ineffective peek from the castle. He does get shot down from the breach, and Mute about to take this engagement, and he wins out the engagement between him and the attacker, and now it is about a 45-second round left with a 1v2 situation. Mute is going to have to fight his way through the rest of the time.
So yeah, at this point, you'd want to try to plant the diffuser, but he gets a nice first kill here. Second kill, should I say, double kill for him now. 1v1 situation, 32 seconds remaining. Nolian, if he wants to plant the diffuser, he will have to do so without any cover or any help from any teammates. Oh, Rafi here just basically missing a first few shots, but the second try will make short work of Nolian. Nolian, who I feel like is really the best player on Certified Beauty's team. We do remember, right, how he pulled the 1v4 clutch 2 games ago. So should he die, that's a wrap for the round at the very least. And he does tend to be the last player alive. So that's quite encouraging for him. But as a team, their performances seem to be lacking a little bit.
Little bit, but we are going to be put at now a 4-0 score line. Again, it does seem like they're a little bit stressed now. They're going to have to panicking if they want this round back, but it seems like the one common thing that we do like to see throughout these rounds is each team really staying calm throughout the round, because if you do have a calm team, again, you do have a team that can be composed, that can bring back, and that can give yourselves the confidence and the momentum to work through these rounds. So I would like to see a very calm play from them. Again, it does seem like they're a little bit stressed, and they're kind of lacking on their individual engagements, kind of to the little types of outlets that the defenders can prove to themselves, really, that they can make for themselves.
And with that being said, we are going to be going for a rehost. So a player just lost the connection here. You know what? I will just put that screen, or that overlay on screen. But yeah, I will not be in the field of view of the camera because I'll be managing the gaming computer. So I'll let you manage it off from here since I will have to manage the rehost.
Alrighty, so let's actually take a look at the previous performance of each team. So obviously Nolan being one of the top players for the Certified Beauties team, along with I believe actually Nobu has been playing generally I guess you could say level with each other. They have been employing very useful and effective strategies throughout the games, throughout the rounds that they've been playing, obviously. And again, their demeanor is very calm and very respectable, very not necessarily lacking in any type of way. But again, we're seeing some kind of a difference between the demeanors of each team. It's really more so the Certified Beauties team kind of acting a little bit panicked in their engagements. And of course, when you get panicked, you don't necessarily play to the best ability that you can play. You kind of get caught up on one thing, and then it's an easy engagement for your opposing player. So I would honestly have to say that it really comes down to a lot of the demeanor in the way that each team plays. And of course, even that demeanor can be shown through the top level of play, such as Pro League. Pro League is a very big example of how the demeanor can really affect the outcome and the level of play that each player is at. And again, it's a lot of mental ability and the confidence that you bring to the table. Of course, if you bring overconfidence, you're not necessarily going to do well. But if you are underconfident of your abilities, you're not going to do well either. It's generally best to keep the calmest demeanor you possibly can.
Absolutely. If you don't think yourself capable of doing anything, and if you underestimate, as you just said, your capabilities, well, you will hesitate and you will not. When you have to rush or when you have to be aggressive, you will just not go full in. And even if you're going for the wrong strat or if you're going for the, strategically speaking, weaker choice, if you go in full steam with 100% of your capabilities, it might still work. But even if you have the best strategy, but you're too dense and you don't think you can do it, well, obviously you're going to potato that, and obviously you're not going to get the kill. So definitely being enthusiastic about what you're doing is the name of the game.
Of course.
So with that
And,
being said,
yeah.
the players are joining back in. So we will be seeing a rehost taking place really quickly and not too long.
Alrighty, so yeah, what this side of the match can really provide for us as casters, because obviously Nobu and Certified Beauties are kind of going to be reset in all attempts of their momentum. They kind of get a couple seconds to rethink their strategy, to rethink their points of adaptability that they're going to have to bring to the rest of this match. It's kind of gives them a breather in a way to talk over what they're doing wrong, what they're doing right, and what they need to improve on as a whole. So of course, Nobu doesn't really need to improve on too much, considering that they have been kind of presenting a blowout match as a effect, but Certified Beauties really does have a lot to bring and does have a lot more to improve on as a whole. Obviously, the adaptability that they're going to have to assume, the types of strategies that are going to have to be brought to the table, and even the individual player skill that they're going to have to talk about, the type of mentality that they need to bring. It's a million different factors that, again, they're going to have to fit into about probably 5 minutes. So, again, a lot to talk about, but even more to.
Did I just mute you? No, I don't think so. Okay. I was just answering chat. Maybe I had hit one of my hotkeys or something.
Was I muted?
I don't think so. But you kind of just cut off there, so I was wondering.
I'm not quite sure.
But I do hear you, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue.
Alright, well, it might have just been my mic cutting out, but either way, yeah, Nobu did not win. Again, yeah, they're changing host. Yeah, so, yeah, I believe we are going to get back to our game
Absolutely.
quite soon. Yep.
Absolutely.
Alright, yeah, we're going actually into the match already. Of course, we're going to be skipping the obvious player bans. We're going to be already put at the player bans of Jackal, Thatcher, Mira, and Maisha, which you've already previously talked about and can revel over later. But nonetheless, we're going to be seeing a Lockers CCTV room hold for our first and foremost round.
So it is now our 4-0, and Certified Beauties, though they've been close to winning a round once or twice, Nobu has always been able to pull ahead. So you are really looking at statistics way more than I am. Is this map really defense heavy? Might that explain why Nobu's always winning? Or is it just that they have a superior skill?
Well, interestingly enough, the previous map that we had played, which is really what we can go off statistically, was Clubhouse. Or, sorry, not Clubhouse, Coastline. Talking about Coastline as a map. Of course, we've already talked about it. It is basically a level-headed map. So it really gives the players an opportunity to go head-to-head in each skill area, really. So, Nobu and Certified Beauties. Obviously, that last match was, I believe, close to a blowout. If I'm correct.
Let's just I don't know if I can pull the previous match's data on the software I'm using. But yeah, it was something like a 7-3 4, 7-5. So we were kind of somewhat close-ish to an overtime, so not really a blowout, but still, Nobu won it with a couple of rounds advantage. We're not talking overtime 8-7 or something like that. And as always, there is a PC that does take up a lot of time to load the map, so we're still stuck in that screen, but it shouldn't take too long for the end of the video host to take effect and for the next round to begin.
All right, so as I'm already talking statistically, yeah, so 7-5, but Nobu has always had, well, close to always, if not always, a discernible against certified beauty. So that being said, even though it was a level-headed map of coastline with Nobu and certified beauties, I'd have to say that Nobu really does have the upper hand regardless, because even though yes, Bank is a defense-sided map, certified beauties had quite a lot of opportunities to win out any types of rounds, because of course when you're supposed to hit roll swap, it's either supposed to be a 4-2, a 3-3, or generally a 6-0. So, of course, it seems like Nobu is going to take that 6-0 opportunity if we do get similar proceedings of the rounds to where they can finish off the game for themselves, if anything. I mean, they obviously have a very big lead on certified beauties, but again, if we do see the role swap and it does turn out to be a very significant switch in the dynamics, and we do see certified beauties coming out on top for these defense rounds, we might be able to see a comeback. But other than that, I would kind of go against a comeback from No versus certified beauties. I would definitely not say that it's impossible. I would just say that it's very unlikely for that to happen.
And to be actually quite honest, we do not see any of those logos at the top of the screen showing that they're still loading. So might it even be that it is our PC that's loading the game? That would be embarrassing for us. Yeah, we did not pause the game. Let me just make sure. Yeah. So somebody will have, yeah, Nolian says, yeah, it's just Ubisoft. So, yeah, with that being said, what were your highlights that we've seen so far?
I don't really have quite that many. Actually, obviously the smoke, 3-piece or 4-piece, I believe, from Team Nobu. I'm not quite sure who it was who got the 3 or 4-piece, but of course it was a 4-1 lead for the smoke, and he was about to win the round. It was the attacking team was about to win the round. They're about to get the plant down. They're very poised to win the rest of the round, and then Smoke honestly turned it around. So I can't really, there's not really much else to say about that highlight other than the Certified Beauties team was caught off guard by the Smoke, and that they didn't really expect for him to make much of an impact on the round. And for that, they kind of didn't really keep in stock, really keep in store what they could have gone against. They kind of underestimated him.
My big question here is, will we still have that famous blue stairs hole? It does seem kind of unlikely. We do see a couple of operators roaming, or many operators roaming, so I'd be kind of surprised if you have so many runways to have another one that's not going to sit on the OBJ. But as I say that, Sat Rafi here is going to go to the server room stairs, and at this point, well, the meta is going to be known, but yeah, very, very mobile defense, and therefore very little defenders on OBJ itself. So should you have, for example, 5 attackers running up garage, Echo would be overwhelmed, and the OBJ itself would be hypothetically opened up quite easily. We yet have to see how it's going to play out, but definitely that strategy is now known by Certified Beauties, so maybe, just maybe, it will play out differently.
Of course, obviously there's the adaptability factor of each team's presence, and I mean, who knows? The Jaeger might be able to take advantage of the attackers walking in. Of course, that strategy of holding blue stairs usually is built around a supporting operator taking points of the attacking operators trying to get on the stairs. So with the added operator Jaeger being put there, he might be able to waste more time for the attackers. So who knows? We might be able to see that. If not, we could see something similar along the lines of who does pull out preemptively. Other than that, though, I would have to say that the defense is very standard for what we've seen from Nobu. Nothing really too much of a change, but I'd honestly question them not really changing up their strategy because, again, it could be very adaptable, too. So, might be able to see something different from the attack this time.
So what I was kind of referring to, them just sneaking into OBJ from a direct entrance and thus short-circuiting anything the Romos might be achieving, was kind of more or less happening here, but Silent X has been, well, silenced by Sad Rafi. So good and both bad news on either sides. Smoke obviously still being up. I don't know if he's still in those blue stairs. Turns out he's not, but he could still be there. And should he decide to hold those blue stairs, well, we know how much time this blue stairs hold by Smoke especially can chew through time. Speaking of which, there's only 50-ish seconds remaining on the counter, with now another kill, leaving us in a 1v4 situation for Cartley, and that's not going to be looking good for him. He does not have the diffuser, he's not full health, and his position most likely is known. So really, if I'm analyzing the current situation, there's really next to nothing going for him. And I would expect him to die quite shortly. Let's hope for him at least to bring one or two of his opponents with him into the tomb. But yeah, was absolutely not going to happen.
So we are getting very dangerously close to the point of no return for Certified Beauties. So, of course, I'll just explain it very quickly. Once we get to 6-0, the match point situation is going to be a very for Certified Beauties to come back on. Obviously, we've seen it from different teams where they have come back and have made almost a comeback to the opposing team. But other than that, can't really expect too much out of Certified Beauties after that match point difference because, again, it's a very steep hill to climb, and for most teams, it's too steep. So, nonetheless, though, we are going to be thrown into our next round. And amazing highlights for these replays here with Team Nobu and Certified Beauties. They do have quite the team, quite the skill level.
So we're talking about how adaptable that strategy could potentially be. Turns out, yeah, it kind of was. Thermite sneaking into the sewers kind of worked. He got a first kill before being silenced. And didn't he also bear the diffuser? So his death was a really hard blow, a fatal blow to the Certified Beauties. So this right now will be the last round before the role swap. And well, actually it is a really defense-heavy map. So maybe Certified Beauties will be able to come back out of that hole they are currently into. But yeah, hoping for 6-1 rounds in a row is, well, optimistic to say the least. Assuming, once again, Nobu wins the next round, which, well, looking at the historical data, they might.
So, something quite interesting to point out in the team composition of Certified Beauties, they're bringing a Montaigne. So, we haven't actually seen a Montaigne being used on our part for obviously this team of casters yet. We have not seen Monty being used. So, what differences do you think Monty can bring to the team composition, and why do you think Certified Beauties is using Monty in the first place?
So I just looked at his drone to see his kit. He's running smoke grenades. No real surprise here, but I just had to make sure. We have barely ever seen any smoke being played. Smoke as the smoke canister, not smoke the defending operator, to provide visual cover to try to plant the diffuser. And if you have a Montaigne deployed in front of the guy, plus that visual cover, well, except if you go for a nitro cell or something along those lines, the odds of planting the diffuser are pretty high. So obviously, Certified Beauties here are sacrificing to some extent some fragging potential. Obviously, the shield operator is going to have a lesser firing capability. But at the same time, you don't really have to get your kills. You only have to play the OBJ, and there's 2 ways to win a round, or 3 ways depending on which team you are a part of. Either the timer runs out, this is not really an opportunity for Certified Beauties as long as they haven't planted the diffuser, or you plant the diffuser, or you get those kills. So obviously the going for the kills part does not work out for them so far, so they're just switching gears, and it is more or less what they had to do. Let's just see if it works out.
Definitely. So another factor why the attacking team could have brought Monty is because they're a little bit desperate at this point. They're a little bit they're really attempting to win out these rounds, and through that, they're kind of trying anything new if they can get the advantage for. So, of course, bringing Monty could be a reason why they would want to get an advantage for something. Just something just as simple as that.
So I was gonna say, quite interestingly, Sledge can do can wreak havoc on that soft floor, but obviously he's gonna get taken care of by the natural cell, leaving us with basically Ash to open up or to do the verticality play, which is obviously not gonna be an ideal operator to do so. And right now, the attacking team is more or less paralyzed. Every possible way down, every staircase, I mean, is guarded and heavily, should I add, by defenders. As I say, this, however, is going to fall back, so this might be the one and only opportunity for the attackers to get in. Ash is out of breaching charges, though, so you can't just open up that soft wall from a distance and then come in and plant. Even if it would have been a possibility, you do have a couple of those defenders out and about. Kartli got a nice kill here on Bandit, so once again, maybe the odds are looking good, but once again, they don't really have a way to breach that soft wall, so that's not ideal, to say the least.
So honestly, in my opinion, Intel might trump the really hard breaching opportunity that Certified Beauties can bring to the table because, again, yeah, Legion getting taken down, it seems like pure fragging power in Intel might trump the strategy that Certified Beauty's trying to bring to the table. Obviously, with the 1 to 2 man disadvantage with Nobu and Certified Beauties, it's a steep hill that they're going to have to climb, and even with the skill advantage, it might present a interesting opportunity for Certified Beauties to take the win, and they might actually promote the use of Monty if they were able to win out this round.
So definitely this is looking good. Gots to get their first kill on Monty, so now he can move up to the OBJ itself, and with the diffuser being planted, Silent X with a nice rotation, and Kartli getting a kill as well. This is going to be the one round they needed to keep the morale up. And maybe, just maybe, this is the beginning of the end for Nobu. Though this yet remains to be seen. However, the Monty play ended up being a savior. Since we saw how these smoke canisters and Montagna himself blocking the doorway were instrumental into securing that first round. So looking at the results here, I might actually expect them to do so again. Picking Monty out here.
Possibly. Possibly. Might be able to see Monty being played. I mean, he was a very big factor of the attacking team's success. Just his presence can truly put a damper on the defending team's morale and defending team's strategy in effect, because obviously Monty being just a shield operator himself, he generally brings other characters along with him. He's a very big support operator that can provide a lot of fragging power for those around him. So that being said, he could be used for many different options. Obviously, intel, the fragging power, the different types of things that he can bring to the table. So again, he's a very big operator that you would want to take to any type of engagement.
So you guys did not see it because the replays were playing. Well, actually, we can still see it. If you look at IQ, she was, first of all, a Montagna, who has been 6 picked. But I just realized how futile what I was going to say was, since we just had the role swap. So Certified Beauties seem to have found a winning strategy by bringing Montagna to the table. But with the role swap, they could not keep this ball rolling, since obviously their objective now is going to be to defend those bomb sites. So adaptability once again being at play, both teams are going to have to figure out how the other team plays on the other role, and therefore this might put a soft reset to the map so far, and this might be once again the saving grace that Certified Beauties were looking for.
Hopefully, we might be able to see some momentum coming from Certified Beauties in these next defending rounds, as interestingly enough, we're going to be seeing Echo being played. Obviously, he's a very big, very impactful operator. I've shouted from the hills about this, about Echo being used in general. He's obviously a dead stop to a plant. He has an ACOG, so that comes to you as a fragging advantage along with a plant denial advantage. He's really an all-in-one operator that you can use. Of course, the one thing that he does lack on is his 3 armor status. So of course he's not necessarily a character built for roaming. He's one built for staying in the objective, kind of hunkering down and anchoring. But again, that doesn't prevent him from being a roaming operator nonetheless. But again, he not really necessarily built for mobility, which is again the one thing that kind of slows him down, and that really just makes him an Echo that he is.
The one thing I kind of noticed, and you probably do recall this, he was being used to try to go for spawn kills last game on Coastline. Will he try to do so again? Will he play really aggressively and risk, well, dying at the very beginning of the round? And thus denying the use of the yokais for the rest of his team? Apparently not. Actually, we haven't seen any, as far as I know, spawn kills this game so far. But still, this would have been the one thing that really does put Certified Beauties apart from what you would typically call the standard way of playing Echo, which would be the way Nobu would have played him so far, though they didn't really pick that operator, as far as I've noticed.
Yeah, and if we look at the actual composition of Certified Beauties, we are going to be seeing, Nobu, we're going to be seeing the Maverick being put into play. So, of course, with the Thatcher being taken out of mission for the rest of the game, it is going to be apparent to us that there is going to be no utility blocking operator for Nobu, but that does not come as a disadvantage for them, as Certified Beauties is not going to be playing a Kaid. So they are not going to be preventing the hatch play from Nobu, but nevertheless, they wouldn't be able to anyways because the Maverick is going to be played either way.
So the one thing, as you mentioned, the lack of entry denial operators. So, for example, Kaid is absent, and honestly, why is that? There is a Thatcher ban in place in this map, so should you have a Kaid up on those hatches, it would be next to impossible for the attackers to just destroy them and to thus open up the hatches. I'm quite surprised to the lack of that operator. Maybe there is a super easy way to destroy those electro claws that I'm not aware of, but other than that, really, I don't see why he's absent.
I mean, Maverick can also directly counter the Kaid, so obviously putting Maverick into play really just it would completely take away the effectiveness of Kaid. So in effect, it isn't really a good idea to play him in the first place, because again, can be very easily countered by other operators. But nonetheless, getting back into the actual game itself, we're going to be seeing a very quick double kill from the Echo. So of course, his use is going to be very unmatched, and now with the IQ going down, it is going to be a 1v4 for the Maverick left to defend himself, and against a proning Valkyrie, might be able to see a kill for her if she is successful, and is going to be a crossfire kill for the Jaeger, winning out Certified Beauties round 7.
So yeah, it is basically history repeating itself. So last game, it was more or less the same thing. They were, if I remember correctly, 5-0. They won their last round attacking, and with the defense coming along, they are able to at least win 2 rounds so far. So that might be the beginning of not necessarily the end, but should history repeat itself, well, they are on their way to get at least 5 points here.
Possibly, but nonetheless, we will have to see how the rounds play themselves out. We might be able to see quite a different set of engagements, depending on who can really play their strengths and who can play on others' weaknesses.
So I just want to comment on Echo. I don't know why we didn't exactly see those replays, because they're really beautiful. Echo's placement, the tight angle he has with the ACOG, realistically speaking, returning fire to him is next to impossible. You're not going to, first of all, figure out where he is. Second of all, center your aim on his head before he kills you. So those 2 unpunished kills basically come down to a lack of push on Garage. And the Nobu team here, they went all in on opening up that, or pushing on CCTV, which might have worked had there been some smoke, but once again, both teams are going really heavily on the idea of just fragging out the opponents, or out-fragging their opponents. Whereas, well, sometimes you just need to be a bit more tactical, as Certified Beauties have shown us the last round when they picked Monty.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
So actually now looking at the replay, I can see something that could have been avoided. So if we look at the Maverick and the IQ replay again with the Valkyrie engagement, obviously IQ was trying to go up against Valkyrie in there, but it actually, I saw that the Maverick was not able to get the refrag or even prevent the IQ from dying in the engagement against Valkyrie. So if the Maverick had just played a little bit more aggressively, he might have been able to prevent the IQ from getting killed outright and maybe won the round out for his team and put us in a match point.
Yeah, definitely a nice little observation here, which had definitely eluded me.
Attacker's objective is
The one thing I'd like to point out here is, well, first of all, Castle. Quite interestingly, and as always, the attackers will have a few different ways of opening up his castle barricades, but Certified Beauties have gone downstairs first, thus indicating that they do prefer to defend the bottom floor when compared against the top floor CEO alternative. And I do understand why. Once again, that Echo was doing such a nice job of using his ACOG to its fullest potential. But let's not just dwell on the past too much. This is going to be our, once again, a nice opportunity for Nubu to kick this into match points situation here. Let's see if they're just able to do it. Nobody seems to be pushing those repel windows, so that's at least one angle less for Jaeger to be thinking of.
Definitely. So again, we are going to be putting a big emphasis on hard breaching right as Luis gets downed in the janitor's closet. But nonetheless, it's going to be Legion have to defend himself here. He does get lowered down with his health quite a lot, but Thermite is able to open up the main wall, get a possible angle into the objective, so we might be able to see a good engagement if Thermite can catch somebody off guard through the rotation. And it was Legion that does get caught off guard, but he does get revived by the stim pistol dock. So again, that puts him up with more health than he really previously had, but nonetheless it is going to be Echo going down to the careless rotation and Godzi capitalizing on the kill to him.
So now I'd say this is looking pretty good for the attackers. They have a man up against their opponents, and the timer is just so generous to them. With over a minute remaining, they will have next to no difficulties entering the OBG itself. As Destroyers gets a kill on Eska though, so that might put a dent into their attack plans, but still, the reinforced walls have been opened up, so that's good news, as Dog, the one potentially heavy fragger here, is going to be put down as well. 2v2 situation, 55 seconds, 52-ish seconds remaining. Really good looking. The only thing they're lacking is smoke capability or smoke cover, but if they outfrag their opponents, they might not need it. Nonetheless, Silent here is going to be the last real deterrent to prevent the attacker from planting the diffuser, and his position seems to be unknown, and this is going to be all he needs to get a first kill. He will be refragged though. Hibana does have the diffuser. It's a 1v1 situation with only 8 seconds remaining.
Alrighty. Sorry about that. We are going to be seeing a Defenders, though, winning this round. Sorry, I was not able to see that, but it is going to be Certified Beauties winning out another round, putting them at a higher momentum.
Wow.
So, yeah, the confidence levels must be very, very high for them, as Nobu is kind of fumbling these next rounds here.
This round did look so good in favor of Nobu at some points as well, so this must be, if you look at it the other way around, it must be a heavy hitter on Nobu's confidence. Though, they're still up 5-3, and at some point the streak is going to break, so Nobu are bound, I believe, to win a round shortly. But then again, it is Bank we're playing currently, so Bank is a notoriously unbalanced map. It is notorious for preferring the defense side. So, nonetheless, the one thing also I wanted to point out was that Legion was down to his last 15 bullets, so he had 16 bullets. Look at it right now. 16 bullets in the mag, nothing left in reserve. So any extended firefight would have been the death of him, because he would have had to go for the pistol kills, which obviously are not easy to get. But the timer was running short. Hibana had no choice but to go for the real plant. She couldn't bait it out, and that ended up being the end of them. So all in all, solid plays on either team here.
So actually something interesting to point out with the Nobu team, we are going to be seeing a little bit of a different team composition here. So rather than the usual suspects we see, Habana and sometimes IQ, we're going to be seeing the Sledge, Buck, and Nomad being placed into the composition. So again, Nomad is a very, very useful operator. Kind of surprised that she hasn't been used before in these games because she's a very useful operator when it comes to defending a plant, defending any types of flanks that you want to prevent. So again, she's a very useful operator against any type of roaming, and even when you plant the bomb. So again, this might suggest that the attacking team has emphasis on wanting to plant the bomb, or even wanting to prevent some types of roam. So again, Certified Beauties is known for late game, especially when they're defending, having the emphasis on being aggressive. So if we wanted to counter that, we could choose to play Nomad or somebody like Jackal, even though I believe, yeah, he has been banned. But again, you could choose somebody like Capito, who has not been banned yet, to kind of outroot the presiding roamers if they were to stay in a fixed position, or something along the lines of that.
So, speaking of roamers, you've seen quickly how they decided to hold that small office. Janitors being opened up, and there's obviously going to be hankering up upstairs. This is going to be Nolian, apparently on his own. So, if the whole of the Nubu team goes to flush him out, he won't stand a chance in a 1v5 situation. It yet remains to be seen how Nubu wants to push up on the objective. But definitely, the way of defending those archives is different from how Nobu did it when they defended there. So, for the for diversity's sake, this is the word I was looking for, I am very happy to see the strategy that we'll be seeing right now.
Definitely, but we are going to be seeing the Nomad and Maverick moving up the top floor on the castle. So again, it is going to be Castle alone to his wits and himself, so he's going to have to defend himself quite alone at this point. It is going to be a 1v3 situation, something we sort of predicted with these teams going at it, and is going to be the Castle going down to the Buck in the end, now putting us at a 4v5 situation with Certified Beauties at odds to lose this out, but Legion has rotated up to the top floor. That was my mistake. Nonetheless, he does get taken away from this round here. He's going to be downed but not out, but yeah, he is going to be out at this point. So now Jaeger is going to take his turn trying to walk up to the top floor. He is going to try his hand at possibly get a flank on the roamers, but again, with the Nomad being put into place, it is going to be hard. And obviously the Nomad, speaking of the Nomad, it is going to be another engagement that is lost for her, even though she can get upped from the other attacker, or revived for the other attackers. But again, we are going to be seeing the Jaeger roaming and the Pulse sitting in the objective.
So, at the beginning of the round, it kind of felt to me like a losing position here. You had the one castle up top who got flushed out quite easily. Then you had the Legion that was there to replace him, and it just seemed as if the defenders were throwing bodies after bodies at the problem without having any impact. However, once Jaeger got there, he got different results, much needed results. As I said, though, he will be taken care of, leaving us in a 1v4-5 situation. Now our 1v3 destroys is very low, and any mistake on his part is going to cost him the round, which is exactly what Crowbrat is going to force on him.
So it really seemed like the high mobility of the Jaeger really came down to his disadvantage by the end, because his positioning was rooted out, and for that, with the droning made on him, and so he had to quickly rotate back to the objective, but it just wasn't enough. So the attackers were obviously in a position or an advantage to be able to uproot the Jaeger and be able to kill him by the end there. So again, it really comes down to the positioning of the Jaeger. Unfortunately, he was killed through the application of droning, just something simple like that, which puts you at high efficiency level. It's type of low risk, high reward, where you can just use your gun skill or even use your droning skill to your advantage and be able to win out a round just as easy as that.
Definitely, you do have to gauge when it is time to push on your opponents and when it is time to just flee and live to fight another day. Quite interestingly, something I have been told by players that are way better than me, sometimes instead of fleeing when you've been droned out or when you have been otherwise identified, push on your opponents, as they know you're at a disadvantage. Obviously, you've been droned out, so they expect you to flee. They expect you to play as if you're at a disadvantage. But if you go for the bluff, if you go for the kill, if you just ignore the drone, you're gonna catch your opponents off guard, and this can actually turn that disadvantage that you were in against your opponents. This is something Jaeger might have wanted to do at the end of the previous round here.
Possibly, but again, it is going to be a 2-4 situation, so he is going to play as passively as he can. So of course, once you get droned out, it really comes down to trying to get back to the objective as quick as possible. And it's a hard engagement for you to even take at that point, because again, with the stairs versus heaven, below, the kitchen side of heaven versus the top side of heaven and garden, it is quite a hard engagement to take, considering the different factors that you're looking at. But nonetheless, walking into this next round, so I honestly like to comment on the composition of Team Nobu. So we're going to be seeing the Capitao, Knock, Habana, Sledge, and Thermite being played. So, of course, Knock being a bit more of a stealthy operator. She is something sort of like a Caveira, where she can walk around the map without being spotted by an audible footstep, or something along the lines of being able to be tracked from the cameras. So that being said, she can be used for a rushing strategy, which could suggest that the knock on Nobu's team might be used to catch the defenders off guard if used correctly.
Oh, I am definitely expecting a rush here, considering, well, Nox gadget, but the overall team composition does not speak of an overly aggressive rush, so you don't see Ash, Finka, or whoever's a 3-speed 1-armor operator. However, we are at a match points here, so Nobu only have to win 1 round to win out the map, and thus the best of 3. So Certified Beauties here are backs against the wall. There is nothing much to say here. Any mistake on their part is now going to cost them at the very least $1,000. And therefore, if I was them, I would be sweating heavily right now. It could also have been why Nobu wants to go for a really aggressive push to just be done with it. But we saw Knock right here. She's not really going for this aggressive rush. We haven't really seen a elevator push yet, so opening up that hatch might have been quite interesting. Sometimes, obviously, you don't want to go for those weak entry points, or those entry points that are really easy to protect against. However, the advantage of surprise may overtake any disadvantage you put yourself in by pushing the quote-unquote wrong angle. So Corner seems to know that somebody was right here. He will try to find some opponents, but, well, the timing was just not right, and he couldn't see anybody, though he tried as good as he could. With all that being said, there's only about half of the round remaining, and the push on the actual objective itself is only beginning. So I can only wish them good luck, and let's see if the defenders have anything to do about it, because they had no roamers, so with virtually no resistance, Nobu had needed over a minute and a half to go up to the objective's walls.
So a strategy that is quite interesting to note from each team is that both of them seem to be playing very passively. Obviously, Certified Beauties playing very passively with reason, considering that they are, again, very stressed, backs against the wall type of situation with a 6-3 match point lead. They are going to want to try to stay on the objective and attempt to maybe have a turtle strat amongst themselves, but it seems like Nobu is playing themselves very passively. Even though they are using characters like Not, Capitao, and even Sledge, they really are taking their engagements very lightly, and they're playing very methodically, very passively. So it doesn't really seem like either team is trying to set the pace of the round, which kind of prevents the engagements between both teams, which really interests me because Nobu, they haven't really been trying to take any kills or anything like that. And obviously, as I say, that is going to be Smoke taking the kill on Habana, even though the plant is going to go down without any characters getting killed in the process, except for one, which would be Habana, but again, that is an attacking character.
So, yeah, how is it going to play out? I honestly don't know. It's a 3v5, but the diffuser's being planted here. Cobra with the advantage of surprise, able to get an easy kill, and the defenders have no easy way to get to that diffuser. So, though Valkyrie can see it, it is barely out of sight for her, or out of reach for her. Quinner with a nice double kill here, which we barely missed, leaving us with Cobra in a 1v4 situation. However, if he's able to get those few kills, he might be able to play for time, but no, he got eliminated a bit too early on, and oh, Quinner, please do not team kill your teammate. That would be a really dumb way of losing that round. With all that being said, the Certified Beauties are going to go up another round, and they were not allowed any mistakes. They honestly didn't make much. Yeah, the diffuser was planted, but once it was, they were able to nicely get back control of it.
Yeah, so obviously we saw Critter going at it again. He is a big star player for the Certified Beauties team. I mean, absolutely amazing plays coming from him in and out. And, I mean, I'd have to say that Team Noble, they kind of planted preemptively. What I mean by that is that they really tried to play off of the momentum that they're making themselves. Obviously, they had to plant at some point. They didn't really get into any engagements yet, but before actually locking down the objective, they decided to plant, and they prized the planting over actually controlling any part of the map. And unfortunately for them, it became an easy game for Certified Beauties to take the actual plant itself, even though they did take, you know, a little bit of a passive type of angle holding, you know, held all of their counter angles correctly. It really comes down to having to control the objective. And of course, there's the type of, you know, it comes down to the type of balance you want between controlling the objective versus putting the plant down. Of course, if there's too much chaos going on, you can't necessarily plant the bomb without having a lot of, you know, contests between the two teams, rather than, you know, having too much control and planting the bomb way too late.
I kind of feel like they were planning the bomb late, though. There were only 30 seconds remaining, and Smoke was only beginning to use his canister, so that was shaping up to be really fatal. But luckily, they were able to plant without being asphyxiated, so really a mistake here on Smoke's part. Nonetheless, they went really late, and as you said, they had next to no control on the objective, so they only had a 5-ish% that they needed to plant, and therefore the defenders did not have too much ground to recover and to be able to destroy the diffuser, which ended up playing to their advantage. It is always a fine line between I have an opportunity from the diffuser, do I want to use it, or do I want to just keep on going, playing for those 1 or 2 more kills, which is going to make planting the diffuser and thus subsequently holding it so much more easier. And here, I can't really fault Nobu for doing what they did. They were out of time after all. But yes, indeed, they didn't have nearly enough control on the OBJ to be able to get anything done with it.
Well, I mean, having no time while planting really reflects the pace of the attack and how passively they truly were playing, because, again, they really played for no engagements. I feel like they played for trying to just kind of sneak plant and get the plant down, trying to push back and hold the counter angles, but again, that doesn't necessarily work with Certified Beauties. They really are aggressive, and they take their engagements very quickly, very seriously. So when it really comes down to it, it becomes a hard game for you after you do a strategy like that.
Especially considering the defenders were playing a turtle strat, so planting at the very last second when you're still going up against a full 5 stack is not a good proposition or not a good situation to be in, which is exactly what they did. They should have been a bit more aggressive early on, once again, considering they were against absolutely no roamers whatsoever. But the past is the past. And now with the first kill being on Doc, this is looking kind of good. So Doc, obviously late game, is pretty useful because of his ACOG, because of his ability to recover some of the lost health for himself or for his teammates. But the heavy utility here is going to be Echo, and he is still up. And this round is shaping up to be a bit more aggressive. We're already putting pressure, heavy pressure on the objective with yet a minute 20 remaining on the clock. However, the attackers will have to keep on pushing forward, because if not, well, history is just going to repeat itself. Sky here is well poised to cut off any re-entry from Silent here. This is not going to be looking too good. Yeah, Buck will be just waiting for him there. Easy kill on his part, but a few of his teammates have died on the top floor to push into the objective. So not really a win-win for either of those teams. Both teams seem to be neck and neck right now.
Definitely seem to be neck and neck, and only with 50 seconds remaining on the clock is going to have to be Nobu that makes the first couple moves of the last parts of this round here. And with Buck kind of inching up the stairs along with Ash trying to make the advances on the objective, it really becomes apparent that the attacking team is going to have to set the pace here if they want to win this round. They're going to have to play a little bit more aggressively if they want to finalize the proceedings here. But obviously, Buck and Ash are trying to make their moves on the objective, possibly pinching this Legion here. And obviously, he isn't able to get pinched as Nolan grabs the double kill. And it does put us at a quick refrag with Gazi and Nolan. So now with a final kill, it is going to be the defenders winning off round 11. And again, this does put us at a 6-5 scoreline. So yeah, we could be in for quite a good round if Certified Beauties is able to take the advantage on Nobu.
Definitely, that would be quite different from the previous game. So previous game, though the gap was shrinking round after round, Nobu still was able to win it with a comfortable lead. This round, if they win it 1 point off of the overtime situation. So it would have been by the skin of their teeth, I think is the English expression, because we were at a 5-0 situation. So Certified Beauties have really just won round after round after round. So props to them for that. Will their luck hold, however? So once again, Nobu, when they were defending, they won every round but for the one where Certified Beauties won the attack. So Nobu only have to replicate that feat and only win the one attacking round this round to win the game. So we will see what it will be, but definitely those two teams seem to be neck and neck way more than we were last game. And the font hasn't loaded up correctly here, so let's just head back into the replays and reload that screen, because definitely that's not what we want.
For sure. So while we're talking about that, I would definitely like to talk about this next round here. Obviously, as the font has loaded correctly, we are going to see a gridlock being played. So what does gridlock mean for us? Obviously, gridlock does hold a similar purpose to characters like Nomad and Jackal. She does provide a prevention of rotations, obviously the flank prevention, as well as a plant defense. So this is going to be obviously a defensive roam clear operator, and along with the use of an ACOG, she does pose a pretty big threat as a character herself. So that being said, it really is going to be up to Thermite as a player, and even though there is no utility blocker on Certified Beauty's team, it is going to be up to him solely to take out any type of hard-breaching walls that are available for him to take away. And again, he could be a possible crux of the strategy from Nobu itself, because again, we are going to be seeing a lot of utility operators, a lot of soft breaching operators, so he might have to be solely relied on for those breaching capabilities, hard breaching capabilities.
So you absolutely praise Greylock for being a great anti-roamer, which she definitely is, but I don't want to underestimate her capabilities of locking down a diffuser, a planted diffuser as well. With the smoke, you can plant it. Oh, and Louis barely did not see whoever was on his right side, but SK got that kill for him, thus saving his teammate. We are going to be hot on Legion's trail here. Legion seems to know we'll get a first kill. We'll receive a bit of damage, but nothing Gridlock now should be able, or should not be able to handle now that the advantage of surprise will be lost for him. But definitely the defenders are going to be moving out and about to make sure to invalidate any and all information the attackers might have on their locations. So Gridlock with the smoke grenades, she is really good to help or to aid the diffuser being planted, and once it is planted, those track singers are really good at locking down a room, be it to cut off any rotation for a roamer or to prevent the diffuser from being destroyed.
That being said, we are going to be put into our next half of the round, the second half of the round throughout this game, and interestingly enough, the defenders are still posing quite a threat, even on open area. A very normally contested objective, very easy objective for the attacking team to take. So my question to them is, Are they just cracking under pressure, or are they really having a hard time trying to set the pace for the game?
I couldn't know which one it is, but definitely the resistance of Certified Beauties has become stiffer and stiffer with every round that passes, so they really seem to have gotten to know their opponents and to know how to counter them, and the results now are definitely showing. We still have roamers with under a minute remaining on the game. The Legion here can deal a great amount of damage, and the remaining operators on the OBJ itself are going to make it next to impossible for the attackers to move up into that bomb site, thus making a plant very unlikely. And the only alternative to that is to go for the kills. This is not an easy proposition either, so really I don't think Nobu's in too good of a position right now.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Attackers
And we're
have
going to be put in a 3v4 situation as Doc is trying to take more engagements on that are going on in open, with the hatch drop being very imminent. Now, Buck is trying to plant the diffuser now. Unfortunately, he does stop with the Echo being put into play. Echo being a very big operator. Double kill going for Comrade, a triple kill going for him now, as Nobu is trying to take the advantage on Echo. And unfortunately, it is going to be Nobu winning out round 12, and a big GG to them.
That was a really high intensity round, so high intensity that I missed a lot of the kills, but wow, was it a fast ending. I honestly did not expect them to win this way. I thought that round was lost, and I thought we were going to go to overtime, but apparently I was proven wrong. Sometimes clutches and unexpected clutches really do happen. So, oh goddammit, I have double click when I shouldn't have double click. Let me just refresh the overlays or the replays really quickly here. So, yeah, nicely done, Rafi's opening frags here. Is that even the right round? No, that was a previous round, sorry. So yeah, Legion, the late roam was really effective, to be honest. They were able to prevent the attackers from moving up for so long. And yeah, this final clutch ended up cementing it for Nobu.
Yeah, I really can't say that even the haste of it all really caught Certified Beauties off guard, and by the end there, it really did seem clear that Nobu was going to win out this round.
So, with that being said, as always, when we have a victory, I like to bring the players in for a lovely little, let me just update that, lovely little interview. So I'll just go, the cameras are still on and are back on, and you were not exactly centered in yours. But yeah, with that being said, I'll just go grab the players, have a little interview with them. I'll have to get the camera back on the tripod though, because I was kind of charting that one up. And yeah, so give me 2.5 seconds, I'll go get the players, and we will see what they have to say about them now having at least $1,000 guaranteed. I will be right back.
Alrighty. So I think one of my biggest questions for them is going to have to be, what is their mindset right now? What is honestly going through their head? Because again, it's a lot of confidence and a lot of momentum that they brought to the table, but by the end, especially in the meat of the rounds of Nobu versus Certified Beauties, they were able to Certified Beauties are really able to craft themselves kind of this idea of hope, this idea that they could really win out the rest of the rounds. And unfortunately, they weren't able to. They got defeated right by the end. And of course, the factor of the no point of return really came into play till the end there. And the very steep hill they had to climb unfortunately diminished right below their feet as the last round was carried out in a very, very hasty clutch from Nobu. But other than that, I really don't have too much to comment on. It was absolutely amazing game from both teams and both parts, but fortunately, Nobu did come out on top, leaving Certified Beauties, unfortunately, with much, much less money than they would have originally. But yeah. So I believe Hans is going to come in with the team, and I do actually have a couple of questions for them for an interview. But yeah, so I believe our third match would, if I am correct, our third match would have been Um, Consulate, I believe so. Yeah, I believe it would have been Consulate. So, if we were to go to Consulate, it would have been very interesting to see. If Certified Beauties did have to make the comeback, and they were successful in the comeback and winning out the round. Um, it would have been a very interesting way to see these teams go at it, but unfortunately, it really came down to very, very small engagements that won out the rest of the round for them. All right. So, here, you know what? While we're at it, I believe, oh yeah, Hans is going to be coming in with the team pretty soon here. And I do actually have a couple of questions for them as I am going to be shipping off here very soon.
Yep. So I'm here. What I'll do this time is I will just have the headset around my neck with a very loud volume. This way, everybody will be able to hear a question and we won't have to repeat ourselves. Let's just get that chair out of the way. Okay. So yeah, I'll just come in. So obviously the camera is the one right here. So you have they do hear you hear her. So Jenna, just talk again.
Hello, hello.
You hear that? Okay. So if my co-caster has questions for you, I won't have to repeat them by keeping the headset on or something like that. So you have won your semifinals. You're now at the very least guaranteed $1,000. How does it feel?
It's not enough. I'm not gonna lie.
It's not enough. All right, so let's just make sure to win your finals, and then you'll be set with $5,000. The first game was quite nice. You won it with a comfortable lead, but the second game was becoming quite tense. The second game was not exactly guaranteed. Do you want to talk about were you stressed out, or how did you manage to pull it back? Because they won like 5 rounds in a row against you.
Yeah, I was trolling most of the game, so that's like my bad. But we still won because of Cobra's last round.
Okay, so that's Cobra. That's the guy that saved the game. Do you have anything to say about that?
I mean, we had to make plays to do something because we had like 30 seconds and we were like 3v3 or something like that, and I just like rushed and killed 3 guys. So yeah.
Getting the kills definitely does the trick. We saw next to no roamers when you were defending or when your opponents were defending. This was obviously by design because you won't forget to roam for 12 rounds in a row. But why did you choose not to roam, knowing that you could kill a Hibana or a Thermite that will prevent any hard breaching capability on the enemy team?
Like, the map is not designed for roamers, kinda. It's hard to rotate back to site. So if you get drone, you can get like just push and easily killed. So that's why you just stay inside and try to like waste time as much as possible, like in blue and server and stuff. That's pretty much the.
All right, so those are the questions that were popping up into my head. Jenna, do you have anything else to ask these players?
Yeah, so obviously, I'd have to say that you said that you controlling the most of the rounds. So I'd have to say, what do you think were your strengths and your weaknesses throughout that whole, those whole 2 games?
Louis or both. Louis or both.
So Lewis is a player, I assume. Okay, so you're both their strength, your team's strength, and your team's weakness. How does it feel to be both?
It feels pretty okay. I'm gonna be 100, but yeah, that's how it goes.
All right, great. So I think that's going to be it for that interview. So thank you all for being here. Best of luck to you with the finals, and we'll be casting your next game as soon as Pugs are done with theirs. So best of luck to you, and once again, congratulations. And just like last time, I don't really have a choice but to wait for the other game to finish. So that will force us into a bit of a downtime, a bit of a pause. But then after that, we will only have the last grand final, best of 3. Okay.
Because I do have to actually go. I do have plans that are in place as of right now.
I see.
And
So
unless they were to change, I should be going here pretty quickly.
I see. No worries whatsoever. On my part, I do believe I will switch to French because obviously, you guys can hear that English is my second language. I have a bit of an accent, and I'll have a hard time holding the stream on my own in English. So I will just ask the admins or the owners, managers here at Esports Central Arena if they mind if I do so. And if not, I'll be switching to French next game. But until then, first of all, thank you, Jenna, for being here. Can we have a thank you for Jenna in chat? And other than that, yeah, I'll be kicking the stream into be right back mode, be right back screen, and make sure to just rearrange those overlays to fit only one webcam. So once again, thank you for being here. It was a pleasure to cast with you, and we'll be seeing you again next time.
All right.
So once again, thank you all for being here, and we'll be back as soon as the other semifinal is done. OK. Donc. OK, on est à la caméra de vue. On peut s'approcher même un petit peu pour être plus grand dans le cadre de la caméra. Fait que, obviously, this is going to be in French now. Juste pour m'assurer. Vous êtes nos deux finalistes. Vous êtes les deux représentants de Montréal. Fait que ça, déjà là, en partant, c'est très encourageant si on concerne les sports au Québec, vous avez des sports dans les autres régions du Canada, les autres provinces du Canada. Est-ce que vous êtes un peu stressé l'un ou l'autre? Là, vous avez déjà 1000$ de garantie, mais le gagnant va partir avec 5000$. Donc, un peu d'anxiété, un peu de pression?
Non, ça, quand même habitué, là, mais c'est sûr qu'il y a un petit stress, là, mais je pense qu'on est moins stressé.
Alright. Puis là, vu que vous êtes les deux équipes québécoises, ben, vous avez déjà joué les uns contre les autres durant les qualificatifs pour avoir le droit d'être ici ce soir en ce moment en premier lieu. Corrigez-moi si j'ai tort. Vous avez chacun une victoire contre l'autre. Fait que là, c'est comme un peu votre finale, votre revanche en grande finale, en best of 3.
Ouais, on a forfait les deux finales parce que c'était rendu trop tard. Puis sinon, en préparatif, ils nous ont battu la première fois, on nous a battu la deuxième.
Donc là-dessus, ça va vraiment être comme la grande finale pour répondre à toutes les questions. Est-ce que tu as quelque chose à rajouter là-dessus?
Non, ça va décider en game. On va montrer c'est qui est meilleur.
Alright, ben parfait. Fait que bonne chance à vous deux. Puis ben, là, on va être rendu à faire le banc de map. Évidemment, vous allez pouvoir être avec votre équipe pour plein de questions. Donc, on ne le fera pas en personne comme ça. Fait que ben, je vous laisse aller trouver vos joueurs. Puis bonne chance à vous autres.
Merci beaucoup.
Donc, on va être en lice pour la fin du stream ici. La fin de la compétition. Donc, très rapidement, on va juste envoyer les liens aux différents joueurs. On va envoyer le lien de ma ban comme ça à la Nobu et à la Pugs. Qui était le représentant déjà de la Pugs? J'en suis pas certain. On va aller voir ça comme ça. Team 4 Clutch, c'est vrai, c'était Clutch. Voilà. Voilà, ça va être fait. Et donc, Sariz, hello, Esports Central Arena. Salut Sariz, comment ça va? Bubito fait hello. How are you all doing? On va aller en écran de ma ban. Et le ban aurait apparemment déjà commencé. La Nobu qui va immédiatement enlever Villa. Honnêtement, ils l'ont déjà fait. Donc, je suis pas trop surpris sur le choix de ban pour cette map-là, en tout cas. Et puis là, vraiment, ça va être aux Pugs de regarder comment eux vont vouloir réagir. Comme on l'a dit tantôt, ce sont deux équipes qui ont un peu de vécu, un peu d'histoire entre elles. Et les tensions vont être élevées, mais également, les deux équipes vont se connaître. Les deux équipes vont savoir un peu à quoi s'attendre face à l'une, face à l'autre. Donc ça va rajouter un niveau de subtilité ou un niveau de méta qu'on n'aura pas vu jusqu'à présent dans les maps qu'on aura eu. Donc je vais être vraiment intéressé de voir ce que ça va donner. D'ici là, il va falloir voir comment la Pugs va vouloir gérer ceci. Et moi, je vais en profiter pour commencer lentement mais sûrement à préparer la prochaine map. Et puis même là, si j'enlève la souris qui est proche du clavier, ça va me permettre de un petit peu mieux caler les... Ah, ça va être bien. Ça va être beau. Puis ça... Ok, j'ai pas le son, mais ça, c'est pas grave. J'ai pas le son du PC de jeu, ce qui peut être un peu embêtant plus tard, si jamais ça devait causer problème. Les Pugs qui n'ont toujours pas fait leur premier ban, il va falloir regarder ce qu'il en est. Néanmoins, d'ici là, moi, je vais me contenter de... Je pourrais leur renvoyer le lien juste pour m'assurer que tout fonctionne comme il faut. Quoique ça devrait vraiment pas poser problème. On va aller voir ici. Skies. On va l'envoyer à tout le monde, simplement. On va l'envoyer à tout le monde. Hop. Voilà. Sais-tu qui pleure toujours sur Twitter? C'est-tu SK qui pleure toujours sur Twitter? Je ne sais pas. Ça risque dit un peu. Ah voilà, là les Pugs vont commencer à faire leur ban. Donc ça c'est très bien. De mon côté, vraiment ce qui m'intrigue un petit peu, comme je l'ai tout juste dit, c'est de ne pas avoir le son du jeu dans mon casque. Donc évidemment, si je ne l'ai pas dans mon casque, plus tard, quand le temps viendra, on ne l'aura pas dans le stream non plus. Il va falloir que je regarde ça. Ah, ouais, c'est vrai. J'avais juste muté le son. OK. On a Frodo Laporte. J'adore vraiment ton pseudo. Amaru Toxic Man, rebonsoir. Toxic, et quoi? Il est 3 h du matin chez toi. Le côté professionnel ou le côté raisonnable de moi dirait va te coucher, mais un autre côté me dit ah ben je suis content que tu restes réveillé jusqu'à 3-4 heures du matin pour regarder le stream. On va avoir un deuxième band qui va être Coastline, Littoral, donc Pogs, je les ai castés qu'une seule fois, puis je suis plus certain sur quelle map, mais Littoral définitivement est une map qui commence à prendre de l'âge, puis définitivement, c'est pas, par exemple, Café qui vient tout juste d'être faite, puis sur laquelle on est encore en train vraiment de retrouver les nouvelles méta, ou à la limite Villa vont un petit peu être considérés dans cette catégorie-là. Ce qui va faire en sorte que pour les très très vieilles maps, on sait vraiment à quoi s'attendre. Alors que, encore une fois, Café ou Villa, on pourrait être surpris de part et d'autre si l'une ou l'autre des équipes devait en venir à innover sur quelque chose. Je vais juste recentrer un petit peu la caméra comme ça. La qui dit est-ce que c'est une tapette? Je ne vais pas me prononcer là-dessus. Par exemple, en effet, si jamais ça commence à devenir trop ordurier comme langage, je vais être obligé de modérer le chat. Donc, Aski, s'il te plaît, tu as le droit à tes opinions, absolument, mais demeure poli ici, s'il te plaît. Donc, on a maintenant eu nos 4 bandes de maps, je devrais dire, pardon. Tout ce qu'il nous reste à faire, ça va être de regarder quelle map on va vouloir jouer dans quel ordre. Et ça va être relativement intéressant et relativement curieux de regarder. Je vais également relancer mon programme de casting. On a Yacine qui dit « Best duo ever, Saris, quand on parle du loup. » Donc, notre première map ici va être Café Dostoyevski, déterminé, si je ne m'abuse, par la Nobu. Donc, plus tard, quand on va être rendu là, ça va être les Pogs qui vont décider s'ils veulent commencer dessus en attaque ou en défense. Donc, et voilà, avec une deuxième map qui va être la base, ben, nécessairement, la troisième, ça va s'avérer à être Consulat. Et honnêtement, Consulat, on ne l'a pas vu aujourd'hui. Si on veut dresser la liste des maps qu'on n'a pas vues, on n'a pas vu Café, on n'a pas vu Consulat et on n'a pas vu Villa. Villa a été ban, certes, mais si jamais on devait aller dans le best of 3, si jamais on devait aller en temps supplémentaire, eh bien, on va avoir au moins une map, Café, et peut-être même 2, qu'on n'aura pas encore vu jusqu'à aujourd'hui. Donc, au niveau de ce qui va être la diversité dans les maps qu'on va voir aujourd'hui, on va être absolument servi. Et voilà, on vient tout juste d'avoir nos derniers bands, donc laissez-moi, ou notre dernière sélection. Donc laissez-moi juste m'assurer de noter ça pour pas qu'on se demande qui va jouer quand tantôt. Et puis, on va être prêt à commencer ça. Donc, la Nobu, si on prend eux, ils vont commencer en attaque game 1. La Nobu vont être en défense game 2 et finalement en attaque game 3. Voilà, donc ceci étant maintenant fait, on va juste terminer de noter les petites affaires qui sont nécessaires avec la Nobu d'un côté et les Pogs de l'autre côté. En best of 3, la première map, ça va être Café. Ok, cette Café n'est pas dans la... Mince. Il va falloir que je le tienne manuellement. Ok, bon ben tant pis dans ce cas-là. Et puis après ça, ça va être Clubhouse. Et finalement, ça va être Consulat. Voilà. Ok, on va être prêt à commencer ça. Donc, désolé, pardonnez-moi le fait que je sorte un peu de l'écran de streaming. Vu que, après tout, 2 PC à gérer et juste une webcam, ça fait pas bon ménage, mettons. Donc, Nebu va se faire inviter. Et dans les Pogs, qui avais-je dans les Pogs déjà? Vraiment, j'ai un blanc de mémoire. Et puis, il me semble que je devrais le savoir. Honnêtement, c'est ça qui me frustre le plus. Le fait que je devrais le savoir. Si je joue au Discord, c'était... SKVZ, évidemment! SKVZ, que je vais ajouter en ami très rapidement à l'instant. Et comme ça, le moindre qui accepte ma demande d'amis, je vais pouvoir l'inviter à la partie. Sinon, on avait qui d'autre? On avait Clutch. Clutch, tous les deux sont en ne pas déranger. Néanmoins, on devrait être en mesure de les inviter. Voilà. Et puis, je vais essayer de gérer ça à partir d'ici, faisant en sorte que je vais rester dans la caméra autant que possible. Bon, il restait devant un écran d'une terre qui tourne tranquille, mais j'avais Breaking Bad. Ouais, donc ça, c'est évidemment c'est la nature des LAN. Si tu regardes, exemple, moi je sais pas, le Six Invitational, le temps que tu as en deux parties est quand même long. Et puis moi, je vais te dire, pour commencer à le vivre lentement mais sûrement, c'est pas juste d'étirer le temps puis d'avoir un événement qui va durer toute la journée. C'est vraiment que ça prend beaucoup de préparation quand même de gérer une compétition comme ça. Et puis honnêtement, je te dirais qu'au niveau du résultat qu'on a eu aujourd'hui, on a été quand même efficace, considérant tous les paramètres qui viennent dans une LAN. Donc, ceci étant dit, est-ce que je peux créer un projecteur fenêtré? Oui, super. Donc, on va aller préparer tout ça. Donc, dans les options du match, on va avoir l'équipe bleue qui va s'appeler Nebu. Et l'équipe orange va s'appeler Pugs. Voilà. À part de ça, notre première map... Si on revient dans le ban de map, notre première map, c'est café, c'est ça. Première map, café. Et voilà. Et pour le reste, je pense qu'on va être... Café, c'est bizarre, elle est souvent... Oh, le jeu qui crache. Et le jeu qui crache, ça, c'est toujours très apprécié. Donc, pardonnez-moi, mais je vais vraiment sortir ici de l'écran de la webcam. Parce que là, il va falloir que je règle ça. Vous savez quoi, en fait? À ce stade, je vais juste prendre la caméra qui... Ah, n'a tout juste pas assez de câble. Mince. Donc, on va faire tourner l'écran de sorte à ce que ceci me centre à peu près. Je ne serai pas face à la caméra, mais vous me verrez quand même. Donc, ça va être l'alternative qu'on va venir trouver ici. Rainbow Six va redémarrer. Est-ce qu'il est sur un SSD, sur les ordinateurs d'Esports Central? Évidemment, je ne connais pas la réponse à toutes ces questions. Néanmoins, son temps de démarrage est très, très, très acceptable. Et je me rends compte que j'ai peut-être laissé ma bouteille d'eau à l'extérieur de la salle de casting. Il va donc falloir que j'aille la récupérer. On va juste inviter les joueurs à la partie, mais vraiment, ça va être un peu embarrassant pour moi, mais il va absolument falloir que je m'absente parce que je l'ai oublié là-bas. Néanmoins, d'ici là, on va inviter nos joueurs en premier lieu, ça c'est absolument certain. Voilà, en spectateur. On a Yacine qui demande, c'est qui lui? Moi ça? Le gars dans la vidéo, moi c'est Anti V4, je suis le casteur. Ouais. Invité à jouer, et puis, encore une fois, je me sens vraiment débile des fois. Mais, non, c'est ça. Yacine, moi je suis pas... je suis pas employé de Esports Central. Donc, c'est sûr que si tu te demandes qui je suis sur la chaîne d'Esports Central, eh bien, ouais, c'est ça. Je suis juste le casteur pour la durée de l'événement. Donc, je suis vraiment ici seulement pour l'événement que Esports Central ont organisé. Et puis, je suis casteur depuis maintenant 3 ans, au-dessus de 3 ans. Casteur ESL, community casteur ESL. Donc, Anti-V4, si tu me cherches, tu vas me trouver sans absolument aucun problème. Si tu n'as pas envie de me chercher, si tu n'as pas envie de me trouver, je vais être ici sur la chaîne de Esports Central pour un dernier Best of 3. Et après ça, si tu veux plus me voir, tu leur diras ça. Moins 200 IQ, en effet, moins 200 IQ des fois. Moi, je fais des erreurs assez bêtes. Je sais pas si c'est à moi que tu parlais, mais je penserais pas. Néanmoins, on va laisser les joueurs se connecter et puis moi, il va vraiment falloir que je cours chercher ma bouteille d'eau que j'ai laissée au bar pour ceux qui savent, pour ceux qui connaissent l'agencement ou les plans du e-sport central. Je reviens, ce sera vraiment pas long. Ceci fut aussi rapide que j'aurais pu, côté réaliste, espérer que ce soit. Donc, bonne nouvelle là-dessus. Tout le monde est là. On va juste s'assurer de une chose ou deux. Donc, la première map, évidemment, il faut mettre la bonne map. Ça va être café. Voilà. La Nobu qui attaque, donc l'équipe bleue, s'il commence en attaque, c'est bon. On va juste mettre les noms d'équipe. Voilà. Et puis, Pog. On demande finalement une dernière confirmation aux joueurs s'ils sont prêts. Et si ça devait être le cas, Skies est prêt. Notre Coco, good luck, have fun. Nobu, ready. Ben, on voit absolument que tout le monde est ready. Donc, bonne chance à nos joueurs. Et bonne chance pour la partie. Quoique, il y avait une chose qui n'était pas supposée être comme elle l'est. Ça va être l'overlay ici qui n'a pas été réinitialisé. Donc ça, je vais juste faire... Ah, je vois où j'ai misclick. Voilà, et puis on est en best of 1. Pas en best of 3. Il va peut-être juste falloir que je... Ah non, c'est vrai, on est encore en best of 3. Je suis absolument débile. Voilà! Parfait! Donc les bandes d'opérateurs vont très rapidement commencer. Et puis Thatcher va avoir été enlevé par la Nobu. De manière assez intéressante. Par la POG, pardon. Thatcher. Qu'est-ce qu'on peut dire sur Thatcher? Évidemment, son but, ça va être de soutenir un termite ou Libanais pour ouvrir un mur renforcé, mais plus que juste ça. Si jamais, on le voit relativement rarement à ce niveau de jeu-là, si jamais vous voulez rusher de manière agressive, de manière ridiculement agressive, eh bien, Thatcher peut être intéressant parce qu'on peut juste lancer une grenade IM puis se débarrasser de toutes les Mingu qui pourraient y avoir ou qui pourraient aussi ne pas être là dans un cadre de port, dans un certain corridor, ce qui va faire en sorte que ça va juste te permettre de rusher avec l'esprit tranquille, si je peux dire ça comme ça. Et sous cet aspect-ci, Thatcher a une très très grande polyvalence et on peut absolument comprendre pourquoi on voulait l'enlever. Maestro, au niveau de la polyvalence, il est incroyablement bon également. Ses caméras sont un excellent outil d'observation, ne sont pas nécessairement faciles à détruire. Mais par-dessus ça, Maestro a la LMG. C'est le seul opérateur défensif à avoir un chargeur de plus de 50 balles. Et puis s'il se trouve en situation de 1v4, mais 1v3, s'il y a quelqu'un qui peut faire le clutch, ça va être Maestro. Son arme a quand même un gros recul. Mais c'est pas le pire au monde. C'est pas un recul qui soit impossible de récupérer. Et c'est essentiellement ça qui va être no ban pour la soirée. Donc, on va très rapidement arriver dans notre première ronde. Et puis ici, les joueurs, sans grande surprise, vont aller au bar et au bar à cocktail. Après tout, le top, il n'y a absolument aucune contestation là-dessus. C'est le singulier meilleur endroit pour défendre dans la map, en tout cas de café. Et donc, zéro surprise vont nous venir sur ce plan-là, très honnêtement. Au niveau de la composition, on peut voir Gridlock joué par SK. Donc, on pourrait s'attendre vraiment à ce qu'il y ait une méta beaucoup plus, je dirais, stratégique. Donc, Gridlock peut vraiment bloquer des roamers. Étant donné que Jackal n'est pas là, ben, l'anti-roaming va possiblement passer par Gridlock, entre autres. Et par-dessus ça également, on peut voir que chez les Pogs, il va y avoir quand même plusieurs opérateurs, disons, lourds. On va avoir Doc, on va avoir Echo, on va avoir Kaïd. Ça va faire 3 opérateurs à 3 points d'armure, mais aussi 3 opérateurs avec des ACOG. Et donc ça, au niveau de capacité de soutenir une fusillade à longue portée, ça va être absolument effroyable. Les attaquants qui devraient quasiment, ou d'habitude peuvent quasiment prendre pour acquis que l'événement qu'ils ont un ACOG sur leur arme, par la nature des armes des attaquants et par la nature des armes des défenseurs, que les attaquants vont avoir l'avantage de la porter dans une fusillade donnée. Donc ils ont juste à rester dehors, rester à une fenêtre, trouver une longue ligne et utiliser la fusillade à partir de ce moment-là. Et bien ici, ce ne sera pas nécessairement le cas. Surtout avec le TSG12 qui a été récemment amélioré. Quoique on peut voir que Kaïd ici n'a pas utilisé la COG sur son TSG12. Donc, Louise ici très rapidement va commencer à arriver. Est-ce qu'il va vouloir jouer dans ce roaming en rentrant au rez-de-chaussée ou il va monter en rappel sur le toit comme sera à peu près la méta standard que tout le monde pourrait s'entendre pour dire que c'est absolument normal de voir ce style de jeu-là. Sad, Rafi va commencer à ouvrir une petite ligne et puis on peut voir que premièrement Will va être dans les environs. Mais il y avait également, je pense que c'était apparemment non, c'était de Stuzy qui était là. Donc on avait quand même 2 tirs croisés sur cette fenêtre-là. Rafi a bien fait de ne pas forcer la fusillade plus que nécessaire. Et la Nobu va très rapidement trouver la bombe B. On a 1 ou 2 roamers au rez-de-chaussée. Et donc là, il va être intéressant de regarder est-ce que quelqu'un est en train de faire de l'anti-roaming en bas. La réponse va être non. On a Ash qui, que je sache, est encore en train de droner à partir d'en bas. Avec la fenêtre étant ouverte, elle va peut-être vouloir rentrer. Et puis juste ici, très rapidement, voilà. Le premier sang va donc venir à la Nobu. Donc GG à Louise pour ça. Quoique un kill dans le contexte de Best of 3 n'aura pas beaucoup d'incidence. Il va falloir voir comment la tendance va se créer. Et si on va être capable de la maintenir ou est-ce que ça va tout simplement changer de direction. Skies, pour l'instant, va rester sur le bar à cocktail. Et puis avec 1 minute 20 quand même qui s'est joué. Il n'y a pas beaucoup de progression qui a été reportée chez la Nobu. Certes, ils ont pris le temps de droner à peu près tout ce qu'il y avait à droner. Ils ont pris le temps de prendre à peu près toutes les informations. Ça va les permettre d'avancer avec une certitude absolue, avec un 2e kill ici qui va arriver très rapidement sur lésion. Mais d'ici là, ultimement, si le compte à rebours tombe à 0, si la minuterie arrive à 0, eh bien, il va y avoir une défaite qui va être collée au niveau de la première ronde pour les défenseurs, pour les attaqueurs, je devrais dire, pardon. Donc, malgré le fait que la Nobu sont absolument très certains de ce qu'ils font, il va quand même falloir qu'il le fasse rapidement. Et honnêtement, c'est très bien parti. On va voir Will juste ici qui est absolument coincé dans la glacière. En situation maintenant de 1v5, il va nous avoir Clutch qui va se faire tirer de tous les côtés par le plancher d'un côté. Il se fait push de l'autre côté. Sur sa gauche également, ça va arriver. Et la Nobu va remporter la première map, ou la première manche, pardon, par une ronde parfaite. Donc là-dessus, on n'a absolument rien à leur reprocher. Donc, va pour les magnifiques replays qu'on va avoir. La ronde, c'était sérieusement bien joué. Vraiment, j'ai pas remarqué grand-chose chez les Pogs pour tenter de contrer le plan de la Nobu. Ils ont juste patiemment, ou c'est l'impression que ça m'a donné, patiemment attendu que la Nobu arrive. Puis quand la Nobu était là, ben, ils ont tenté des fusillades face à face, mais comme on peut voir au travers de à peu près tous les replays qu'on va avoir, ça n'a visiblement pas fonctionné. Ce qui fait en sorte que vraiment les Pogs ont été très statiques, très passifs. Et puis si j'avais à parier ou si j'avais à donner mon opinion là-dessus, j'ai l'impression que c'est ça qui est, c'est ça qui va leur avoir coûté la première ronde. L'overlay puis le scoreboard, oui en effet c'est Pogs avec un O. Désolé, je vais régler ça dans l'overlay. Merci Saris. J'ai surtout pas fait 2 fois cette erreur-là parce que c'est surtout pas une faute de frappe, je dirais, volontaire au niveau des joueurs pour styliser leur nom. Donc, je me suis fait pincer. Merci beaucoup de me rattraper. Un jour, il va y avoir une équipe de techniciens en entier derrière moi dans les coulisses pour s'occuper du stream. Mais d'ici là, caster, ça prend quand même beaucoup de concentration mentale, ce qui fait en sorte que le moindrement que tu as 2 puis 3 affaires à gérer en même temps, ce genre de petits oublis-là vont arriver. Donc, on va avoir une deuxième défense ici dans la cuisine et ça va être assez intéressant parce que cuisine a beaucoup de murs non renforcés, de murs destructibles qu'il va falloir renforcer. Et justement, on ne les voyait pas tous se faire protéger, premièrement, mais par-dessus ça, ça permet aussi beaucoup de points d'entrée potentiels pour les attaquants. Quand tu es au top, bon, ben, si tu rentres par une des fenêtres qui sont très prévisibles ou par une des trappes qui sont très prévisibles, et puis sauter par une fenêtre, sauter par une trappe, ben, ça laisse une opportunité assez limitée au niveau des décales, au niveau des pré-shoots, et puis au niveau des déplacements, soit tomber à partir du trou dans le plafond, ce qui rend tes mouvements très prévisibles et donc relativement facile à attendre et à contrer. Ici, ben, c'est à peu près l'inverse. Les attaquants peuvent rentrer de n'importe quel côté et mettre de la pression de n'importe quel côté avec une agilité sans précédent. Donc cette ronde-là pourrait, par la nature du bâtiment, déjà faciliter un petit peu plus l'attaque. Néanmoins, le premier kill qui va avoir eu lieu va avoir été à l'avantage de la Pogs. Donc la Nobu aurait un peu plus de difficultés en ce qui concerne le début de la ronde. D'ailleurs, on a perdu le désamorceur. C'est pas un gros problème, mais ça va quand même forcer Goddy à se retourner et à prendre une rotation, un petit décal de 5 secondes. Certes, 5 secondes, c'est pas beaucoup, mais après, à la fin de la ronde, dans les dernières secondes de la ronde, ça peut faire la différence entre une ronde de gagnée et une ronde de perdue. Donc il ne faut absolument pas sous-estimer chaque petit délai que les défenseurs sont capables d'imposer aux attaquants. Oh non, on a eu un team kill ici. Cobrat, il a été capable de tuer de Stuzy, mais il a également fragué un de ses alliés au travers de tout ça. Donc, il n'y a pas vraiment de gagnant au travers de cette fusillade-là. Et ici, SK va tenter d'ouvrir le plafond et d'utiliser la verticalité à son plein potentiel. Il n'a pas été particulièrement agressif, il a ouvert un peu de plancher, mais après tout, son but, c'était pas non plus d'aller chercher masse de frags. Là, il a vraiment peur à ce que des roamers reviennent et des roamers vont revenir. On a notre Coco qui, lentement mais sûrement, va être en train de faire une rotation. Est-ce qu'il va vouloir aller chercher SK ou est-ce qu'il va vouloir revenir sur l'objectif lui-même? Ça va rester à voir. Mais avec 1 minute restante au chrono, il va falloir que le désamorceur se fasse poser rapidement ou qu'on commence à jouer plus agressivement sur les kills. Donc ça va être à peu près, je dirais, le dernier coup de droning de la part de Capita. Et juste ici, SK semble savoir qu'il y avait quelqu'un juste là. La caméra le voyait, mais apparemment, il est quand même capable d'aller chercher le kill. Bien joué à SK. Et maintenant qu'il va avoir plus ou moins l'assurance que le plafond va être à peu près safe au-dessus de lui, les roamers, il n'y aura personne autour de lui, il va pouvoir à nouveau commencer à mettre de la pression sur l'objectif. Et ça va être très, très, très important. S'il est capable de fournir une distraction, ça peut permettre à ses alliés qui vont mettre de la pression à partir de l'objectif lui-même, de faire une distraction puis de faire des kills faciles. Mais d'ici là, avec 27 secondes restantes au chrono, les deux équipes vont utiliser leur gadget pour paralyser l'action. Ça va être Gridlock et Smoke qui vont chacun utiliser leur gadget. Une maintenant station de 2 contre 2, rectification 2 contre 1. Bandit avec un premier kill qui va faire le frag sur le porteur des amorceurs. On est maintenant en station de 2 contre 1, 15 secondes restantes. Cobra va devoir agresser et ce très 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 rapidement. Il y a encore toutes ses flèches, donc s'il veut utiliser ses carreaux de la bonne façon, il aurait pu faire quelque chose de beau. Mais ultimement, ça va être la POG qui va la remporter pour cause de kill à la toute dernière seconde. Et honnêtement, s'il restait caché, il aurait gagné la ronde pour une question de temps. Tant qu'à moi, c'était un risque pas nécessaire, qui aura fini par payer. Donc, absolument, GG à toi. Mais tout de même, il aurait pris un risque que moi, avoir été dans sa place, je n'aurais pas pris. Et voilà, ça va nous donner les replays qu'on voit ici à la fin de la partie. J'étais vraiment surpris de voir Gridlock qui se fout dans la smoke comme ça, sachant qu'elle a très peu de vie. Elle aurait peut-être pu s'échanger de place avec, disons, Capitao. Puis Capitao aurait pu se foutre dans la smoke, encaisser quelques dégâts, qui est arroché pour aller faire un frag. Alors que Gridlock prend la position un peu moins risquée. Considérant le très peu de vie qu'elle avait, tout ça, mis ensemble, ça va nous donner essentiellement la ronde de gagner pour les Pogs qu'on aura eu. Et directement dès le début, on va rapidement remarquer qu'on est en station de 1 pour 1 au niveau des pointages. Donc les deux équipes sont vraiment sur un pied d'égalité. Les deux équipes, après tout, sont finalistes. Et je ne m'attends pas à voir ni l'une ni l'autre totalement dominer son adversaire. Donc d'après moi, ça va être une très très belle partie. On va, cette fois-ci, prendre... Où est la bombe? On est à nouveau au top. Ah bah oui, évidemment, parce que la première défense au top avait échoué. Donc ici, les joueurs chez la Pogs vont tenter d'avoir des résultats différents. On va y en voir si ça va se concrétiser pour eux. Néanmoins, au niveau de la stratégie, on peut remarquer quelques variations. On avait précédemment un Kaïd et un Doct. Beaucoup d'opérateurs à 3 points d'armure, donc très peu d'opérateurs légers et mobiles. Et bien ici, on va avoir un peu plus de ces opérateurs légers et mobiles là, comme par exemple Vigile, un exemple très très simple. Pas beaucoup de tentatives de spawn kill cependant. Ce qui va faire en sorte que ni les attaquants vont être en risque de tomber dès le début, mais non plus ni la POG va vouloir prendre des risques plus ou moins inutiles dès le tout début de la ronde. Louise va regarder un peu par la fenêtre, ne voyant personne, on va se regrouper sur le toit et vraiment, c'est la méta absolument standard. On va aller sur le toit, on va ouvrir la trappe, l'autre trappe, on va regarder un peu si on est capable de mettre de la pression. Ah, et j'ai raté un premier kill ici de la part de Sadrafi, qui apparemment est en anti-roaming, car je ne pense pas que Lésion était sur le toit ou était proche du deuxième étage. Néanmoins, vraiment, je m'attends à ce qu'on ait un push relativement... en français tantôt, c'était en anglais. Ouais, Louis, j'ai ma co-caster qui était anglophone n'est plus là. Et puis l'anglais étant ma langue seconde, tout seul, ça aurait été un gros défi. Donc pour la qualité, je me suis dit qu'on a le switch en français. Il y en a qui vont être contents de ça. Il y en a qui vont être un peu moins enthousiasmés de là. Ça dépend vraiment de votre langue maternelle et de vos préférences. Donc, voilà, ça répond à peu près à la question sous-entendue là-dedans. Ah, Philippe, t'en fais pas. Absolument aucun stress là-dessus. Et là, vraiment, comme je disais, le même push que précédemment est en train de se préparer. Oh, on a Louise ici qui est capable de très très bien intercepter ça, mais quand même, on a tous les 5 attaquants qui sont à peu près exactement au même endroit. Cobra qui va vouloir retenir un petit peu la pression. Par là de la pression, il va y avoir notre Coco juste ici, qui va, malgré lui, se foutre plein dans la vue de Cobrat. Ça va nous laisser en situation de 2 contre 5. Et puis, la Nobus sont quand même bien partis pour refaire une ronde parfaite, comme ils l'ont fait à la toute première manche. Donc, on peut leur souhaiter le meilleur des résultats, mais en même temps, on pourrait souhaiter aux Pogs de ne pas se faire absolument défoncer Clutch qui va se retrouver dans la même position que précédemment. La Nitro va se relancer immédiatement. Si on va faire un kill, apparemment non. SKVZ dans la fumée, il va tenter de chercher un kill. Il va voir où se trouve Gridlock. Beau frag ici. La bonne nouvelle, il aurait pu avoir une bonne nouvelle s'il avait été en mesure de faire le frag sur le portrait des amorceurs. Donc les astres sur cet aspect-là n'étaient malheureusement pas alignés. Un autre frag ici, il va nous laisser avec Clutch en situation de 1v4. Il y a très peu de vie, puis il ne peut pas sortir de là à cause du Gridlock. Donc un premier frag, la -2 va te le passer. Apparemment non. C'est ainsi que la Nobu va être en mesure de, à nouveau, remporter une ronde dans le bar. Et puis c'est... Encore une fois, la défense de la Pogs est très statique. Ils vont juste attendre que les attaquants viennent les chercher. Et puis c'est exactement ce que la Nobu va faire. Ils vont droner, ils vont savoir qui est où, ils vont travailler ensemble pour déloger des défenseurs, je ne vais pas dire isolés, mais si on prend l'exemple de, je pense que c'est Valkyrie qui était dans le bar, elle était en situation de 1v5 puis il n'y avait personne d'autre. Non, c'était pas Valkyrie, Valkyrie est morte là. Lésion Jäger, un de ces opérateurs-là, qui est mort dans le bar, qui était tout seul, qui était isolé, alors qu'il faisait face essentiellement à un 1v5, vu que toute l'équipe des attaquants était en train de mettre de la pression pour le déloger. Ces situations-là ne sont tout simplement pas une situation qu'il est possible de gagner. Donc les attaquants en 5 ont été capables de tuer un adversaire isolé, ils ont tué un autre isolé, ils ont tué un autre isolé. Puis là, sans qu'on s'en rende compte, on est déjà rendu en situation de 2v5. Et vraiment, c'est le team play de la Nobu qui va leur avoir fait gagner cette ronde-là. Par-dessus ça, on va avoir une troisième ronde qui va être très intéressante ici. On va aller dans la bibliothèque. Donc, le nouvel objectif, le nouveau BP qui a été ajouté avec le redesign de la map Café. Et honnêtement, ce redesign-là, je le trouve très intéressant. Un peu risqué, mais intéressant. Je m'explique. Si on prend à peu près n'importe quel site classique, un site très simple pour illustrer mon exemple va être sur Clubhouse, le gym et la chambre. Il y a un mur simple entre les deux bombes. On ouvre le mur, que ce soit au fusil à pompe avec une onde de percussion ou autre. Et après ça, on a une trou de rotation entre les deux bombes. Alors que ici, entre les deux bombes, il va y avoir carrément un corridor. Donc tout ce que ça te prendrait, hypothétiquement, c'est un attaquant qui bloque le corridor et il peut bloquer la rotation entre les deux bombes, tout comme c'est très difficile de le faire quand tu es justement avec un seul mur non renforcé, un seul mur destructible entre les deux BP. Pas qu'il est particulièrement facile de camper ce corridor-là, surtout pas pour un attaquant, mais tout de même, ça va faire en sorte, même la largeur du corridor va légèrement agrandir la distance qu'un défenseur hypothétique aurait à traverser pour se rendre de BP à l'autre. Donc, sous tous ces aspects-là, ce BP-là est un peu unique. Et honnêtement, j'aime ça, voir un peu de variation, un peu de changement dans Rainbow Six Siege. Très rapidement, la pression va arriver sur le top. Oh, apparemment, quelqu'un aurait tiré dans un prisme de clutch juste ici. Je pense que c'était Cobrat. Donc là, est-ce qu'on va vouloir faire un run-out? Est-ce qu'on va vouloir tenter le push? Est-ce qu'on va vouloir tenter d'aller le déloger? La réponse semblerait être non, quoique évidemment, ayant été tag par le prisme, ça aurait pu être une opportunité. Encore une fois, on a un autre attaquant qui a tiré dessus cette fois-ci. Ah, ça va être Sadrafi qui a fait passer son drone au travers. Mais encore une fois, c'est sûr qu'il ne faut pas rusher aveuglément dès que tu as le moindre indice de où va se trouver ton adversaire, parce que rusher tête baissée, c'est pas mieux non plus. Mais j'ai pas vu personne qui a ne serait-ce que tenté de tirer profit de l'avantage que ça venait leur donner. Donc, notre coco ici va avoir été repéré. Louise et Dostuzy vont faire tous les deux un kill. Et là, on a IQ, H, Termite. Termite qui est en train de rentrer juste ici. Il va finalement faire face à Jäger. Jäger qui va l'éliminer. Beau kill là-dessus. Notre coco a maintenant la possession du désamorceur. Sadrafi va évidemment vouloir aller récupérer ça. On a également Cobrat qui va probablement vouloir faire quelque chose. Parce que là, ce qui est embarrassant, c'est que Louise, lui, est sur l'objectif. Mais le désamorceur, même s'il est dans le champ de vision de Sadrafi n'est pas en mesure de juste avancer et aller le chercher. Ou en fait, je vais retirer ce que j'ai dit. Il serait maintenant en mesure de le récupérer vu que son adversaire a fait une bonne rotation. Et maintenant, Sadrafi avec le désamorceur va pouvoir venir se relocaliser et venir retrouver Louise. Ils sont maintenant en situation de 2 contre 3. Donc la meilleure chose à faire pour les défenseurs restants, ça serait de mettre leur chiffre, de mettre leur nombre, de mettre leur force, de leur puissance de feu de commun. Surtout puisque Skies ici est en train de revenir dans les escaliers blancs. Donc le moindrement qu'on va vouloir faire une rotation, lui va tenir la ligne. Et puis il se dandine de gauche à droite. Donc il fait beaucoup de bruit, ce qui va permettre à H de faire une décale très facile. Et ça va venir rééquilibrer les équipes. Notre Coco et Clutcher. Oh, Clutcher ici peut être très dangereux avec la grenade percussion. On va faire un kill très bien joué. On le sait avec IQ en station de 1v2, 27 secondes restant au chrono. Si vous posez des amorceurs, il va falloir qu'il le fasse rapidement parce que d'habitude, il y a une coupe de bêtes et de faux plantes qui vont être liées à ça. Mais voilà, situation de 1 contre 1, 18 secondes restant au chrono. Il n'y a personne qui va être assez proche pour empêcher un pose des amorceurs de se faire poser. Surtout si tu veux y aller rapidement. Donc, notre coco d'ailleurs est un peu trop loin pour entendre le diffuseur se faire planter, mais là, avec 10 secondes, on sait exactement ce qui va s'aligner. 5 secondes restantes au chrono. Sadrafi sait qu'il n'a plus le choix que d'aller pour le kill. On semble savoir à peu près où il va se retourner juste ici. Il va revenir dans le dos. Le wallbang, est-ce qu'il va passer? Apparemment, non. Oh, ça, c'était une ronde qui aurait pu être très belle, mais qui a été tout juste un petit peu trop lente sur le chrono. Et les replays vont venir nous afficher ça essentiellement. Si on regarde, il y a eu des kills d'un bord comme de l'autre, comme par exemple très rapidement ici Thermite qui va chercher le frag. Malheureusement, meilleure chance la prochaine fois. Après ça, on peut voir Doc, que lui, vraiment, il a été beaucoup trop nerveux. Il faisait du gauche-droite. Donc, les bruits de pas sont un bruit très distant dans Rainbow Six Siege. Donc, Ash savait exactement où son adversaire. Lui, avec un premier kill ici, ça nous aura laissé avec IQ en situation de 1 contre 2 qui va être capable d'aller chercher un beau refrag là-dessus. Donc, de travailler sur l'information que tu avais. GG à toi. Et ultimement, ben, ça va avoir été un jeu d'évasion, un jeu de... Je vais tout simplement me cacher. Et c'est ainsi qu'on va avoir eu la 4e ronde qui va avoir été gagnée par l'équipe orange, par la POG, et qui va nous avoir rééquilibré dans une situation de 2-2. Donc, on va à nouveau être dans la cuisine. Et je vais être vraiment curieux de voir si ça va changer. La Nobu, j'ai l'impression que les rondes qui gagnent, les 2 rondes qu'ils ont gagnées à date, ils ont gagné au top. Mais les rondes qui perdent, ils les perdent parce que le compte à rebours tombe à 0. La première fois, quand on est allé à la cuisine, il restait comme 2 secondes au chrono sans forcer un rush aveugle qui aura causé une défaite. Puis la dernière ronde qu'on vient tout juste de voir, ben ça c'est le compteur qui s'est réellement tombé à 0. Donc tout ce qu'on pourrait souhaiter pour la POGS, c'est de ralentir l'action le maximum possible. Du barbelé, des barricades castle, des Mingu, voire même un drone yokai. Echo a été ban si je ne m'abuse. Non, il n'a pas été ban. En tout cas, tout ce qu'on peut prendre ou ce qu'on peut trouver pour ralentir l'assaut, ça serait la chose à faire. Mais en même temps, pour la Nobu, ben, qu'est-ce qu'on peut leur espérer? Tout simplement d'être plus agressif et de progresser plus rapidement. À supposer que, encore une fois, les 2 équipes sont à peu près aussi capables l'une que l'autre de s'éliminer, de faire des kills. Ben, il faut juste que le tout se passe plus rapidement pour qu'à la fin de la ronde, la Nobu ait plus de temps à passer dans l'objectif lui-même. Parce que mettre le pied dans l'objet, en soi, c'est pas assez pour poser des amorceurs. Il va quand même falloir le tenir, il va quand même falloir bait une couple de fois pour laisser le temps aux grenades à gaz de smoke. Smoke n'étant pas dans la composition ici, mais l'argument tient toujours. Ou laisser les bait les nitros, juste épuiser les ressources des défenseurs avant de pouvoir poser pour de bon. Donc, mettre l'épée dans l'objet avec 2 secondes à la fin n'est pas une bonne chose. SK va être capable de détruire les batteries bandits à partir du top, de sorte à ce que le band strict va être très difficile à faire. Après tout, on va lancer un nitro ici, mais il va se faire tirer dessus à partir du rez-de-chaussée. Donc le plafond qui est une parfaite distraction pour permettre... en fait, non, c'est SK qui a fait le kill, pardon. Je pensais que c'était fait tirer dessus à partir de l'entrée ou quelque chose du genre. On a par exemple ici une deuxième silhouette qui elle aussi va se tenter. Par exemple, SK avec une double élimination. On a entendu les joueurs crier derrière nous. Je ne sais pas si le microphone va l'avoir entendu. Néanmoins, S4 ici va vouloir revenir sur l'objectif. Après tout, les joueurs et les défenseurs tombent comme des mouches. Et là, la Nobu est quand même bien partie pour rentrer assez rapidement dans l'objectif et avoir le temps de poser des amorceurs et tout ça. Donc, S4 Will ici semble savoir à peu près où se trouvent ses adversaires. Il va savoir qu'il y en a 1 ou 2 au top. Et puis notre coco, justement, le roamer de l'équipe, lui aurait une bonne chance d'empêcher quiconque qui va être au top, parce que c'est IQ, de causer des dommages. Puis après ça, ça pourrait garantir une tranquillité d'esprit à S4 Will. Au moment où je dis ça, justement, notre coco, pardon d'avoir raté le frag, va en faire un beau. Et là, tout ça, ben, ça va vraiment forcer les attaquants à faire une fusillade face à face avec S4 Will. Et en même temps, notre coco va être en train de faire une rotation, de revenir derrière ses adversaires. Et surtout à 15 secondes de la fin, s'il est capable de jouer son temps comme il faut, il peut avoir un excellent impact sur la ronde. Reste à voir comment il va vouloir jouer ses cartes. Apparemment, même avant Louis va faire le kill, donc ça, malheureusement, ça n'aura pas lieu. S4 Will va donc se trouver en situation de 1v3 et il a 27 secondes restantes à survivre pour garantir la ronde pour son équipe. Si on regarde, par exemple, tout le monde... Oh non, il va pouvoir courir au travers de la fumée. Il a pris un gros risque. Il voulait jouer sur l'avantage de surprise, mais malheureusement, ça n'aura pas fonctionné. Louise va remporter la ronde avec un beau tir qui sortait tout juste de son drone, donc il savait absolument à quoi s'attendre. Donc, je ne peux que dire GG à nos joueurs pour ça. C'était très bien joué d'un bord comme de l'autre. Vraiment, on aurait peut-être pu espérer que le roaming de Jaeger soit plus efficace. Si ça avait été le cas, on aurait pu avoir une fin de manche un petit peu plus serrée. Néanmoins, ça va être la ronde qu'on va avoir. Et tout de même, les deux équipes sont tellement équilibrées. Les deux équipes sont tellement serrées. C'est absolument magnifique à voir. La prochaine manche, la 6e manche, déjà la dernière manche avant le changement de rôle. Je sais pas pour vous, mais pour moi, ça passe absolument rapidement maintenant. On va à nouveau aller dans la cuisine. Okay, la cuisine, vraiment, ça va être un endroit contesté. Donc, on est allé 2 fois au bar, puis 2 fois, ben, ça va être gagné par le but. La cuisine, c'était une victoire pour la défense et une victoire pour l'attaque. Donc, je ne pourrais pas dire qui va l'emporter. Il va falloir voir ce que ça va donner. Donc, au niveau de la composition, encore une fois, aucun opérateur lourd. Quelque chose qu'on a revu, 3 opérateurs lourds, je fais référence, qu'on a revu à la toute première ronde, mais par-dessus ça, pas d'eau pour le meilleur, tout comme pour le pire. Après ça, on va également avoir Mozzie qui va être à peu près une nouveauté. On l'a vu 1-2 fois, mais je n'ai pas ressenti qu'il y ait une très grosse influence sur la partie. Puis Mozzie peut être vraiment un opérateur très intéressant. J'espère vraiment voir plus de lui cette ronde-ci. Skies, encore et toujours avec Valkyrie. Et puis ici, il commence à être un peu tard pour lancer une Valkyrie à l'extérieur. Donc d'après moi, il va jouer un petit spawn kill passif, mais tout de même. Les résultats, par exemple, il va falloir voir pour l'instant. Il tient une ligne depuis relativement longtemps. Et puis là, rendu à un certain point, Louise, le moindrement qu'on drone, on va savoir qu'il est juste là. Mais apparemment, non, Skies, il va avoir pris une coupe de balle dans sa direction générale. Puis il va se dire, c'est un risque que je ne voudrais pas continuer à courir inutilement. Il a quand même réussi à infliger quelques dégâts capitaux. Donc ça, c'est une excellente nouvelle de son côté. Néanmoins, par rapport à ça, on va avoir de la difficulté à appeler ça l'opération Spawn Kill un grand succès. Et là, avec 2 minutes restantes au chrono, d'avoir personne qui est mort jusqu'à présent, c'est pas problématique, c'est pas inquiétant pour la Nobu, mais tout de même, ça nous parle du fait que la Nobu, ici, ne sont pas aussi agressifs qu'ils vont l'avoir été dans la dernière manche. Et on peut voir aussi qu'on a beaucoup de roamers ici par ailleurs. Il y a quelqu'un directement sur la gauche, je pense que c'est Louise. Donc les deux joueurs semblent savoir à peu près l'un et l'autre qu'ils sont présents. Mais ni l'un ni l'autre ne va vouloir tenter d'aller chercher le kill. Donc honnêtement, cette fusillade-là pourrait tout simplement se gagner par le premier qui va avoir un peu d'aide. Exemple, si SK est capable de redescendre les escaliers blancs en vitesse, et bien là, notre coco serait hypothétiquement pris en deux feux, en 2 fusillades. Ce qui va faire en sorte qu'il va avoir très peu de chances de survie. Le drone va avoir pris son information. Au moment où on tire sur le drone, Louis va lui tirer dessus. Donc, malheureusement, raté sa rafale. Et notre coco va avoir fait un beau kill. Non, pardon, Sandra a fait un beau kill. Notre coco juste ici, il va en faire un. On parlait de Sledge qui était au top, qui aurait pu redescendre. Je ne sais pas exactement quel mouvement il a fait, mais définitivement, il est plus au top. Et ce, plus du tout. Et la fusillade pour garder le contrôle de l'étage supérieur semble être un franc succès jusqu'à présent. Sérieusement, là, les attaquants, si on regarde le chronomètre avec 1 minute restante au chrono, ils vont devoir attaquer l'objectif rapidement. Et ils vont devoir accepter qu'il va y avoir des roamers dans leur dos. On n'a pas SK qui est en train d'agressivement tenter de les déloger. Puis ça, ben, ça va regarder très mal pour la Nobu plus tard dans la ronde. Cobrat également va faire attention à son back, ce qui nous laisse avec Sandrafi qui est essentiellement en train de progresser tout seul vers l'objectif. Encore une fois, et ça, c'est absolument pas du tout une situation idéale. Donc, Cobrat, il va juste très rapidement préparer la fumigène. Donc ça parle vraiment d'une volonté de poser des amorceurs rapidement. Clutch va faire un beau kill ici. Par exemple, là, il va vraiment falloir que Cobrat envoie son feu. Oh, il y a beaucoup de désamorceurs. Puis il s'éloigne des amorceurs. 25 secondes restant au chrono. Sur sa gauche, il y a quelqu'un. Il va se faire avoir. Beau kill. Et là, -2. Pas des mêmes joueurs. Néanmoins, 2 frags vont arriver en très rapide succession. Voilà, on peut voir le frag final de la part de Clutch. Wow! Vraiment, le moindrement que les Pogs sont capables de ralentir l'action, d'empêcher la Nobu d'attaquer agressivement, la ronde est gagnée pour la Pogs. Et ça va faire en sorte que j'aurais quand même raté une certaine quantité des frags. Donc ceux-ci vont être les seuls replays, les 3 seuls replays qu'on va avoir. Désolé sur cette phase-ci. Néanmoins, on va maintenant avoir le changement de rôle. Le changement de rôle va venir la Nobu qui va défendre. Et eux, peut-être qu'ils vont avoir un succès différent, meilleur ou moindre, par rapport à la Pogs lorsqu'il défendait, ce qui va faire en sorte qu'ici, on serait tout à fait prêt, ou je m'attendrais surtout, à avoir une palette différente de stratégies, tout comme à l'attaque, que chez la défense. Et essentiellement, on va voir ce que ça va donner. Sans grande surprise, la première défense va être au bord. Offering, salut à toi, comment ça va? puis je n'aurais pas eu trop le temps de remarquer la composition chez les défenseurs. Voilà, là, on a vu. Ils vont avoir un seul opérateur à compas d'armure qui va avoir la coque et ça va être Echo avec la MP5SD. Après tout, au top, il y a beaucoup d'air ouverte et de longues fusillades. Un exemple très simple, les 2 mezzanines qu'on a juste ici vont permettre des fusillades de très longue portée. Ce qui fait en sorte que vraiment avoir les ACOG pour les défenseurs, surtout à cet emplacement-ci, pourrait être pertinent, pourrait être intéressant. Apparemment, c'est pas une si grosse priorité que ça. Il faut quand même garder ce que je viens de dire en contexte vis-à-vis la priorité ou l'importance de tous les autres facteurs qu'il y a dans Siege. Mais quand même, on va amener un opérateur à la COG dans à peu près toutes les rondes qu'on va jouer au top. Ou du moins, c'est ce que je remarque, alors que à la cuisine, ou même dans la salle de la mine, c'est pas super pertinent, c'est pas aussi important. On parlait également un peu des changements d'habitude, vu qu'on a un changement d'attaque et un changement de défenseur. On va voir une nomade pour la toute première fois ici chez les attaquants. Et nomade, qu'est-ce qu'on peut dire là-dessus? Elle a vraiment 3 clés morts dans son inventaire. Ce ne sont pas des clés morts fatales, mais ça va quand même bloquer une rotation de défenseur. Puis c'est en quelque sorte un peu plus difficile aussi à repérer qu'une clé mort classique. Et juste ici, Valkyrie, est-ce qu'il a pris beaucoup de dégâts et puis il va comprendre qu'il ne peut absolument pas se permettre de répéter cette rotation-là. Skyz va vouloir droner très rapidement. Et là, évidemment, sans grande surprise. Ah, t'es capable de faire ça. Voilà. On va ouvrir le top. Est-ce qu'on voulait contester ça? Apparemment non. Louise qui danse un petit peu entre la verrière et la trappe. Donc, il va vraiment falloir qu'il fasse très attention à ce qu'il fait parce qu'il jongle entre plusieurs lignes de tir. Il jongle entre plusieurs lignes de feu très probables, très possibles. Donc, ça, c'est pas évident. C'est vraiment beaucoup moins qu'évident. Néanmoins, ici, au niveau des fusillades, ça commence à bien regarder pour la POG. Ils ont fait leur premier kill. Cependant, le compte à rebours est lentement en train de s'écouler sans vraiment que la POG soit capable de progresser. Le compte à rebours, le timer, n'est absolument pas du tout à un stade critique. On va ici avoir un beau kill de la part de Clutch sur Smoke. Donc, c'est évidemment, ça va être très bon de s'en débarrasser pendant que la ronde est encore relativement jeune. Enfin, relativement parlant. Et ça va rendre l'objectif lui-même d'autant plus facile à attaquer. Tout de même, les opérateurs problématiques, je dirais, ça va être Echo. Surtout Echo, parce que lui peut empêcher la pose de désamorceur. Donc même si c'est en situation de 1v5, à supposer que le compte à rebours soit assez bas, il peut gagner une ronde à lui seul. D'ici là, par exemple, et SK et Louise sont très faibles, donc juste une munition Zofia comme ça va s'avérer à faire le kill. Est-ce qu'il va droner directement sous la verrière? Ça peut être très dangereux. Oh, il va tout juste pas se faire toucher, mais sérieusement, j'ai l'impression que ça va se jouer sur Cobrat. Si Cobrat est capable de faire le clutch, et il peut sauver la ronde. Mais il va falloir qu'il le fasse, parce que vraiment, si on regarde au niveau de la vie, SK ne peut pas se permettre la moindre erreur. Louise est à terre, donc vraiment Cobrat est le dernier espoir de sa team. Et par-dessus ça, on était capable de réanimer Louise, donc ça va nous remonter en situation de 3v3. Par exemple, il faut garder ça en tête que la quantité de vie dans chacun des joueurs, dans chacune des équipes, va avoir une incidence sur la chance que tu as de gagner une fusillade. Vis-à-vis la chance que tu as de la perdre, cette grenade-là va se faire lancer, mais ne va pas faire le frag sur absolument personne. Et d'avoir réussi à faire le kill justement ici sur le porteur des amorceurs, va faire une rotation chez les attaquants qui est absolument pas nécessaire, qui va être très punitive. Là, il va falloir progresser, on s'en sort quelqu'un sur la gauche. Non, on n'était pas certain, on va guetter l'angle par habitude, mais ça donnait qu'il y avait quelqu'un, on n'était pas tout à fait prêt. Notre coco au balcon des cigares, ou à la maisonnée des cigares, il n'a pas les amorceurs. Il y avait les amorceurs, pardon, il n'est pas capable de faire grand-chose. Il était en situation de 1v3. Et puis, honnêtement, quand on parle de clutch, ça en était un petit, mais ça en était tout de même un. Avec Louise qui était à terre, avec Valkyrie, je sais plus qui la jouait, qui était très faible, qui était essentiellement morte. Même là, je m'attendais à ce qu'elle se fasse avoir quand elle allait réanimer son allié, mais ultimement, non. Ce qui aura fait en sorte qu'on va avoir eu, voilà, le petit clutch qui a tout de même avoir été très agréable à regarder. Et tout ça, ça va nous mettre nos buts en avantage de un seul point. 2 équipes en fait, incroyablement parfait. Que de voir une équipe avoir plus qu'un point d'avance, ça va être très surprenant. Littéralement, depuis le tout début de la partie, c'est bleu, orange, et ainsi de suite. Saris qui semble savoir que l'école, qui semble dire que l'école est plus important qu'une scrim. Mais en effet, je seconderai ton affirmation ici. Donc, on va être à nouveau dans la cuisine. Et puis ici, SK va jouer Kaïd, mais avec la Hawk A3. Concept assez intéressant, on ne voit pas toujours Kaïd jouer la Hawk. En fait, il y a plusieurs personnes qui diraient que si tu joues Kaïd sans le TSG12, tu joues Kaïd pas de la bonne façon. Je suis pas nécessairement de cette école de pensée-là, mais définitivement, il y a des gens qui ne jurent que par le KSG12, qui définitivement n'est pas le cas d'SK ici. Au niveau de la composition, on va également avoir un écho. Donc, j'ai vraiment l'impression qu'on joue on joue pour le temps ici chez le Nobu. Et puis, je peux absolument comprendre d'où vient cette volonté-là de jouer le temps, parce qu'après tout, c'est le temps qui va arrêter leurs plus gros ennemis quand eux attaquaient. Donc, de vouloir donner un coup de leur propre médecine à la Pogs, c'est une volonté qui est très, très, très compréhensible. De manière assez intéressante, on va voir quelques opérateurs un peu moins fréquemment joués dans la composition. Donc, Nomade, ça, c'est un bon opérateur, mais on ne le voit pas super souvent non plus. Et Clutch, évidemment, avec Dokabi. Je vais être vraiment curieux de voir comment on va le retrouver, comment on va l'avoir, parce qu'il va y avoir eu quelques opérateurs qui n'auront pas été joués une seule fois aujourd'hui. Un exemple, évidemment, si on parle de Tachanka ou si on parle de Fuse, on comprend pourquoi ils n'étaient pas là. Mais un exemple simple, Ying Ying, si elle est bien jouée, peut être absolument efficace. Alors qu'elle n'était tout simplement pas dans la composition. On l'a pas vu sortir une seule fois aujourd'hui. Pour le meilleur comme pour le pire, au niveau de la variété dans les choix d'opérateurs, c'est juste ça que je trouve un petit peu désolant. Mais bon, les joueurs, après tout, vont jouer pour gagner. Ils vont pas jouer pour nous donner ce qu'on veut voir. Parlant de ce qu'on veut voir et ce qu'on voudrait voir, ce serait de l'action. Et là, Sadrafi va possiblement être le premier à recevoir la dite pression. On va faire du petit tricks avec Kayed, puisque après tout, tu peux pas réellement faire du bandit tricks sur ce mur renforcé-là. Donc voilà, on va avoir Justorzy qui va être au top. Est-ce que c'est une grenade de percussion ou c'est une grenade normale? Je pense que c'est une grenade de percussion quand même. Il va se prendre quelques dégâts là-dessus. Définitivement, les défenseurs savent qu'il est juste là et vont réagir à sa présence. Néanmoins, on va avoir Smoke et Kayed qui vont avoir reculer un petit peu. Après tout, la pression leur arrive d'au-dessus. Et ça pourrait justement laisser l'opportunité à notre coco de rentrer. Il va justement utiliser sa chance, mais il va devoir détruire un petit peu d'arbalète, ce qui va faire du bruit, ce qui va permettre à Godzi de savoir qu'il est juste là. Et Godzi est un petit peu dans une situation très 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 précaire. Sledge au-dessus de sa tête, le moment qu'on est capable de trouver la bonne angle pour le déloger, c'est la fin de Godzi. Si Godzi devait tomber, ben après ça, évidemment, on va voir IQ qui va être capable de juste rentrer à partir du prep room, juste ici, comme il s'appelle en anglais. Donc, vraiment, un kill d'un bord ou de l'autre pourrait déclencher une avalanche totale qui pourrait se finir avec la fin prématurée de la ronde, très sérieusement. D'ailleurs, avec 49 secondes restant au chrono, tous les joueurs sont encore en vie. Il va falloir que ces kills-là arrivent relativement rapidement. On va voir ici un premier frag de notre Coco. Donc, Coco qui va se faire refrag très rapidement. Donc, on se retrouve dans la partie de Busterzy qui va lancer sa deuxième grenade frag sans grand résultat. Clutch a également une frag. Il n'a pas encore utilisé la deuxième cependant. Et c'est maintenant une situation de 4v4. Avec 30 secondes restantes au chrono, encore une fois, il va falloir que l'attaque arrive très 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 rapidement. Donc la Nobu qui ici perdait par le temps précédemment, ben là ils ont compris comment il faut jouer ça. Et puis ils sont en train d'infliger le même sort à leurs adversaires. Sledge apparemment n'a pas été contesté pour redescendre les escaliers. Donc lui il va arriver de l'autre côté. SKVZ, Sky est rendu dans l'objectif. Et là il va réussir à faire un premier kill. Ça va lui permettre de protéger un peu son allié qui est en train de poser des amorceurs. Sur sa manière de 3v3. Non, le planteur des amorceurs a été éliminé. Donc il va falloir le récupérer très rapidement. On va tenter de planter. Sledge va tomber. Donc ça va être très 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 risqué. Et non, il n'y aura pas eu moyen de remporter cette ronde là. La Nobu, grâce au temps, va l'emporter. On peut voir Termite qu'il voulait poser, mais je pense qu'il a lâché le bouton volontairement, sauf que côté réaliste, il n'y avait absolument aucune chance que les joueurs de la Nobu le laissent poser le désamorceur. Et ici, pour la toute première fois, on a vu une équipe, dans ce cas-ci, la Nobu a remporté 2 rondes d'affilée, ce qui va faire en sorte qu'ils ont avancé un avantage maintenant de 2 manches. Et puis quand on a 2 équipes qui sont sur un pied d'égalité incroyablement parfait, comme je l'ai dit précédemment, ben 2 points d'avance, ça pourrait être la différence, la seule chose qui fait la différence entre la victoire et la défaite. On peut voir ici très rapidement les replays qui sont en train de se terminer. Termite qui malheureusement, à cause d'une combinaison de facteurs, incluant notamment la grenade à gaz de smoke, va avoir été forcé dans une plante qui était impossible à terminer et à concrétiser. Donc on va avoir ici le nouveau site à nouveau avec la bibliothèque et la salle à manger. Et puis précédemment, ça avait été gagné par la défense. Si on regarde, on l'a défendu une seule fois quand c'était la POG qui la jouait. Donc je vais être curieux de voir si la Nobu sont capables, encore une fois, de faire essentiellement la même défense fructueuse que la POG quand c'était eux qui défendaient cet objectif-là. Encore une fois, ça reste à voir, mais c'est exactement pour ça qu'on est ici, après tout. Dans la composition, on a encore quelques opérateurs qu'on ne voit pas nécessairement toutes les rondes, mais rien de particulièrement hors du commun, mais c'est juste beau de voir de la variété Castle. Castle en l'occurrence. Je l'ai déjà dit et je le dis toujours quand on voit un Castle dans la composition. Côté réaliste, les barricades vont se faire détruire. Et puis, côté réaliste, les barricades sont très faciles à détruire. Quand par exemple, Sledge va les péter en un rien de temps, n'importe qui avec les charges explosives va les péter en un rien de temps, ça donne que personne ici a la charge explosive dans son inventaire. Mais on va avoir aussi une Zofia dans la composition. Castle, tout ce qu'il peut espérer, c'est gagner un peu de temps, gagner genre 15 secondes, parce que, encore une fois, t'as absolument aucune difficulté à ouvrir ces barricades-là. Exhume, je suis meilleur en anglais. Ouais, ben un monologue, c'est sûr que c'est toujours un petit peu moins intéressant qu'un dialogue. Je comprends absolument. Avoir eu le choix, j'aurais resté à deux. Et puis, je vais prendre ça comme du bon encouragement, puisque malgré l'accent, ou malgré le fait que c'est ma deuxième langue, apparemment, je casse mieux dans ma deuxième langue que dans ma langue maternelle. Donc, soit c'est que je suis absolument bon en français, soit c'est que vraiment mon accent n'est pas si embarrassant que ça. Néanmoins, on va maintenant avoir Sledge qui est au top et juste à savoir qu'il va y avoir quelqu'un. Est-ce qu'il le sait par exemple flasher ici? Bandit va avoir une fusillade invisible assez facile. Double élimination ici de la part de Sledge. Bien joué. Il va déjà avoir bien délogé essentiellement le top. Et puis là, il va vraiment falloir voir comment on va réagir face à ça. Louise va garder un œil sur la mezzanine, mais là, il va se retrouver au moment où Termite semblerait arriver. On entend un drone. Oh, est-ce que ça va être la seule distraction qui va s'avérer fatale? En effet, donc ici, cette ronde-là s'avère relativement bien pour la Pogs. Les joueurs chez le lobby sont déjà en situation de 2v5. Wow! Un 2v5, c'est pas impossible à comeback, mais c'est déjà un petit peu plus difficile. Voilà, un autre kill va arriver, une laissant en situation de 1v5. Si Sadrafi est capable de faire le clutch, ben, il va avoir une ace sur la main. Pour l'instant, par exemple, encore faut-il qu'il la fasse. Il va encaisser beaucoup de dégâts. Et puis, qu'est-ce qu'il peut faire ici, sauf reculer, tenter de garder, de rester en vie. Ah, quand tu tombes dans les escaliers comme ça, tu tombes un peu plus loin, tu tombes un peu plus longtemps. Juste ici, son viseur était particulièrement bien placé. Il est capable de faire une double élimination, mais maintenant le désamorceur est posé, donc il va être en gros pétrin. Et sa position également est connue. On entend quelqu'un au top. Il semble penser que ça va venir des escaliers, mais apparemment ce ne sera pas le cas. L'attaquant se positionne sur la mezzanine pour le bloquer s'il veut arriver de l'autre côté. Dans l'escalier blanc, il y avait quelqu'un, les tirs croisés. Ils vont aller chercher un kill comme ça. Et voilà, c'est ainsi que De Sourcy va gagner la ronde pour son équipe. Et ils vont quand même aider à rattraper un petit peu l'écart de score. Parce qu'après tout, il y avait 2 points d'avance pour le Nobu. Maintenant, il n'y en a plus qu'un seul. Mais absolument, l'attention du chat. Moi, je suis tout à fait partant pour caster avec n'importe qui a un certain niveau. Donc, si jamais vous avez un pseudo à me suggérer qui serait disponible genre à l'instant, je suis absolument partant. Je ne cacherai pas que j'ai essayé d'avoir un deuxième caster avant que la partie commence. Malheureusement, personne n'a répondu. Je n'avais pas beaucoup de délai non plus. Néanmoins, ça va nous donner la situation qu'on a actuellement. La situation qui caste solo. Donc, très sérieusement, ça va avoir été les entry frags qui ont été très importants. On voit Sledge qui est capable d'arriver de faire 2 kills très tôt dans la ronde, de loger 2 roamers sans qu'il fasse grand chose. C'était bien joué là-dessus. Et pour ça, les défenseurs sur l'objectif avaient juste plus grand chose à faire. Donc juste ici, on peut voir la tentative de clutch qui aura bien fonctionné pour 2 kills, mais après ça, rendu à un certain moment donné, il y avait juste plus grand chose qu'il pouvait faire. Et ça va avoir été la fin de la ronde pour la Nobu avec ce kill ici de Sturzy. La 10e manche va se jouer à nouveau au bord. Puis contrairement comme on aura eu tout à l'heure, on aura à nouveau un Akot qui va nous être Brat. Donc lui, évidemment, il va devoir tenir les lignes un peu plus longues, les lignes un peu plus éloignées. Alors que d'autres défenseurs vont être un peu plus mobiles. On pense notamment à Godzi et Jäger, joués par Louis, qui ont le potentiel de passer en roaming s'ils le veulent. Ils ne sont pas nécessairement des opérateurs roaming, contrairement à Pulse, Cavera ou Vigil. Mais avec 3 points de vitesse, un seul point d'armure, tu peux absolument partir roaming si tu le veux. Apparemment, on tire un peu dans sa fenêtre, mais Louise ne va absolument pas du tout être surpris ou ne va pas du tout être phasé par ça. Escatwill qui voudrait rentrer à partir de l'entrée principale. Et puis si on regarde rapidement, il y a quelqu'un qui est très près de lui. Eska, même s'il est techniquement pas au même niveau que lui, juste ici, il va être absolument prêt. Il va réagir face à ça. Il va faire un premier frag sur Escatwill. Par exemple, tout n'est pas terminé. On va avoir Dusterzy qui va tenter d'aller chercher le refrag. Il a un petit tir croisé. Il faudra peut-être qu'il élargisse un petit peu sa ligne de vue pour être capable de chercher le kill. Mais en même temps, ça exposerait trop ou plus que nécessairement, ce qui va faire en sorte que là, il va la jouer de manière plus sécuritaire et ça va faire en sorte qu'il aura raté la fusillade, il aura raté le kill possible ici. Ça prendra un sledge pour ouvrir les trappes, en effet. Donc on va juste venir ouvrir le sledge juste là. Et on va regarder ce que ça va donner. On va avoir un ou deux attaquants qui vont tenter de tirer de part et d'autre. De lever les défenseurs qu'il pourrait y avoir. Par là, défenseur, on a Louise ici qui est tout juste dans l'angle mort. Il va rester caché jusqu'à temps qu'il commence à tirer sur IQ. IQ va prendre beaucoup de dégâts. Mais les deux sont encore vivants. Selon toi, c'est plus clean. Tu sais ce que je vais faire à la fin de la partie, parce que là, j'ai quand même beaucoup d'affaires à gérer solo. Je vais lancer un petit sondage, si vous préférez que je fasse en français. Je vais faire un sondage pour voir ce que les gens pensent. Mais définitivement, je suis absolument ouvert à l'idée. Puis ça va toujours être pour moi une opportunité de pratiquer mon anglais. Néanmoins, d'ici là, c'est maintenant une situation de 3v5 à l'avantage de l'Anabu. Ce serait vraiment différent. En effet, le fait d'être tout seul ne peut pas va avoir une grosse incidence. Puis j'en suis absolument conscient. Cobra va aller chercher un autre kill. Donc on est maintenant en situation de 2v5. Linéaire, c'est un crise de bon caster. On va aller regarder ça. Donc néanmoins, t'as moins de chances de parler pour rien dire. Ça rise à fond, absolument. J'en suis très conscient. Il va juste falloir que je retrouve quelqu'un. Notre coco est très faible. La moindre erreur ici va s'avérer fatale pour lui. Donc vraiment, tout va dépendre de Skies. Et puis Skies, avec 40 secondes restantes au chrono, il va pouvoir avancer, il va pouvoir droner un peu, mais hésiter quelque chose qu'il n'aura pas vraiment le droit de faire. On va avoir ici un premier kill de la part de Louise qui va nous mettre en situation de 1v4. Notre coco, encore une fois, à 10-15 PV, la moindre balle va lui être fatale. Et ça, c'est très risqué. Je vois pas réellement comment il pourrait remporter cette ronde-là, même s'il fait le premier frag ici sur Bandit, ce qui n'arrivera pas. Et donc la Nobu va à nouveau gagner une manche. Et là, ils sont en situation de quoi? 6 à genre 4? S'ils sont pas encore en point de match, ils vont vraiment s'en approcher. Et donc concrètement, ça va très bien. Regardez pour eux. Ronde 11, on va voir très rapidement avant de rentrer dans les replays. Oui, en effet, c'est un point de match. Exactement, juste pour avoir une idée, c'est un 6 à 4. Donc, la POG sont capables de rattraper ça. Là. Gagner 2 rondes d'affilée, c'est pas impossible. Le Nobu l'a fait. Mais il va falloir le faire. Il y avait quand même une couple de messages dans le chat. Et donc, je suis pas certain de les tous avoir eu. Donc, on va rattraper un petit peu. On dit ce serait vraiment différent avec un autre dude français ou anglais. Linear, c'est un crise de bon caster. Linear dit non, please. Linear, sérieusement, je vais quand même garder ça en note, même si c'est pas pour le. Même si c'est pas pour le stream du Esports Central, moi, au niveau personnel, sur mes streams à moi ou dans mes projets à moi, à l'extérieur du contexte du contrat que j'ai ici avec l'Esport Central, ça peut être très intéressant de rentrer en contact avec d'autres casters et d'apprendre à connaître la communauté dans un sens plus large. On va revenir ici, puis je vais rattraper rapidement le chat. Explosive, prends-le sur une joke, prends-le joke facts. Là, je sais pas maintenant si c'est sérieux ou si c'est une blague. Explosive fait linear, facts, Exum qui fait down d'y aller, LMAO. Exum legit ouais, mais j'ai jamais essayé de cast, aucune idée si je serais bon. Je pourrais regarder, je connais une couple de casters, un ou deux à gauche puis à droite. Si jamais ça donne qu'il y en a un, genre là, qui est ou après les 2-3 rounds que ça va prendre, ou peut-être une pour regarder la partie. Néanmoins, je peux regarder ça. Je peux absolument regarder ça. Ou même là, je pourrais essayer d'accoster un staff, puis regarder s'ils sont disponibles. Leur dire, hey, le chat, ils disent que ça va être bien mieux à 2. Peu importe qui, mais envoyez-moi quelqu'un. Mais c'est ça, ça risque absolument un bon argument. On est tous français dans le chat. Donc, Lobby says, not me, sorry. Lobby, you're probably a minority here, so yeah. To be honest, I'll have to take a look at what we want to do next. So I could do it in English. It is a bit more difficult for me since it's my second language. I have to look for words and look for the right thing to say. I end up stumbling over my words a bit more when I'm in English. Mais en français, évidemment, c'est pas le cas. Et puis par-dessus ça, il y a le facteur d'avoir un deuxième caster. Si je suis capable d'avoir un deuxième caster, que ce soit en français ou en anglais, je vais prendre la langue qui va faire son bonheur. Parce que, en effet, tout le monde tout le monde va préférer un deuxième casseur. Honnêtement, je vais regarder s'il n'y aurait pas un staff qui soit pas trop occupé. Même si c'est pas le meilleur caster qui soit. Même si le cast est un peu, je vais pas dire naïf, expérimenté. C'est bien mieux d'avoir une discussion. Fait que... ouais, on va regarder ce qu'on pourrait avoir. Ou même, limite, si jamais dans le chat, il y a quelqu'un qui veut venir. Moi, j'ai absolument aucun problème. Le staff du Esports Central m'a donné plus ou moins carte blanche à gérer le stream. Comme je pense qu'il va être la meilleure façon de le faire pour avoir un bon stream pour eux. Et donc, moi, je suis absolument partant, 100%. Est-ce qu'ici, il venait la petite ligne sur l'ouverture de Maverick. Il n'a pas vraiment réussi à aller chercher les kills. Et on a quand même un frag de la part de Sledge. Oh, un beau kill ici. On va perdre le désamorceur. Évidemment, il y a d'autres attaquants dans le coin pour récupérer le diffuseur, mais quand même, le temps va lentement mais sûrement commencer à s'écouler. Un autre kill ici de la part de Clutch avec Cobrat et SK qui vont être les derniers opérateurs en vie, les deux opérateurs à 3 points d'armure. Donc, si quelqu'un est capable de prendre et d'échanger des tirs, ça va être ceux deux-là. Avec 37 secondes restant au chrono, il va falloir que les attaquants rentrent et ce rapidement. On va tenter de lancer une grenade, mais celle-là risque pas vraiment d'aller chercher grand monde. Et Skies, pour sa part, ne semble pas vraiment savoir de quel côté il veut rentrer. Il cherche le drone. Il y a quelqu'un qui était par terre finalement. Oh! Donc on va continuer à se présenter ici. On va continuer à tenter de chercher les fusillades avec un succès plus ou moins limité. 20 secondes restantes au chrono. Il va devoir rentrer. Mais vraiment, il faut voir comment Clutch va être capable de soutenir un premier kill ici. Il va nous laisser en sensation de 1v2. Et voilà la double élimination. Pog qui vont donc remporter cette manche-ci et qui vont pas encore tout à fait être sortis de la première map. Je vous rappelle encore une fois qu'on est ici en Best of 3. Quelle belle double élimination de la part de Skies. Il y a aussi un autre facteur qu'on n'a pas trop parlé, c'est la voix. Si je suis toujours en train de parler, après 3 games, déjà j'aurais plus de voix, alors que quand on est deux, ben, la voix s'économise beaucoup mieux. Donc, voilou. Ouais. Sérieusement, il va falloir que je me mette un petit peu la tête à la partie, parce que j'ai pas été ce qu'il y a de plus concentré. J'ai déjà donné beaucoup d'attention et d'énergie mentale au chat. Et donc, ce qui se passait, c'est que comme par exemple ici, les replays, il y en aurait un petit peu moins. Donc, après la partie, encore une fois, la partie tire à sa fin, qu'on aille en temps supplémentaire ou pas, ce ne sera plus très long. Et à partir de là, on va regarder, je vais faire un sondage, un appel à tous dans le chat. Comment voudriez-vous qu'on fasse en anglais, qu'on fasse en français, que j'essaie d'aller chercher quelqu'un d'autre pour un deuxième caster, peu importe qui, peu importe le niveau d'expérience en casting. On va prendre le temps de répondre à ces questions, à toutes ces questions, mais seulement en temps et lieu, si ça vous va. Donc, la POG, j'étais capable de gagner la ronde. Ils étaient dos au mur, ils avaient la moindre erreur, elle allait être fatale. Donc, là-dessus, c'est une bonne nouvelle pour eux. Mais, ils sont encore dos au mur. Il va falloir qu'ils remportent une autre manche pour aller en temps supplémentaire. Et puis, la Bobby est à sa façon dos au mur. S'ils perdent cette ronde-là, ils vont en temps supplémentaire. Puis, il n'y aura pas de moyen facile de gagner la ronde, de gagner la map rapidement. Il n'y aura pas le choix que de faire les deux rondes nécessaires. De gagner les deux rondes nécessaires pour gagner à partir du temps supplémentaire. Donc les deux équipes ont vraiment beaucoup de raisons de gagner la manche suivante. La POG plus que Nobu, on peut l'admettre sans problème. Mais quand même, les enjeux sont élevés et les tensions risquent de l'être également. Blackbeard va faire son apparition, un opérateur qu'on n'aura pas vu trop fréquemment. Donc je vais être curieux de voir comment notre Coco va vouloir, après tout Blackbeard, je laisse à la main des lignes, comment notre Coco va vouloir tenir des lignes. Couper les rotations des roamers, quelque chose du genre. Il va falloir qu'il joue fortement sur son positionnement pour être efficace ou pour être pertinent avec le gadget qu'il a en ce moment. Donc, les roamers, surprenamment, sont pas particulièrement agressifs. Genre Louise, est-ce qu'on peut le considérer comme un roamer? Comme il fait des décals, il rentre puis il sort de l'objectif à tout moment. Donc, je sais pas, mais de son côté, Sadrafi est beaucoup plus statique. Donc lui, il va vraiment attendre que le moment soit opportun pour se présenter, pour tenter activement chercher une fusillade. Et définitivement, ça va avoir ses mérites. Notre Coco, pour l'instant, ici, est en train d'arriver lentement. Et là, avec l'ouverture de il va pouvoir tenir la ligne. Mais tout ça, ça va être pertinent seulement si quelqu'un veut tenter de chercher la fusillade, si quelqu'un veut tenter de le pique. Pour l'instant, Cody, même s'il est dans les environs, il ne va pas activement tenter de chercher la fusillade. Au moment où je dis ça, par exemple, il va se tenter, il va aller chercher un kill sur Blackbeard, ni plus ni moins. Donc c'est quand même un petit peu ironique là-dessus. Et on va avoir à la fois Buck et à la fois Sledge à la composition. Donc deux opérateurs qui pourraient assez facilement faire balancer des grenades à partir de l'étage supérieur au travers d'un trou hypothétique dans le plancher. Mais apparemment, ni l'un ni l'autre ne va être particulièrement intéressé à tenter ça. Et puis là, Godzi, il ouvre la possibilité de lancer une belle nitro. Donc, il va vraiment falloir que de ce temps-ci, le rush très rapidement. Il va être en mesure de faire un excellent kill là-dessus. Bien joué. Donc, maintenant, il a les pieds sur l'objectif. Par exemple, il n'a pas le désamorceur. IQ de son côté qui va faire un autre kill. Et si on regarde Echo, temporairement, le dernier opérateur sur l'objectif. Donc, ça va vraiment être difficile. Louise de son côté qui va devoir revenir. Sad, même côté. Donc, Cobra, encore une fois, temporairement, il est en situation de 1v3. Et il va absolument avoir besoin de survivre. Sad Rafi qui va faire un excellent kill là-dessus. Ça va venir inverser les tendances. Oh, Louise également va aller faire un kill nous laissant avec Skies en situation de 1v3. Il va encaisser beaucoup de dégâts et finalement, non, ça va être la fin de lui, la Nobu. Donc, il va remporter ça ici et qui vont remporter leur première map. Voilà. Donc, on va aller faire jouer les replays. Et là, ça va être le moment de mettre dans le chat comment vous voudriez qu'on s'enligne pour la prochaine partie. Est-ce que je tente de trouver un deuxième caster à tout prix, quitte à être tout seul, français, anglais? Les réponses à toutes ces questions dans le chat, c'est le moment d'y répondre.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Mon mic était sur muet. Depuis combien de temps mon mic est sur muet? Je sais réellement pas, puis ça m'inquiète un peu. Ouais, donc on va, si jamais vous voulez, laisser dans le chat, je ne sais même pas si le Mac était actif à ce moment-là. Voudriez-vous qu'on switch en anglais? Voudriez-vous qu'on tente d'aller trouver un deuxième caster? Si oui, est-ce que vous avez des suggestions de qui pourrait être un candidat approprié? La réponse à toutes ces questions, évidemment, là, c'est le moment pour moi d'y répondre, puisque j'ai à peu près juste ça à faire. On est en deux parties. Je ne suis pas particulièrement concentré sur la game ou quoi que ce soit. Je suis absolument disponible à communiquer avec le chat. Donc, j'attends vos réponses à toutes ces questions dans le chat. Et on va voir la réponse de mon côté dans 3 minutes dû au décalage de live. Nobubel qui fait de Nobue. Et voilà, la Pugs va avoir son nom également. Et puis, de mon côté, je vais peut-être également prendre une petite mini-pause juste pour aller faire remplir la gourde. Après tout, parler ou caster solo, c'est un peu plus agressant sur la voix également que le fait d'être en groupe ou d'être en équipe. Donc, de mon côté également, je vais aller prendre une petite mini-pause. Donc, on va se retrouver dans 3 minutes. En fait, les équipes voulaient un break de 3 minutes. Donc, de retour d'ici 3 minutes. Alright. On est de retour. Donc les joueurs sont à peu près tous prêts. Son barque offense t'en va casse, c'est ça? Offering, sérieusement, si tu venir casse, moi j'ai absolument rien contre. Donc les joueurs sont à peu près prêts. On va juste regarder. On va juste confirmer dans Nobu. Je confirmer. Yep. Yacine, c'est quoi le score? J'étais AFK. On est en 2 parties. L'Anobu a gagné sa première map du Best of 3. Très rapidement, on est sur Clubhouse. Et puis c'est l'équipe orange qui commence en attaque. Donc ouais, Nobu défend en premier. 1-0, ouais, exactement. Skies qui dit qu'il est ready. On va juste vraiment vouloir avoir une confirmation des joueurs de la Nobu. Notre coco qui semble être prêt à commencer. Hop. C'est quoi le score? J'étais AFK. 1-0 Nobu. 1-7-5 exactement. C'est comme ça qu'ils l'ont gagné. J'ai absolument aucun signe de vie de la Nobu ici. Donc, un peu embêtant. Un petit peu embêtant, honnêtement. Les joueurs sont-tu... Ouais, ils sont encore tous groupés ensemble, debout derrière les propriétaires de la team, derrière les owners pour... je pense qu'ils sont en train comme de faire une analyse post-match, quelque chose du genre. Donc ouais, il va peut-être falloir juste que je sorte un peu pour aller leur dire de s'asseoir puis de se mettre à leur système, à leurs ordinateurs. Donc ça ne sera pas trop long. On va revenir parce que définitivement les Pogs, eux, sont tous prêts. Donc de retour vraiment dans 2 secondes d'écart. OK. Donc, apparemment, les joueurs ont bien beau ne pas être à leur système. Ils étaient prêts pareil. Donc, une seule petite chose que je voudrais faire, ben, ça va être d'enlever les bandes des opérateurs de la dernière map. Vu que ben, ils sont plus vraiment à jour maintenant. Ils sont plus trop d'actualité. Donc, avec les bandes qui vont commencer très rapidement, je vais être très curieux de voir ce que ça va donner. Nobu, ils vont y aller avec leur premier ban. Et puis, vraiment, qu'est-ce que je peux ajouter? On est ici sur la map Clubhouse. C'est une map assez intéressante. Les bans vont pas toujours être les mêmes, mais vont fréquemment, je dirais, tourner autour de la même chose. On va avoir un premier ban qui va être Jackal. Hop, voilà, enlevé par la Nobu. Jackal, évidemment, qui est un excellent anti-roamer. Qu'est-ce que je peux dire de plus par rapport à ça? Il n'y aura pas grand-chose qu'on peut faire. C'est vraiment juste... C'est le genre d'opérateur qui est très frustrant parce qu'une fois que tu es tagué par Jackal, tu te dis il n'y a pas grand chose que je peux faire, il faut juste que j'accepte que les attaquants vont savoir où je me trouve. C'est pas genre Termite que si Bandit est là au bon endroit au bon moment, il peut l'empêcher de poser, ou même si un mute est passé auparavant, Termite ne pourra pas faire péter. Donc ça prend un Thatcher, pour contrer le Thatcher, ça prend un Jäger, pour contrer le Jäger, ben, ça prend un Twitch, pour contrer le Twitch, et ainsi de suite. Donc ça c'est vraiment le genre de choses qu'on ne peut pas vraiment voir ce genre de dynamique-là avec un Jackal. Maverick, honnêtement, à peu près la même chose. Il n'y a pas de façon de contrer Maverick, de l'empêcher d'ouvrir un mur renforcé, sauf vraiment de lui tirer dessus. Et puis, si tu regardes la chose de cette façon, des balles vont être counter à littéralement chaque opérateur. Et avec ça, on va avoir la fin de nos bans et on va être prêt à commencer la partie en elle-même. La première défense, bon, va falloir attendre un petit peu, mais c'est toujours un choix entre 2 opportunités. Soit on va aller au top dans la salle de recette, soit on va aller au sous-sol dans l'église. Et puis la question se pose parce que différentes équipes vont avoir différentes préférences personnelles. Comme par exemple, ici, visiblement, ça va être Cash Room qui va être favorisé par les équipes. Dans la composition, on va avoir un Mozzie, un Echo, Jaeger, Smoke et Bandit. Echo, vraiment un excellent opérateur pour empêcher le désamorceur de se faire poser et pour gagner du temps. Mais encore faut-il vraiment que le temps commence à devenir critique pour que sa présence dans la team soit pertinente. À moins que je joue son Octobre. Par ailleurs, c'est pour ça que je serais absolument pas du tout surpris de voir Octobre rester dans le garage pour à peu près toute la durée de la ronde. À part de ça, et bien Mozzie, lui, va possiblement partir en roaming. On aura juste une fois ou deux des Mozzie qui ne vont pas roaming, qui vont rester sur le petit. C'est toujours intéressant et unique. Mais, ouais, il va falloir voir ce que ça va donner. Chez les attaquants, la composition est honnêtement très standard. On va avoir Intermit et Unibana, donc il y a quand même une grosse volonté d'ouvrir les murs renforcés, visiblement. Et chez les défenseurs, il risque d'avoir trop énormément de roamers. Pour le meilleur, comme pour le pire. Les attaquants vont commencer à arriver. Et si on regarde la composition, vraiment, ça ne parle pas d'un rush agressif. Il n'y a pas de hash, il n'y a pas de sledge d'opérateurs qui visiblement ou ouvertement vont être des entry frailleurs. Donc, vraiment, ça parle d'une avancée lente et méthodique, comme par exemple notre Coco. S'il va en bas, d'après moi, ce ne sera pas pour carrément faire ouvrir le plafond en entier puis attirer l'attention, mais bien faire l'insertion chirurgicale de juste détruire la batterie bandit avec son capteur d'électronique. Capteur d'électronique de bandit qui va être seulement pertinent si Sky s'en vient ici pour l'ouvrir, et d'ailleurs, c'est exactement ce qu'il va faire. Donc, on va avoir et la dynamite texane et les Skyros de la part de Ivana. Évidemment, Terra va s'occuper du balcon. Donc, ma question allait être où Ivana va-t-elle vouloir concentrer ses gadgets? La réponse apparemment va être dans le garage parce que, après tout, il y a toujours la possibilité d'ouvrir le petit mur renforcé juste ici. A-t-il été renforcé? Il n'a même pas été renforcé. Wow! Zofia pourrait juste rentrer par là. C'est absolument fascinant. Bon, là, on est à court de 419 lifeline, mais le principe tient de ne pas renforcer ce mur-là. C'est rare. Et il doit avoir une raison pour ça. Néanmoins, on va voir ici Termite qui va tenter d'y aller pour sa deuxième batterie. Et puis Bandit, pour sa deuxième explosion, pardon, Bandit apparemment n'aura pas voulu faire le Banditrix. Donc Gotti va juste utiliser ses batteries restantes sur le cache en espérant avoir le meilleur résultat possible. SK, lui, il va être en train de revenir et lui aura le potentiel de faire beaucoup de dégâts. On notait de Sturzy qui était dans ses drones jusqu'à très récemment. Donc, bon, si on espère que le drone n'a pas été côté barre, eh ben, il y aurait un kill potentiellement très intéressant à aller chercher, exactement comme il va faire à l'instant. C'est maintenant une situation de 3v4, rectification, 3v2 avec Thatcher, il va se faire mettre à terre, il va se faire achever très rapidement. Le temps que je l'ai dit, on a un autre kill de la part de, je pense... alors, Mozzie, pardon, j'ai cherché son nom pendant une demi-seconde. Donc, Sawil va être en situation de 1v3. Gros désavantage debout comme ça sur le balcon. Il n'y avait absolument aucune couverture pour lui. Et le Nobu va donc remporter la première manche. Une défense, somme toute, relativement exemplaire. Je ne peux pas vraiment cibler une erreur qu'ils auraient commis. Et donc, qu'est-ce que je peux dire à part GG à eux? Oups, je suis allé trop vite sur les replays, pardon. On va juste mettre les bons fichiers dans le replay. Et voilà. Ce qu'on va avoir pour cette ronde-là, ça va avoir commencé. Je vais arrêter les premiers petits kills, mais ça va avoir commencé avec le juste là. Il est revenu de son roaming vraiment au moment opportun. Tu peux, des fois, en tant qu'attaquant, si tu joues pour les Pugs, tu as décidé d'attaquer côté chambre, d'arriver à partir de la pièce en construction. Mais, donc c'est à ça essentiellement que Mozzie servait. Il est en roaming au top de ce côté-là de la map. On se rend compte très rapidement que l'assaut finalement ne va pas arriver de ce côté-là. Donc, la question après ça, c'est qu'est-ce que tu fais? Tu vas quand même pas rester dans une zone morte de la map juste pour perdre ton temps. Donc, il fallait trouver un autre utilité à Mozzie. Et puis, il est revenu exactement au bon endroit, exactement au bon moment pour être pertinent. Et puis, qu'est-ce qu'on peut dire à part un excellent GG à eux. Deuxième manche. Cette manche-ci va se jouer au sous-sol cette fois-ci. Donc, ça va être dans l'église et dans l'arsenal. Avec une composition un peu différente. On aura déjà casté, quand j'étais avec Jenna tout à l'heure, on aura casté et puis on aura parlé justement pourquoi ça peut être intéressant de Ban Thatcher, comment il peut être efficace, comment il peut être pertinent. Et comment ça pourrait être efficace également de ban Kaïd. Parce que là, Kaïd évidemment va pouvoir utiliser ses électrogriffes pour protéger la trappe. Ou les trappes pour ce que ça vaut. Et évidemment, Thatcher va être dans les environs pour utiliser ses grenades IEM pour saboter les électrogriffes. Donc, je vais être vraiment curieux de voir comment ça va jouer, parce que est-ce qu'il y aura même une espèce de cahier de tricks qui va se voir? Honnêtement, peut-être. Ça reste à voir. SK pour l'instant va être dans Blue. Et puis s'il joue bien ça, il peut aller chercher un kill juste ici. Mais apparemment, on savait qu'elle allait être là de Sorzi qui va tirer quelques tirs. Mais qui va pas vouloir pusher la fusillade plus que nécessaire pendant que SK s'était reviré de côté pour fuir. Ben, il présentait son dos à Zofia. Si le timing avait été parfait, Zofia aurait pu juste sauter dans la trappe ou sauter par l'échelle et aller chercher un kill comme ça. La Nitro va se faire préparer. Est-ce que ça va réussir à faire le kill? Oh, ça aurait pu être très beau, mais tout juste pas. Et on entend Alex Heros qui est déjà en train de commencer à fumer. Apparemment, Zofia, ou Kibana par exemple, ne va pas vouloir rester dans son personnage trop longtemps pour tenir la ligne à l'explosion de trappe. Apparemment, on va vouloir aller droner. Et là, ma curiosité va être vis-à-vis Montagne. Donc, notre Coco, évidemment, il peut être très intimidant visuellement quand tu remplis le champ de vision de défenseur. Ici, il fait du bruit. Il va quand même forcer Sadrafi à utiliser ses grenades à gaz télécommandées très tôt. Et on peut voir également que on en parle comme un opérateur tactique qui est là vraiment pour causer une distraction ou pour bloquer un champ visuel. Mais en tant qu'opérateur létal, sa puissance de feu est à ne pas sous-estimer. Ne te dis pas que tu fais face à un Kalinos indestructible. C'est définitivement pas la façon de voir un Montagne. On a quelques trappes au travers de tout ça qui sont faites détruire. On a également du plancher qui va se faire saboter. Tout ça, ça va nous parler vraiment d'une volonté d'attaquer l'objectif qui va devenir de plus en plus agressif ici. On va voir Skies qui va envoyer son drone et oh, il voit tout juste la peste. Et il va également voir la mine-coup, probablement, voilà, sans grande surprise sur sa détruire. Il va falloir continuer à droner, prendre les informations. Mais la question, ça va être sur qui est-ce qui va vouloir prendre les informations? On va avoir un Jaeger juste là qui apparemment va être droné. Montagne, à nouveau, va se faire replier un petit peu. Mais là, on a Smoke qui n'a plus de grenades. Agas télécommandé, puis il reste encore 45 secondes au chrono, donc si l'assaut des attaquants devient très agressif, ça pourrait même le faire. On a ici réussi à mettre, je pense, Thatcher en PLS. La percussion, voilà, qui va aller chercher le kill, puis il est joué là-dessus. Situation maintenant de 4v5. Les attaquants ont vraiment de la difficulté à rentrer. On va avoir enlevé beaucoup de vie à Kayid, mais là, notre Coco, lui aussi, a encaissé beaucoup de dégâts. Genre de quantité de dégâts qui est impardonnable. La prochaine erreur va lui être fatale. Parlant d'erreur, juste ici, on ne sait pas que Rafi était là. Un beau kill va arriver pour lui. Oh, Montagne, malgré le fait qu'il a très peu de vie, va se sentir d'attaque. Mais évidemment, c'est juste une question de temps avant qu'il se fasse refrag. Avec Sawil qui a très peu de vie. Évidemment, lui aussi va se faire avoir. Et au travers de tout ça, l'Anobu va l'emporter. Il restait Termite qui était en vie. Mais Termite, fort malheureusement, n'aura pas su survivre ici à la monstruosité qu'est le TSG-12. La seule chose qui aurait pu être mieux, c'était si Godzi avait été capable de l'abattre avant même que ses pieds ne touchent le sol. Mais de simplement gagner la ronde en soi, ça va être amplement suffisant pour les joueurs, car ultimement, ils sont pas là pour l'extravagance, ils sont là pour gagner la partie. Et gagner la partie, vraiment, ça va être très important. La Pogs, ils sont déjà en situation de 1-0, désavantage pour eux. Donc là, ils perdent cette map-là, puis ils perdent 5000 $. Alors que pour la Nobu, ben ici, ils sont absolument à fond. Tu les entends crier, tu les entends faire « ouais » à chaque fois qu'ils finissent une ronde, comme la ronde qui vient tout juste de finir. Et puis c'est la première map qu'on a ici, qui va être en LAN, qui va être les deux équipes montréalaises les unes contre les autres. Et donc, je ne peux qu'imaginer l'impact ou l'incidence que ça va avoir sur le moral d'entendre ton adversaire carrément crier, carrément chanter, carrément fêter sa victoire face à toi. Tu les entends du coin de l'oreille, tu les entends dans ton vision périphérique, si je peux me dire ça comme ça. Et puis, nécessairement, absolument nécessairement, ça va avoir une incidence sur le mental des joueurs chez la Box ici. Donc la troisième défense ici va être dans le gym et dans la chambre. On va à nouveau avoir un bandit, on va à nouveau avoir un Jaeger, Castle. Donc, vraiment, la strat ou la méta ici semblerait être relativement classique, relativement standard. Ce que je peux rajouter par-dessus, ça va être qu'on va toujours dans leur montagne. Le montagne n'est pas nécessairement toujours présent. Et je vais être bien curieux de voir comment lui va se faire jouer. Sadrafi, de son côté, vraiment, il va courir d'abord et d'autre pour finaliser ses petites ouvertures. On prépare avec des ouvertures au top pour lancer des vitraux si jamais ça devait être nécessaire. Lancer des vitraux par là, par exemple, c'est toujours très dangereux ou très risqué parce que si la nitro se colle au plafond, ben c'est perdu. Alors que si tu as un attaquant qui veut lui lancer une grande frag, la grande frag peut rebondir à partir du plafond. Donc d'ouvrir ces lignes-là, j'aurais tendance à dire que ça avantage légèrement plus l'attaque que ça avantage la défense. Néanmoins, une ouverture est une ouverture. Tu peux tirer dessus au travers de cette situation-là. Tu peux faire tirer dessus de ce côté-là. Très rapidement, voilà. Ash est allé pour une insertion un peu agressive. Malheureusement, ça n'aura pas fonctionné. Il a ça avec notre Coco en situation de 1v2. Et puis, bon, pour survivre, il n'y aura pas trop de difficultés. On sait bien, il se déploie, puis tant que tu n'as pas de la smoke, tu n'as pas de trop, ça va passer. Par exemple, s'il devait avoir un Mingu dans le pied, là, il serait plus ou moins condamné à mort. Donc, il sait vraiment qu'il ne peut pas réellement juste progresser, juste traverser ce cadre de porte-là. Très rapidement, on va réaliser également que les yeux est juste là. Et vraiment, il va avoir besoin d'un peu d'aide. Donc, c'est pourquoi Termite et Thatcher vont arriver et vont venir l'aider. Donc, pour la Medu, ça regarde très très bien. Termite Thatcher qui, hypothétiquement, est en train de mettre de la pression très directement sur l'objectif, mais maintenant ne seront plus en train de faire ça. Et la conséquence, ou l'impact direct de ça, c'est que ça va avoir délaissé un peu de pression qu'on aura eu sur l'objectif pour l'amener sur le cash flow. Le cash flow qui absolument n'est pas l'objectif final, et d'utiliser beaucoup ici de la part de Godzi, d'utiliser toutes tes ressources juste pour un site par proxy comme ça, c'est ben, pas un symptôme d'une attaque qui se déroule bien. Termite, il y a encore une dynamite texane dans son inventaire, donc si jamais il veut aller ouvrir un mur renforcé, il pourrait. Clutch qui semble vraiment penser à ce qu'on va arriver dans son dos. Et juste là, belle sortie de la part de Louise, mais ultimement beaucoup trop agressif. Il reste 1 minute, ils avaient un avantage de 2 pour 1, c'est en situation de 4-2. Et puis ce run-up-là va juste avoir gaspillé l'avantage, ça va avoir aidé à réduire l'écart qu'il y avait en chaque équipe. Clutch semblerait vouloir tenter une rotation, donc ça va être à Sky vraiment de tourner l'attention, de faire du bruit et de s'assurer qu'on ne pense qu'à lui, par exemple. Avec ici cette fusillade-là, il va tomber, il va se faire éliminer. Donc, toute l'attention des défenseurs va maintenant se retourner vers Clutch. Clutch qui, même s'il est parti en rotation, il va revenir exactement où il était auparavant. Et puis maintenant, avec 30 secondes restantes au chrono, ça regarde mal. Honnêtement, ça ne regarde pas du tout bien. On va avoir touché juste là un castle qui va réussir à faire le kill. Finalement, je m'attendais pas à ce que ça passe ce kill-là, parce que Godzi avait quand même tiré une coupe de balles. Donc, on pourrait s'attendre comme ça une petite tir préventive. On peut s'attendre à ce que ça fasse du bruit, à ce que ton adversaire sache où tu étais. Et malgré tout, Zofia n'a pas été en mesure d'aller chercher, Thatcher, pardon, n'a pas été en mesure d'aller chercher les pré-fires nécessaires pour rafler le frag, nous laissant ainsi la situation de 3-0 à l'avantage à l'Onabu. En soi, 3-0, c'est pas inquiétant, ou s'il n'y a pas de cause de panique là-dedans, mais quand même, tu regardes 3-0, et puis tu te dis, ils ont déjà perdu la première map, la Pogs, ils sont en liste pour pas juste une go fort ou pas juste une scrim, pour 5000 $. Le stress chez la Pogs doit commencer à monter. Le stress chez la Pogs doit être en croissance constante. Et là, vraiment, pour leur calmer les nerfs, la seule chose qu'on pourrait leur espérer, c'est de gagner au moins une ronde. De gagner une ronde, ne serait-ce que pour se sauver la face, quoi qu'on est encore loin de parler de l'éventualité d'un 7-0. Si la tendance est se retient, ça va devenir une possibilité de plus en plus probable. Donc, sur ce, on va avoir une défense ici qui va arriver dans le garage. Et puis, une défense garage, on aura vu de quoi ça a l'air. Et puis, on aura vu comment l'Anopu va pouvoir se défendre face à ça. Ils ont, cependant, pas d'accord cette fois-ci, pas d'écho, pour tenir le garage lui-même, évidemment, pour tenir les tirs croisés sur le CCTV. Pour ça, il va avoir des opérateurs un peu plus légers. Donc, on va voir Lésion, Vanti, Jaeger. Vas-y. Il pourrait très facilement partir en running. Il va falloir voir comment on va vouloir jouer ça. Ça va être évidemment un smoke, ça va rester sur l'objectif. Notre coco, oh, on aurait eu probablement une tentative de spawn kill pour que Clutch soit capable de l'intercepter de manière si rapide. Donc, un beau gilet là-dessus. Notre coco qui va être très absolument aucun dégât. Et oh, on voit les Mingu dans l'overlay ici, dans la perspective de lésion. Donc, il n'y en a pas dans le cadre de porte immédiatement. Sawil va envoyer cette information-là, justement. Et lésion, son but, justement, ça va d'aller chercher le frag sur IQ. Le frag qui ne va pas arriver immédiatement. Montagne peut progresser. Il peut monter les escaliers s'il veut. Éventuellement, il va mettre le pied sur le Mingu. Voilà, donc là, il va avoir un petit problème. S'il enlève le bout de son pied, évidemment, il va mettre le pied sur un deuxième bout. Il va utiliser le bouclier de pipe ici pour l'enlever. Donc, c'est utilisé de manière quand même ingénieuse. Si on était capable de détruire le bouclier, ça aurait pu être beau. On aurait pu aller chercher un beau frag ici. Mais notre coco ne semble pas savoir qu'il y a une dernière Mingu juste là. Donc, s'il danse de la mauvaise façon, ça va lui coûter cher. Par exemple, on va avoir eu un kill ici de la part de Sawil. Sawil qui était capable de rentrer. Et ça va permettre à Montagne de progresser. Il va à nouveau devoir arriver dans l'angle de mort juste là. Il va devoir enlever le Mingu de son pied. Et toutes ces distractions-là, évidemment, aura empêché Bandit d'utiliser le Bandstrix pour empêcher la Termite de rentrer. Donc, les attaquants ici, la POG semblerait être en liste pour remporter une première ronde. Le roaming de SK, s'il remonte de la bonne façon au bon moment, pourrait être très intéressant. Encore faut-il qu'il ait le timing. Ça peut empêcher les attaquants de rentrer, mais il va également prendre une coupe de dégâts. Et rendu le but, c'est plus de laisser le compte à rebours tomber à 0, mais bien juste de retenir les attaquants. On va avoir le Mozzie qui s'est fait déloger, donc vraiment, une situation de 2v4. Les deux défenseurs vont avoir encaissé des dégâts. Certains sont plus faibles que d'autres, Sadrafi notamment. Il va être très faible. Il va faire un beau frag ici, par exemple. Ça va nous rééquilibrer la situation 2v2. Le désamorceur n'est pas en possession des attaquants. Et ils vont devoir tenter de le récupérer. Là, ici, Sadrafi n'a plus de grenade à gaz télécommandée. Donc ici, le prochain push, il va vraiment devoir le jouer au fusil. Et encore une fois, avec si peu de vie qu'il a, de jouer une fusette comme ça au fusil va s'avérer un petit peu dangereux pour lui. Notre Coco dans la fumée. Ça va lui permettre de progresser, mais il n'aura pas non plus en mesure de chercher le désamorceur. Par exemple, Clutch va avoir fait juste ça. Donc là, Montagne, oh, si tu recharges à un mauvais moment, ça va s'avérer fatal. On va un petit peu rater les premiers pré-shots, mais voilà, le deuxième va passer. Et la Nobu va à nouveau remporter une ronde, ayant été capable d'empêcher notre Coco de poser le désamorceur. Alors, juste ici, notre Coco aurait peut-être même voulu tenter de planter le désamorceur, mais ultimement, ça n'aura pas été dans ses plans. Pour le meilleur comme pour le pire, la Nobu va remporter la 4e manche. Au niveau des replays, vraiment, il n'y a pas grand-chose à rajouter. L'attaque qui avait beaucoup plus de potentiel que la dernière fois. L'attaque qui semblait commencer, les Pogs surtout, semblaient commencer à savoir comment la Nobu défend. Donc, ils étaient en train de trouver des façons de déjouer la défense. Ultimement, ça n'aura pas été suffisant. La Nobu qui mène maintenant en situation de 4-0. Mais néanmoins, on va avoir une attaque qui était bien structurée. Ils ont vraiment travaillé ensemble. Un exemple, un symptôme très simple, ça va avoir été comment IQ va s'être assuré de scanner le garage avant de laisser Montagne rentrer pour pas qu'il prenne de mini-goût quand il s'est passé par le corps de la porte. C'était un exemple simple, mais ça parlait tellement de comment les équipes sont capables de travailler entre elles. Donc, absolument magnifique là-dessus. Et avec ça, on va avoir une dernière, ou à nouveau, une défense dans le sous-sol, donc dans l'église et dans l'arsenal. La composition va être très intéressante. On va à nouveau avoir un Caïd qui ne semblerait pas particulièrement pressé. Le Coco qui va tout juste s'en sortir. Qui ne semblerait pas particulièrement pressé de retourner sur l'objectif, de là croire qu'il va peut-être même vouloir tenter des spankies ou quelque chose avec la cog. De là le voir revenir, ça me surprendrait un peu. Et l'attaque qui va encore et toujours mettre autant d'emphase sur l'importance d'ouvrir les murs renforcés. On va avoir Bandit et Ibana qui vont tous les deux faire une apparition. Termite et Ibana, pardon, qui vont tous les deux faire une apparition. Donc le but, évidemment, ça va être de vraiment ouvrir ça. Et puis quand je fais référence à ça, on va parler à la fois des trappes et probablement des murs dans le tunnel. À moins que Skies veuille y aller pour une attaque à partir de l'église. Church peut être un excellent mur à ouvrir également. Dusterzy immédiatement va faire un premier frag dans Blue. Donc ça, c'est une mort un peu dommage. SK, pour sa part, va être en plein roaming à la table de pool. Et donc sa position, que je sache, était inconnue. Donc s'il garde des bonnes rotations, lui, il va avoir un certain potentiel. Ibana va commencer à ouvrir cette trappe-là. Notre Coco va-t-il vouloir faire un peu de bruit? Il va tenter de trouver les lignes. Une fois, le but, ça va être de déloger Caïd pour pas qu'il puisse faire l'Impact Matrix avec le fond. Là, pour l'instant, on peut voir que d'après moi, la pression, Ibana va arriver, mais en fait, non, Ibana n'est tout simplement pas là. La question, ça va être qui va être en fusillade. Et pour l'instant, honnêtement, SK semblerait être bien placé pour chercher un beau petit kill sur Termite. Termite, d'ailleurs, c'est capable d'empêcher de poser sa charge de thermique. Très bien joué. Un premier kill sur le porteur des amorceurs, ni plus ni moins. Très important, d'autant plus qu'il a réussi à protéger la trappe. Donc, rendu là, Ibana a encore 2 carreaux sur son inventaire. Donc, c'est pas dramatique. C'est pas la fin du monde. Mais quand même, s'il est capable de tenir cette ligne-là, de retenir la pression qui inévitablement va venir sur lui, ça va être une très très bonne nouvelle. Il va s'en sauver tout juste. Il va se retourner. Beau flick shot. La double élimination, la triple par exemple, qui ne passera pas de Sturzy. Il va aller chercher le refrag. Ça va nous ramener en situation de 3v3. Et là, il va vraiment falloir que Ibana ouvre les trappes. Parce qu'après tout, Termite ne pourra pas le faire. Avec une minute restante au chrono, d'ailleurs, la pression sur l'objectif va devoir arriver rapidement, pour le moins, disons. Et puis, à part de ça, je ne peux pas acheter grand-chose. Il va vraiment falloir voir comment les attaquants vont vouloir progresser. Évidemment, ouvrir la trappe mémoriale, d'après moi, ça va être pour passer de ce côté-là. Mais également, on peut regarder les défenseurs, comment ils vont s'arranger pour tenir les différentes tirs croisés autant que possible. Le mur ou la barricade ici qui va vraiment offrir une couverture visuelle. Honnêtement, ça c'est peut-être plus retourner contre les défenseurs parce que ça va permettre aux attaquants de sauter par la trappe sans se faire agresser directement. Cobrad, par exemple, qui va faire un frag sur la porteur du désamorceur. Donc, toute la progression que les attaquants restants pourraient faire ici ne va pas servir à grand-chose. La grenade à gaz qui va empêcher Clutch d'avancer, mais ça va pas l'empêcher de faire des frags. Un deuxième frag ici pour la part de Clutch. Donc, Cobrat, lui, tout ce qu'il lui reste à faire, c'est retenir le désamorceur. Il va être capable de le faire. Mais il va falloir qu'il joue ça intelligemment. Il y a des Mingu de part et d'autre. Et puis avec très peu de temps restant, les attaquants n'auront pas le choix vraiment que de progresser. Une Mingu va forcer Thatcher à patienter. Et non, il a raté sa première rafale. Ce qui va avoir évidemment dévoilé sa présence. Et Clutch va avoir su capitaliser là-dessus. D'avoir raté son premier tir va avoir été la seule erreur que les ont recommis. Parce qu'après ça, Clutch va s'être assuré qu'il ne vive pas plus longtemps pour en commettre d'autres. Les replays de cette manche-ci vont être vraiment intéressants. La manche s'est avérée quand même relativement longue. Donc. Ça va être super intéressant. On va avoir Bandit, premièrement, ici, qui aurait fait un beau kill. Et puis, il a bien su réagir face à la flash qui s'est vers lui. Il y avait une des options de se retourner, de juste retourner. Il était dans la salle de billard, ça l'aurait juste encerclé. Donc, il a réussi à mettre un petit clutch, un petit flick là-dessus. Malheureusement, pas plus que ça. Néanmoins, il y aura eu quand même une bonne incidence sur la partie. Idéalement, Ibanor aurait déjà perdu une ou deux charges d'extérieur pour, exemple, tenter de jouer la cuisine. Puis ça aurait vraiment protégé la part mémoriale. C'est par mémorial que les attaquants sont rentrés. Mais ça n'a pas eu lieu. Ça n'a pas eu lieu et ça va nous laisser avec ce qu'on va voir ici. Les gens qui étaient capables de faire le frag sur le porteur du désamorceur. Très impressionnant. Très bien joué. Mais ultimement, il n'a pas été capable de tenir le désamorceur. Malgré le fait qu'il y avait des Mingu de part et d'autre, il aurait dû, honnêtement, peut-être se replier un petit peu plus loin. Laisser les attaquants prendre le désamorceur. Laisser les attaquants prendre du dégât grâce au Mingu en prenant le contrôle du désamorceur. Et puis après ça, aller faire la reprise de possession de l'objectif. Pendant qu'un joueur attend de poser le diffuseur, donc c'était déjà en situation de 1v1. Des fois, jouer le temps, vraiment, ça peut être la meilleure chose que tu peux faire. Néanmoins, sixième manche, ça va être la dernière manche avant le changement de rôle et la Nobby va quand même avoir une avancée qui est vraiment solide. Vont-ils être capables de la garder avec le changement de rôle? Honnêtement, ça va être la question que tout le monde se pose. Et seul le temps nous le dira. Donc d'ici là, regardons un petit peu l'attaque qui va être, si je ne m'abuse, à peu près exactement pareil. Avec Sledge, Thatcher. Sledge, s'il était là, par exemple, précédemment, je ne pourrais pas trop me rappeler. Pas de H, pas de IQ. Je pense que ça, c'est les deux opérateurs qui manquent. Mais définitivement, Termite, Thatcher et Ibana vont être les unités qui vont toujours se retrouver là. Et évidemment, Ibana va chercher les mêmes openers que tout le temps, à savoir ouvrir la trappe ici dans Stop. Et après ça, on va se diriger vers la cuisine. Cuisine qui va être difficile à prendre quand même, parce qu'il va y avoir une coupe de grenades à percussion, comme celle de Godzi, qui vont l'empêcher d'ouvrir la trappe ici. Et d'ailleurs, juste pour l'anecdote, ça fait combien de temps que le jeu est sorti? Quasiment 4 ans, 5 ans, si je ne me trompe pas, 4 ans, je crois. Et puis, ça aura pris combien de temps avant qu'on découvre le potentiel d'ouvrir, de faire l'impact Matrix? Ça demande vraiment qu'il y a plein de stratégies dans Rainbow Six Siege qu'on ne connaît pas encore et qui sont assez impressionnantes. La profondeur, le niveau de subtilité dans le jeu, c'est un niveau tout autre. Le Sturzy commence à mettre de la pression ici sur bleu, et puis on avait Ska qui était là-dedans, mais qui va pas se laisser démonter par ça. Il était caché derrière la machinerie. Il n'allait pas stresser là-dessus. On a Louise, par exemple, qui lui va recevoir un peu de pression, et par les escaliers, s'il regarde au mauvais endroit, et par le plafond, ça va s'avérer fatal pour lui. Bien joué à notre Coco, qui va encaisser un peu de dégâts, mais rien de trop dramatique pour la chapelle. Et là, il va droner très proche de l'objectif. Si jamais il va avoir un défenseur qui veut tenter une petite sortie agressive, peut-être qu'on serait capable de chercher frag. Et par-dessus ça, il va également avoir les Mingu de part et d'autre qui vont vraiment empêcher un rush agressif de la part des escaliers centrales. C'est pourquoi Sturzy peut être très intéressant ici. Si lui est capable d'arriver dans le dos et de causer un petit peu de dégâts, ça va tourner l'attention des défenseurs restants. Et puis à ce moment-là, ça va libérer la pression de l'autre côté. C'est pourquoi je suis vraiment curieux de voir comment Zofia serait capable de jouer là-dessus. Ça va péter. On n'aura pas trop réagi à ça. Sadrapi va faire un kill, mais nécessairement, il va savoir qu'il y a de la pression dans son dos. Et voilà, justement, il va se faire refrac directement après. On a fait un premier kill. Godzi va déjà se trouver en situation de 1v3. Est-ce qu'il va être capable de faire le clutch? Je sais pas. Il se trouve dans une mauvaise situation ici. Il ne semble pas savoir exactement où se trouvent ses adversaires. Le désamorceur qui va se planter. Et sa position est connue. Il y a le silencieux. Oh, il se revire du mauvais moment. Il va se retourner juste là. Zofia va tellement de la poussière apparemment au pistolet. Il va être capable de la battre. Non plus, si Zofia ne se présente pas. Et puis ultimement, c'est ça. Il faut vraiment gagner du temps. La percussion qui a été capable de mettre Zofia en PLS. Mais ultimement, ça n'aura pas été suffisant. Car on va avoir eu Clutch juste ici qui est capable de chercher le kill. Avec un one tap. Wow! Donc va pour les replays. Ça va avoir été la deuxième ronde ici qui va avoir été remportée par les Pogs. Des rondes qui vont être quand même très importantes pour le moral. Et puis ils ont gagné 2 rondes d'affilée ici. Donc définitivement la Nobu va avoir perdu un petit peu le momentum qu'ils avaient. Et puis ça va être à leur tour de devoir le récupérer. Mais le changement de rôle aussi peut vraiment mettre un frein sur tout ce qu'on avait en termes de répétition, en termes d'habitude qui commençait à se créer. Si c'est nécessairement, disons, la Nobu qui va descendre en attaque, maintenant qu'ils défendent, ça peut totalement changer la donne. On aura vu jusqu'à présent, mais il va falloir voir au plus long terme, est-ce que la tendance va se maintenir ou est-ce que c'est vraiment un shift qui est en train de se passer. Et voilà, finalement, le petit one-tap qui était tout à fait magnifique. La prochaine défense va à nouveau être dans l'église. Après tout, la défense ici va avoir échoué. La composition, pour sa part, va être absolument pareille. Ah non, pardon, c'est un changement de rôle. Les Pugs défendent maintenant. Donc, la composition, quand même, est très semblable. Si je ne m'abuse, elle est en fait exactement la même. On va avoir Bandit, Jäger... Ah non, Bandit et Jäger... Bandit et Kayid, pardon. C'est un combo qu'on n'aura pas vu jusqu'à présent. Mais on peut absolument comprendre pourquoi Kayid va vouloir électrifier le garage. Et puis, cet électricité-là ne pourra pas se faire détruire, contrairement à une batterie Bandit, en se couchant et en tirant par la trappe à drone. Bandit, pour sa part, il ne lui reste plus qu'une seule batterie électrifiée. On peut voir exactement où elles ont été posées. Skies va également vouloir ouvrir tout ce mur-là. Et là, on va être essentiellement prêt à ce que la pression arrive. La pression, d'ailleurs, va arriver très rapidement. Les attaquants vont prendre contrôle très rapide de certaines portions du bâtiment. Par exemple, d'autres portions vont être vraiment contestées par les roamers. Roamers ici qui vont se faire déloger très rapidement. Est-ce qu'on va faire un premier frag? Le brouillard, par exemple, ne survivra pas très longtemps. Le Storzy va clairement savoir que il y a des anti-roamers dans le coin, donc il va devoir être extra prudent. Et c'est pourquoi on va retourner sur le stage au lobby, dans le premier étage, en espérant chercher un beau kill. Très important ici, il a réussi à faire le frag sur Ibana. Donc, Ibana est évidemment un opérateur VIP à fraguer. Et Clutch, pour sa part, va rester sur l'objectif comme vont l'être les autres opérateurs restants dans la partie. Donc, surtout, c'était le frag sur Ibana qui était extra important. Si on est ici avec Godzi, on a le seul opérateur qui peut ouvrir des murs renforcés. Et juste ici, Clutch a eu une très petite ligne de visuel sur Godzi. Mais donc, savoir qu'il y aura côté réaliste, pas moyen pour lui d'ouvrir la trappe dans la cuisine. Je sais même pas s'il va vouloir s'y tenter. Apparemment, si on est capable tout juste d'aller chercher le kill sur qui que ce soit qui est en dessous, en ce cas-ci Clutch, et ben si on est capable de le déloger, nécessairement, il ne sera plus là pour nous contester l'ouverture de la trappe. Mais tout ça ne servira pas à grand-chose. Skies n'a plus de électro-griffe, donc tous les bandits d'Ajax nécessaires au monde ne serviront pas à grand-chose. La trappe va se faire ouvrir, la pression va arriver. Il va falloir que les défenseurs retournent leur attention vers le mémorial. Salut, par exemple, pour sa part, n'aura pas ce genre de l'attitude-là, puisqu'il y a immédiatement un drone qui est arrivé de son côté. Et ça pourrait être SK qui va venir lui mettre de la pression de son côté. Mais Godzi, de sa part, voilà, va lancer des flashs ici. On va se faire bloquer très rapidement. Avec 57 secondes restantes au chrono, il va falloir que l'assaut arrive quand même rapidement. Skies est vraiment prêt à dispenser le mémorial. Et Godzi, juste ici, la cam est intacte jusqu'à tout récemment. Il n'a plus de batterie électrifiée, donc il pourra peut-être récupérer la une pour faire du banditrix, sinon ça va se jouer à l'impact nade. Et ici, Termite tentait d'aller chercher un frag ou deux. Malheureusement, ça passera pas. Mais je suis vraiment curieux de savoir pourquoi il n'est pas en train de tenter d'ouvrir le mur directement sur sa droite. Parce que ça, c'est un excellent moyen de rentrer sur l'objectif et de simplement poser des amorceurs. Juste là, il y a une grosse fusillade pour Blue qui va résulter avec la mort de Ash. Est-ce qu'on est capable d'avoir un refrag très rapide de la part de cette petite Thatcher qui était juste là? Yes, Thatcher! Malheureusement, on n'aura pas un très gros succès au niveau des frags. Ça will. S'il prend du dégât, il va pouvoir retourner son attention, carrément ignorer Thatcher de manière impunément. Voilà, un beau kill là-dessus va arriver. Par exemple, il va vraiment falloir que Godzi rentre. Godzi va tomber au même moment, le laissant avec sa Sadrafi. En situation de 1v3, rectification. 1v2, en fait, avec lésion en PLS. 1v1. Et ouais, de son côté, on avait quand même un Kayid qui était juste là, qui va faire en sorte que poser des amorceurs n'était absolument pas du tout possible. Donc, c'est le temps. Ultimement, c'est le temps qui va s'avérer être la mort de la Nobu pour cette ronde-là. Les Pugs sont en train vraiment de rattraper le retard qu'ils avaient. Donc, va pour les replays. Moins de jeux agressifs ici. On avait du roaming en début de partie, en début de ronde. Mais le roaming n'aura pas eu beaucoup d'incidence. Ce qui fait en sorte que, ultimement, le roaming aurait été décevant. Peut-être. Je pense qu'on peut dire décevant. Dans un cas comme dans un autre. On va y aller ici avec la mort de H. Et finalement Mute qui aurait été capable de loger la pression qui venait de son côté. C'est vraiment drôle comment tu peux juste retourner ton attention sur le mémorial et ignorer qui que ce soit qui semble être derrière toi totalement impunément. C'est surtout ça qui m'a vraiment fasciné ici, Zofia. Jusqu'à faire le frag sur Mute, mais après ça, ben, c'était Kayid qui allait la déloger si jamais il voulait continuer de poser des amorceurs. Donc, il faut vraiment comprendre pourquoi tu as annulé à la dernière seconde. Une défaite. Donc, on va ici être dans cache et dans CCTV. Au niveau de quel genre de résultat on peut s'attendre à voir. De manière assez surprenante, on n'aura pas de bandit. On va avoir un Kayid et on va avoir un Mute. Mais ni l'un ni l'autre de ces opérateurs-là sont en particulièrement bonne position pour empêcher Termite d'ouvrir le mur renforcé sur le balcon. Donc, je vais vraiment être curieux de savoir comment ça va se passer. Le mur, ici, les deux murs vont avoir été renforcés. Donc ça va être somme toute bonne nouvelle. Et puis, à part de ça, qu'est-ce que je peux rajouter? Ça va sûrement avancer. On va avoir un défenseur dans le garage. Je pensais avoir vu une silhouette au rez-de-chaussée dans le garage. Ah oui, c'est ça, c'est Lésion. Juste ici, apparemment, on va vouloir remonter. C'est pas trop tôt car ça commence à tirer dans sa direction générale. Will de son côté qui est en train d'attendre dans la salle de construction. Puis on peut vraiment voir qu'il y a du monde à peu près partout. SK est dans les toilettes. Ils vont vouloir monter les escaliers éventuellement, mais s'ils montent les escaliers au moment de la mauvaise façon, donc Coco va être dans les environs pour l'intercepter. Et de manière générale, les tirs croisés que les deux équipes, l'une comme l'autre, vont avoir, vont être vraiment fascinants et super magnifiques à regarder. Donc Goddy juste là. Vraiment, il attend jusqu'à quelqu'un se présente. Et est-ce que quelqu'un va se présenter? Ça reste à voir. Pour l'instant, par exemple, on serait peut-être même quasiment, et je dis bien quasiment, en position pour poser des amorceurs. Capito est là, il pourra envoyer de la smoke. Godzy a le désamorceur, puis nécessairement, il est tout juste à côté de l'ouverture qu'il a fait, donc lui pourrait rentrer dans l'objectif. Sauf que le gros problème avec cette hypothèse-là, c'est que tous les défenseurs sont encore vivants. Les défenseurs ont encore un contrôle quasi total de l'objectif, donc il n'y aura pas réellement moyen de rentrer sans qu'un cas de force majeure se passe. Parlant d'un cas de force, c'est pas tout à fait majeur, mais on a déjà un premier frag ici de la part de Godzy. On va voir Capito qui va se tenter également, j'ai l'impression. Le gros problème, ça va être Doc. Doc, de son côté, peut très bien tenir un tir croisé. Comme il va tenter à l'instant, mais non, lui aussi va se faire déloger. Donc ça fera bien regarder pour la Nobu. Justement, on va lancer une flash. Capito de ce côté est en train de préparer. Il a lancé son feu, là, il va lancer sa fumigène. Et là, on va vouloir tenter de poser le désamorceur. SKVZ, par exemple, Skies avec la nitro juste ici. Bien joué là-dessus. On clutch qu'on leur arriver également. Est-ce qu'il va faire quelque chose? Non, les amorceurs sont pas posés. Les pré-shots sont passés. Oui, lui va faire un excellent frag. Est-ce qu'on se fait refrag? Non, la double élimination, la triple! Wow! Bien joué ici de la part de Clutch qui va vraiment, comme son nom le dit, faire un clutch. Et ça, vous avez dû entendre ça dans le microphone derrière moi. Ça a vraiment donné beaucoup d'énergie à nos joueurs. Parce qu'après tout, les scores sont maintenant à nouveau équilibrés. Et ça ne doit pas sous-estimer. La Nobu qui a un avantage de 4-0 et là, ils ont perdu 4 rondes d'affilée. Ça va être lourd sur le moral, ça. On peut voir Kayid avec la double ronde vraiment pertinente. Il a fait une double domination, il a fait un kill à l'arme au même moment apparemment. Le reste, pas malheureusement pour lui, c'est pour les joueurs de la Nobu, ils sont tout simplement en ligne. Regardez ça, ils ont tous les deux face à face et hop, 1-2. Aussi simple que ça. Donc ça va avoir été ça pour cette ronde-là. Et puis la Nobu qui, encore une fois, pour ceux qui pourraient tout juste venir d'arriver sur le stream, on est en grande finale. Le grand gagnant va gagner 5 000 $. Le perdant, qui va avoir la deuxième place, va quand même gagner 1 000 $. Donc c'est pas sous-estimé, mais tout de même, la Nobu menait 4-0. Il voyait 5 000 $, 1 000 $ dans la poche de chacun des joueurs. Vraiment très près. Ils avaient juste quelques petites dernières rondes à gagner, 3 rondes à gagner, puis c'était fait. Et là, les Pogs ont totalement inversé la tendance, ont absolument rattrapé le retard qu'ils avaient. Donc ça va quand même un petit peu ébranler probablement les certitudes que la Nobu avait.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
La défense ici dans la chambre énergie va être très intéressante. Comme toujours, chez la Nobu, ça va être Termite, Thatcher, Ibana. Vraiment, il manque juste un maestro pour dire que la composition est à 100%, et peut-être même une Twitch si tu veux vraiment y aller à fond, pour dire que la composition est absolument faite pour ouvrir les murs renforcés. C'est un point central de l'attaque, de chaque attaque que la Nobu va entreprendre. Donc ça, je vais être vraiment curieux de voir est-ce que ça va fonctionner, est-ce que ça va payer. Parce que c'est un peu une situation de kit ou double. Tu vas miser lourdement sur une façon de faire les choses, mais si ça devait ne pas fonctionner, ou si la réelle faiblesse de la défense devait être ailleurs, ben, t'as emmené carrément 3 opérateurs dans ta composition pour ce qui n'était pas exactement le problème principal. Le bouclier déployable aurait évidemment protégé les batteries bandits avec l'explosion ici de la part de Zofia. Tout de même, ça va être une question de Thatcher et de Bandstrix. On semble savoir où est-ce que ça va passer, où est-ce que ça va se faire avoir. Oh, c'était serré, mais il va avoir réussi à survivre. Un beau GG à toi. Et là, Thermique a utilisé une charge thermique. Donc Goddy ne semblerait plus trop enthousiasmé de faire ça, puis il semble vraiment savoir ce qu'il est sorti. Louis, de son côté, déjà n'a plus qu'une seule charge Xeros. Donc vite comme ça, si je voulais regarder où il avait posé les autres, il faudrait que je délaisse un peu l'action des yeux. Mais définitivement, il va avoir trouvé probablement des moyens alternatifs de rentrer dans le bâtiment. Et là, ben, ça va essentiellement être, son objectif va essentiellement être d'aller chercher des kills et de trouver une façon de rentrer dans le bâtiment. Néanmoins, avec une petite 17% de chrono, d'avoir tout le monde qui est encore en vie dans les deux équipes, ça va être inquiétant pour la Nobu. Au minimum absolu, inquiétant, parce que t'as pas encore tué personne, la défense sur l'objectif va être encore impeccable. Et à chaque seconde qui s'écoule, ben, tu es de plus en plus pressé pour rentrer. La dernière grande IM va se faire lancer. On va à nouveau tenter d'y aller pour un Bandstrix. Et là, oh là, ça est un petit peu trop tard, par exemple. La charge exothermique ici arrive un peu tard. On n'aura plus beaucoup de temps pour rusher de manière posée dans l'objectif. Donc, Godzy sur la droite, on va se rendre compte qu'il n'y a personne. Nécessairement, on va exactement savoir où va se trouver sa will. Et c'est pourquoi Godzy ne se sent pas à l'aise de rentrer immédiatement dans le bâtiment. Cobra, de son côté, va tenter de trouver un petit tir croisé à partir des fenêtres. Malheureusement, il n'y aura pas de chance de ce côté-là. Et la barricade Castle va également l'empêcher de chercher un petit tir croisé vicieux de ce côté-là. Donc, avec 25 secondes restant au chrono, il va vraiment falloir déloger premièrement base. Et juste ici, un premier kill va très bien arriver. Et là, on va faire poser des amorceurs couchés derrière le lit. On va avoir Clutch juste ici qui lui également va tomber. Ça va laisser avec quand ce sort de 1 v 4. Et est-ce qu'il est capable de faire un kill? Non, mais est-ce que le désamorceur va se faire poser? Il va falloir voir un beau frag au pistolet. 5p5 est en vide. Il va continuer d'y aller au pistolet. Et puis les résultats semblent être au rendez-vous. Il est en 61 contre 2. On peut remonter ça en 1v3 sur une tour de réanimé. Beau one tap! Et oui, triple élimination! Donc avec un excellent comeback, les Pugs qui sont en train de faire une méchante belle action. Wow, les Pugs avec le comeback. Donc je l'ai dit une deux fois, la confiance de la Nobu qui va lentement mais sûrement se faire ébranler, je crois. Et puis c'est fou de voir le clutch, parce que la Nobu, si on regardait la situation, on aurait dû remporter cette ronde-là. Là, j'ai comme get the camera dans le chat écrit. Inquiète-toi pas, on l'a vu, ce beau clutch-là de la part de Doug. Et surtout qu'il y a le faux pistolet. C'est surtout ça qui était incroyable. Juste ici, ça a P5 qui est vide, moindre erreur. 2-3 tirs ici dans le torse. Le deuxième tir, je pense que c'était un one-tap. Même si c'était pas dans la tête, Ibana était très faible. Avec un thermique qui était à terre. Voilà, comme ça. Un premier tir, il se retourne avec le même chargeur. L'erreur qui a été commise, je sais plus c'était qui, je pense que c'était Thatcher, peut-être. S'est retourné, a sorti en courant pour fuir, pour se relocaliser. Donc, il a présenté son dos à Doc et c'est ça qui va être un arrêt fatal. Donc, maintenant, ça va être la POG pour la première fois qui va mener. Et on va retourner dans le sous-sol. Dans le sous-sol. La composition va être assez intéressante. On n'aura pas de cahier volontairement, nécessairement. À ce niveau de jeu-là, on ne peut absolument... C'est d'ailleurs c'est ça avec littéralement, on ne peut pas parler d'un oubli bête. Mais on va avoir ici... l'absence de cahier doit faire en sorte que les trappes vont être très faciles à ouvrir. Bon, à l'exception évidemment toujours de la trappe. Il y a possibilité de faire le trick de la grenade à percussion. Mais pour la trappe, exemple, dans le mémorial, il n'y aura même pas besoin de mettre Thatcher. Donc, je sais pas. L'idée était vraiment de concentrer nos effectifs ou nos objectifs sur un autre style de jeu, sur d'autres gadgets à déployer sur le terrain. Mais quand même, savoir l'effet très immédiat de rendre les murs renforcés un peu moins sécuritaires. Louise a tiré une ou deux balles sur qui que ce soit qui était dans Blue. Notre Coco peut-être. Néanmoins, Sawil, c'est dans Blue. Ouais, Sawil dans Blue. Néanmoins, il n'aura pas été en mesure de tirer sur, de tuer qui que ce soit. Donc, les résultats vont avoir été très partiels, disons. Ibana va déjà commencer à faire fumer la trappe. Aucune surprise à ce niveau-là. Et elle semblerait être très prudente, s'attendre à ce qu'il y ait des roamers. Si on regarde Bandit qui joue shotgun, waouh, les Pugs sont vraiment confiants avec ce qu'ils vont faire. Sky, de son côté, va recevoir de la pression nécessairement. Le plancher va se faire ouvrir et hop, on va y aller pour la nitro apparemment. Est-ce que ça va le faire? Oui, il y a quelqu'un en PLS, bien joué. Mais évidemment, le Pugs va se faire réanimer. C'était pas un PLS qui risquait de se traduire en kill. Sauf vraiment si on était capable de lancer une deuxième nitro, une deuxième percu, mais ça aurait vraiment nécessité quelqu'un d'autre. On va maintenant avoir Sledge qui va tenter. On se let's go début. Ouais, vous savez que c'est la Pugs qui a fait le clutch de tantôt. Y'all got this. On est vraiment confiant dans la capacité de notre but, mais cette victoire-là semblerait leur échapper légèrement des mains. Oh, là, grenade de percussion qui va réussir à aller faire le frag sur Termite. Après tout. Buddy avait déjà été mis en PLS, donc il se fait réanimer, puis une autre percu va être sa mort, puisqu'on est resté, ça va être les deux X-Caros de Ibana, et puis la question va être est-ce qu'elle va pouvoir les utiliser pour ouvrir la trappe. Ben, Clutch ici a utilisé ses percussions pour... oh, et Bandit qui est tenté d'y aller au shotgun. S'il va ramper, il pourrait peut-être tenter de se faire réanimer. Donc ici, c'est vraiment Sadrafi qui a un manque de connaissance totale. Voilà, juste sur sa droite. Un kill, est-ce que ça va être une erreur? Non! Sadrafi, pardon, avec une belle double élimination. Ça va nous ramener dans une situation de 3v3. Et là, Ibana également a été fragué, mais la trappe est ouverte. Donc ça, vraiment, c'était la bonne chose qu'il fallait espérer. On va lancer une grenade. Est-ce qu'il va réussir à faire un kill? Non, je n'ai même pas vu la vie chez les défenseurs baisser. Donc, malheureusement, ça aurait été un équipement qui aurait été utilisé, qui aurait été consommé, sans vraiment en obtenir le moindre résultat ou le moindre bénéfice. Et ici, avec 17 secondes restantes, Cobra tient un beau tir croisé. SK dans son drone, 15 secondes restantes. Ouh, tu ne peux pas vraiment te permettre de faire ça. Cobra avec un beau kill, il va pouvoir progresser. Et les deux défenseurs restants ne sont pas vraiment sur ni l'un ni l'autre de l'objectif. Donc, on va pouvoir poser les amorceurs assez rapidement. Sawil va devoir revenir. Sawil pourrait peut-être faire quelque chose de beau. On va voir Clutch de son côté, on va faire un frag. Un autre kill ici de la part de Sawil. Il le sait avec Sledge en station de 1v2. On va ouvrir le mur juste là. Mais c'est exactement ce côté-là que la personne va arriver. C'est peut-être un bait. Il va se retourner juste là sans savoir. Un premier kill sur la gauche. Est-ce qu'on va faire la -2? Non! Ça va être la Pugs qui va faire un clutch et qui vont maintenant se retrouver en point de match. Après avoir gagné 4 rondes d'affilée, la Nabu va se retrouver en point de match contre eux à leur désavantage. Uncle Felix, c'est Finals, first game. Finals, best of 3, second match. Nobu's won the first map. Fait que, ouais, voilà, c'est ça. La Pugs qui serait bien parti pour nous envoyer en troisième map. Puis une fois qu'on est en troisième map, ben, les deux équipes vraiment vont absolument faire tout ce qui est dans leur pouvoir pour gagner. Donc on va rajouter cette ronde-là de gagner à la liste des Pugs. Wow, tout à fait magnifique. C'est dommage d'avoir Goddy qui va se faire tuer par une grenade de percussion, mais en même temps, il avait été mis en PLS par la nitro auparavant. Son playstyle ici est un peu risqué, considérant encore une fois qu'elle est très faible. Et all in all, c'est vraiment à très haute tension. Ce que je trouve dommage, c'est que plus d'une fois, la Nabu avait un avantage. Comme par exemple, ici, ils étaient en situation de 3v2. La dernière ronde, ben, ils étaient littéralement en situation de 4v1. On avait un joueur qui était en PLS. Ou quand ils avaient posé le désamorceur, on se rappelait lésion qui a fait la belle -3. Lésion, je me rappelle plus exactement, je pense que c'était Clutch qui l'avait joué. Donc, ils sont capables, en début de ronde, de se positionner en situation comme de 4v2, 3v1. Mais après ça, systématiquement, la Pugs va toujours faire le clutch. Et ça c'est un peu décevant. Pour la Nabu, parce qu'ils étaient en 4-0 encore une fois depuis tantôt, ils avaient une possibilité quand même rapide de terminer la map. Et ronde après ronde après ronde, la Pogs va avoir remporté ça. Il va avoir remonté les pointages jusqu'au point où on en se trouve actuellement. La ronde a été carrément, ou la situation a été carrément inversée. Et maintenant, c'est la Pogs qui est en point de match. Donc, Louise, ici, va être dans l'entrée. Il est en train de faire attention que personne ne va tenter de spawn kill à partir de l'une ou l'autre des fenêtres. Donc, Félix qui dit, est-ce qu'on a bu? Nos buts ne peuvent plus se permettre la moindre erreur. Et là, la tension va être fort probablement à son comble. Chez les Pogs, on va jouer lourdement sur le temps. C'est vraiment quelque chose qu'on remarque là. Bandit, évidemment, le Bandit qui peut faire perdre un petit peu de temps, mais oh, on va mettre du XKROS d'un côté, du Thermite de l'autre, mais Clutch était parfaitement bien capable de bloquer les deux, avec Ash qui va tomber dès le début de la game, ou dès le début de la ronde, ça va un petit peu mal regarder. Ce feu-là va forcer peut-être Clutch à se replier, et ça devrait permettre ici Godzi d'ouvrir. Reste à voir si Clutch va être capable de faire ça. Non, mais il prépare sa nitro. Ah, l'intro qui était lancé trop tôt, elle rebondit. Juste là, on va tout juste terminer, mais Thermite aussi le voit. Beau kill de la part de, je crois, Godzi. Yes, Godzi aura bien joué là-dessus, mais les Nobus sont vraiment pas au bout de leur perte. On a la caméra qui a plus de... Est-ce que c'est la dernière game? C'est pas la dernière... Ben, si la Nobu remporte la map, oui. Vu qu'on va gagner 2 maps de leur best of 3. Mais si la Pogs l'emporte, eh bien, non. Non. On a Saris qui dit S4 Will, by the way. C'est pas ça, Will. Ok. Ouais, le cas, je lis comme un A. Dusterzy qui a. Je pensais que ça faisait référence à genre 6-4, le caster. Le caster français, je faisais comme. Ok, je le connais, je le replace, mais je ne comprends pas la référence. Merci, Saris. Ici, notre coco peut vraiment causer beaucoup de problèmes. Il peut vraiment bloquer tout. Et je dis bien tous les attaquants. Donc, si lui se fait avoir, ça va être très problématique. Juste ici, il a réussi à mettre Iman en PLS. Donc, Cobrad va devoir faire le clutch de 1v4 et oh, que ça regarde mal pour lui. Et voilà, la Pogs ont remporté la map. Et on va s'enligner pour la troisième map pour Consulat, qui va être la map finale pour déterminer laquelle est la meilleure des équipes et laquelle va se mériter le fameux 5000 $. Donc, pour une toute dernière fois, on va pour les replays. Malheureusement, j'aurais raté un peu plus des rondes cette aussi. Plus des kills, donc les replays vont être un peu moins bien garnis. On va voir ici Jaeger vraiment qui était le gros problème. Il n'avait pas été droné, puis c'était la grosse erreur de la revue. Thatcher, pour sa part, qui était debout sur le balcon avec absolument nulle part où se cacher. Donc ça va arrêter l'erreur que lui aussi aura commis. Au travers de tout ça, on est maintenant en situation de Skies, Rafi, S4. S4, merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup là-dessus. Les replays sont en train de boucler. Donc on va venir dans cette interface-ci. Les joueurs sont à peu près prêts. J'essaie de pas trop les laisser paraître. Par exemple, j'ai le nez qui coule puis j'ai le nez un peu bouché. Donc je vais juste aller me moucher. Donc, c'est ça. Je te le dis un peu tard, ben non, on a une autre map qui s'en vient. Donc, c'est ça. Moi, je vais prendre 2 minutes pour aller me moucher. Je vais même pas mettre le stream dans l'écran On est de retour sous peu. Mais c'est ça. Je vais quand même partir faire un tour et revenir. Ce ne sera absolument pas long du tout. De retour sous peu. Donc, on est de retour. Il va juste falloir que je consulte rapidement les archives. Donc, c'était bel et bien... ouais, le Nabu commence bel et bien en attaque, ce qui fait en sorte qu'on n'a pas besoin de changer ça. Donc, vraiment, tout ce qu'on va aller faire, ça va être... On va, dans les options du match, on va juste mettre les noms des équipes, puis vraiment, on va être prêt à commencer. Donc, l'équipe bleue, Nabu, pas de I. Et l'équipe orange, c'est la Pugs. Voilà. Voilà. On demande à la Nobu et à la Pugs s'ils sont prêts. Nobu est prêt, ça c'est bien. Chez la Pugs. Chez la Pugs, on me dit wait. On a Skies qui dit wait. Ça se prononce Skies, Rafi, S4Will, Cobra et Coco. Merci beaucoup pour ça. Je vais absolument m'assurer de garder ça en tête. J'avais même déjà réinitialisé les bannes. Ça, c'est, je me trouve pas pire. Je me trouve pas pire. Skies qui dit ready. Donc, on va lancer la dernière map de la journée. Il est actuellement 11h44. Donc, vers minuit et demi, 1h du matin, on va avoir terminé. Ce qui va quand même faire une grosse journée de compétition, si je puis me permettre. La Pugs va y aller avec son premier ban. Il va enlever un attaquant. Il commence en défense. Donc, c'est pas très surprenant si on voit qu'ils vont vouloir enlever un opérateur qui est très, très, très efficace. Ils vont choisir Capitao. Ça va être intéressant. Assez intéressant. Une Capitao est très pratique si tu veux vraiment jouer l'objectif. Pour faire des kills ou juste pour, de manière générale, embêter, pour ne pas dire faire chier l'adversaire, il peut être efficace. Mais par-dessus ça, vraiment, il sert beaucoup, beaucoup à poser le désamorceur. Nomade va être notre deuxième ban, donc sans grande surprise là-dessus. Elle aurait été jouée une fois, puis après ça, elle s'est fait ban par-dessus ban par-dessus ban. Donc voilà, pas Maestro par exemple, pardon. Mira va avoir été bannie ici. Et finalement, les Pugs ici vont enlever un défenseur. Vu qu'eux-mêmes sont l'équipe qui commence à la défense, peut-être qu'ils ne voudront pas enlever le singulier meilleur opérateur défensif qui soit, mais bien un opérateur défenseur que eux n'utiliseront pas beaucoup. Un exemple simple, ça peut être comme par exemple Clash. Clash, si jamais toi tu ne la joues pas, mais que tu sais que ton adversaire la joue, ça peut être très 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 handicapant. Finalement, non, on va enlever Mira et on va enlever finalement Valkyrie. Et ça va nous envoyer tout juste à temps pour le début de la première phase d'action. Ça va être toujours intéressant de remarquer où ils vont vouloir défendre en premier. Il y a certaines équipes qui préfèrent prendre le garage et la cafétéria en tout premier lieu. D'autres, la plupart, j'aurais même tendance à dire, vont trouver ça plus intéressant de défendre le PDG. Ou non, le consul, pardon, on n'est pas sur banque. Mais ici, définitivement, la préférence va être au garage et à la cafétéria. Scatwill, pour sa part, va prendre le 6e choix, va remplacer Demozy à Doc. Donc, l'information ou l'indice que ça va envoyer à la Nobu, c'est que on veut attaquer, on veut jouer défensif, on veut jouer en roaming, pardon, avec un Mozy, mais finalement, Doc va être dans la composition. Donc, ceci pourrait être un petit B, si on veut regarder ça comme ça. Néanmoins, on va y aller avec notre première défense. Qu'est-ce qui se passe? Il se passe une pause, mais là, on est de retour, ne t'en fais pas. 1-1. Exactement. 1-1. Encore une fois, 5000 $ sont en jeu. Le gagnant remporte tout. Le perdant remporte 1000 $. C'est quand même pas rien. Mais entre 200$ et 1000$, je pense que je prends 1000$. Hein? Encore faut-il le mériter. Encore faut-il absolument le mériter. Mais c'est très, très, très faisable. Donc, on va avoir deux opérateurs lourds, deux opérateurs à ACOG qui, d'après moi, vont rester dans le garage. Vont vouloir utiliser justement les ACOG pour tenter les fusillades à longue distance. Ça va rester à voir, alors que les autres, visiblement, Coco, lui, il est beaucoup plus style roaming. Clutch semblerait rester proche du garage pour tenter de faire du bar districts. Encore faut-il que Goddy, qui va être le joueur permit ici, soit du genre à attaquer le garage directement sans aucune couverture ou sans grand-chose. Genre, tout ce que ça prend, ça va être un sledge à l'étage du piano pour frapper le plancher, pour détruire le plancher et pour empêcher toutes sortes de bar districts. Puis après ça, le compteur de ça, ça va être le roaming. Et le compteur du roaming, ça va juste être un bon jeu de drone et un bon jeu d'équipe. Pour l'instant, si on sait qu'au travers des perspectives des défenseurs, tous ceux qui auraient pu ne pas être sur l'objectif tout à l'heure sont à peu près revenus. On a juste Sturzy qui n'est pas dessus. Ah, ça arrive, Sturzy, est-ce que ça se pourrait être Rafi? Quand tu m'avais mis la façon de prononcer les pseudos tantôt. Donc, néanmoins, Lésion ici qui est en roaming, mais c'est pas le bon genre de roaming pour empêcher hypothétiquement Escar d'ouvrir le plancher encore une fois pour rendre des bandes strikes impossibles. Donc, ce mur-ci, d'après moi, Sledge va rentrer dans pas long. Il va rapidement réaliser qu'il n'y a personne juste là. Et là, Termine va vouloir commencer à poser le désamorceur, à poser sa charge exothermique. Donc, s'il fait ça rapidement, Clutch pourrait être trop loin pour empêcher ça avec du bandistrict. Genre, si Goddy pose là, Clutch est juste trop loin pour protéger ça. Donc, c'est exactement ce qu'il va faire au même moment où Louise a été capable de faire un premier frag sur Escatouille. Donc, GG là-dessus. Et le premier sang va donc venir à la Nobu. Louis pourrait même se laisser tenter par rentrer dans le bâtiment, mais non, il va tenter de mettre le pied dedans, puis Coco va se retourner, il va tirer une des balles pour lui envoyer le message comme tu peux pas rentrer juste comme ça. Néanmoins ici, Coco va devoir jongler deux angles, et le garage et la porte sur sa droite. Donc ça va un peu diviser son attention. Brad qui va casser des dégâts à cause de la Donc, d'après moi, Ash ici, elle vient de tirer une charge d'infiltration. C'était pas de détruire la Evileye. Je l'ai pas entendu exploser. Elle a dû être bloquée ou interceptée par un dispositif Jaeger qui va faire en sorte que la Evileye va demeurer vivante et va quand même sûrement enlever de la vie aux joueurs. Et ça, ben, qu'est-ce qu'on peut dire d'autre que ça va causer du temps, ça va perdre du temps, puis avec 38 secondes restantes au chrono, il va falloir que les attaquants rentrent et ça relativement rapidement. La bonne nouvelle, par exemple, c'est que niveau numérique, les attaquants, le Nobu ici, avaient un gros avantage. Par exemple, Skies qui va absolument être une peste totale. Rafi qui va faire un autre kill. Coco va monter ici lentement dans les escaliers d'animation. On semble s'attendre à ce qu'il y ait quelqu'un dans ses environs. Par exemple, avec 17 secondes restantes au chrono, les Evileye vont faire de leur possible. 7 grand IM, peut-être la fin de la Evileye, mais c'est pas grave. Skies est encore vivant, capable de faire un premier frag ici peut-être. Oui, il a peut-être un peu, mais il aurait été en mesure de les chercher. Rafi est maintenant dans l'objectif. Cobra dans le bâtiment, mais il n'est pas en mesure de poser le désamorceur. On a Maestro qui est dans le PLS et Pogs qui va l'emporter grâce au temps qui va tomber à 0. Si la Nobu avait gagné la première map avec une solide avance, la deuxième ils l'ont perdu. Ben ici, Pogs, je les sens absolument à 100% en force. Donc, un beau GGE pour l'ouverture de cette partie-ci. Et vraiment, la chose importante pour le Nobu, ça va de ne pas se laisser démoraliser. Parce que sinon, les implications monétaires vont être très réelles, disons. Somme toute, un très beau début. La deuxième manche va se jouer dans le bureau du consul. Donc, après avoir eu une défense facile en bas, on va monter en haut. Et la composition va être, je dirais, somme toute, relativement classique. On va avoir un Maestro. Maestro qui a été très efficace dans la dernière ronde d'ailleurs. Donc ça va être beau de voir ce qu'il est capable de refaire cette fois-ci. Par-dessus ça, il va être Mazi. Lui, je suis toujours curieux de voir comment il va jouer. Et j'aurais pas vraiment remarqué que Mazi était particulièrement embêtant pour les attaquants depuis le début de la partie. Depuis le début de la compétition, aujourd'hui, on l'a revu une couple de fois. C'est toujours intéressant à regarder, mais je l'ai jamais ressenti comme étant un opérateur central dans la défense de le niveau des équipes. Néanmoins, on va voir Skies, voilà, qui va poser sa première Evileye. Pulse qui va immédiatement partir roamer au sous-sol, puis il va être absolument prêt à ce que quelqu'un rentre à partir de l'entrée principale. Coco, wow, Coco va apparemment vouloir tenter un spawn kill. Ça a le potentiel d'être très agressif. Vous voyez qu'il est tout juste à l'intérieur du bâtiment, donc évidemment, il ne va pas être détecté. Ça va faire en sorte qu'il peut vraiment garder la ligne très longtemps. Je ne sais pas exactement sur qui il tirait, sur Louise. Louise va donc savoir qu'il était là. Il ne va pas se laisser surprendre, mais l'avantage de surprise est maintenant perçu. C'est pourquoi Coco, mais c'est vrai qu'il a pu rester là. Après ça, on va voir Escar qui va être lentement sûrement en train d'arriver dans l'administration. Et puis, je pense qu'on avait une silhouette dans l'administration, n'est-ce pas? J'avais l'impression que si, ouais, voilà, ça va être Coco. Donc Coco, lui, s'il veut carrément sauter par la fenêtre, il pourrait être très agressif, mais non. Non, je ne pense pas que ça va arriver, que ce serait son genre d'être si agressif que ça. Par-dessus ça, si on a quelqu'un qui rentre à partir du rez-de-chaussée, ça va être Clutch qui va le savoir, puis Clutch serait peut-être même en mesure de lancer Nitro le moindrement que sensible. Voulait arrêter de gigoter d'un bord et de l'autre. Ah, là, par exemple, ce serait le bon moment pour lancer un intro, mais non, évidemment. Oh, je m'attendais pas à ce que ça passe, mais oui, bien joué de la part de Clutch. Ça, Drafi qui va se prendre une défaite ou une mort assez bête. Et de son côté, SK a fait un beau kill également. Donc, un mort dans chaque équipe. 1 minute 54 à centre chrono. Rien de dramatique, mais quand même, si les attaquants, si on a vu 15 attaques, ils ont tendance à attaquer à la dernière seconde. Et ça peut leur être particulièrement dangereux. On va lancer une flash ici qui aurait a été bloquée par un dispositif Yager ou quelque chose du genre. J'ai jamais entendu exploser. Et on va voir S4 Will qui va être encore et toujours sur Meeting Room sans vraiment recevoir de l'opposition d'un bord ou de l'autre. Et il y a aussi Skies qui va être qui va être un peu loin, mais qui va quand même garder un peu de croisé. Et là, oh, le pré-shot va être la fin de Louise. 1 minute 20 restant au chrono, situation de 3v4. Ça regarde relativement mal pour le Nabu ici. Ils ont vraiment perdu tout le momentum qu'ils auraient pu avoir. Et là, je les sens beaucoup plus passifs, un peu plus amorphes même. Moins agressifs. En un seul mot, beaucoup moins agressifs. Et ça va avoir des impacts sur les résultats in-game qu'ils vont avoir. SK va commencer à droner juste ici. Godzi va vouloir monter en rappel. Ouais, voilà, c'est ça. Il cherchait juste la petite ligne. Cobra a mis le pied sur une goût, mais ça, c'est pas du tout un problème. On peut se l'enlever. Et là, très rapidement, on va... Clutch va prendre l'information sur la présence de, je pense, Thatcher. Voilà, Thatcher, évidemment, n'ayant plus les nitros dans son inventaire. Clutch va devoir remonter. Et oh, que Cobra n'a absolument aucune idée de sa présence. Il va le faire un premier kill, mais là, ça va être Clutch qui va revenir dans son dos. Oh, Clutch va devoir avoir un bon timing, mais non! Ici, on va avoir Cobra qui va se retourner. Bien joué, ça va nous mettre un désavantage numérique pour la Pugs. Et on a un contrôle très limité sur A et essentiellement aucun contrôle sur B, sauf peut-être que Skies est en train de tourner à partir de B. Néanmoins, si le désamorceur se fait poser, disons, derrière la table renversée, dans la salle de réunion, ça va être la fin. Cette Ivala est là, voilà, finalement, on va se détruire. On va tomber sous les balles de Jäger, de Lésion, pardon. Mais Maestro, au même moment, va faire un autre frag et Aska, lui aussi, va tomber sous les balles, nous laissant la POG remporter la deuxième manche. Des fois, tout ce que ça prend, c'est une batteuse, une coupe de pré-shot et un gros chargeur pour être en mesure d'éliminer tes adversaires. Il y a eu beaucoup d'actions dans cette game-là. Fait que on va avoir beaucoup de replays, essentiellement. Là, Nitro, ni plus ni moins. Je m'attendais pas à ce qu'elle fasse le kill, mais visiblement, ça aurait été amplement suffisant. Maestro, après ça, ben voilà, qu'est-ce qu'on peut dire? Ça prend des pré-shots, ça prend un grand chargeur, mais quand tu sais ce que tu fais, il y a moyen d'être très efficace. Et puis, les bandes d'opérateurs, si on revient un peu là-dessus, des fois, vont être faites pour le gadget, mais des fois, ça va être pour l'arme aussi. La Alda de Maestro, moi, personnellement, je n'ai absolument aucune envie de faire face à ce fusil-là. Permettre ici, Maestro aurait pu être un petit passif, il aurait pu attendre qu'on pose le désamorceur pour ouvrir la Evaline. Le 3 kills sont arrivés très rapidement. Ça nous aura laissé en situation de 1v1 et voilà, la Pogs qui va avoir remporté ça. Bien joué pour eux. On va maintenant aller dans le lobby. De manière assez intéressante, le lobby n'est pas nécessairement un endroit qui est particulièrement facile à défendre, mais une fois que tu as défendu tout le reste, ben, quel choix as-tu? Si on regarde dans la composition, ce mur-ci a été renforcé. La barricade Castle va être très intéressante et j'ai l'impression que ce mur-là, le mur dans la petite cloisonnette ici, va demeurer sans renforcement par volonté ou par volonté propre des joueurs. Et certes, l'objectif est au rez-de-chaussée, mais on peut voir quand même qu'on est en train de faire beaucoup de préparatifs au top, quasiment comme si l'objectif lui-même était à l'étage supérieur. Donc, c'est un plus pour un moins. Je suis pas surpris que l'un ou l'autre des murs typiquement renforcés n'est pas renforcé. Après tout, c'est pas l'objectif. Mais la Nubu a vraiment traité le bureau du PDG ou le bureau du consul, pardon, je me mélange encore, comme si c'était l'objectif. Donc tout ça va être très curieux pour le moins. L'attaque ici va être quand même plus ou moins dispersée. On a dit qui attaque d'un côté. On a Sad qui est en train de droner. Louis va rentrer derrière, donc ça c'est quand même pertinent. Et puis SK va monter en rappel à la fenêtre à l'autre bout du bâtiment comparativement ou vis-à-vis Cody qui est en rappel à partir du parking. Ça va faire en sorte que je ne vois pas une grande cohésion d'équipe ici. Les joueurs sont en train d'avancer d'un bord et de l'autre sans vraiment se prêter main forte. Chez la défense, évidemment, on va avoir des joueurs à peu près dans toutes les lignes. Premier frag ici va arriver. Ça va être Castle qui va tomber. Clutch va faire nice shot dans le chat. Et peu importe de quel côté quelqu'un voudrait arriver, il va y avoir un défenseur qui va être là pour les attendre. Skies qui va infliger beaucoup de dégâts à Louis. Va recevoir un petit peu en retour également, mais c'est Doc, donc il va se guérir. Louis, pour sa part, ne pourra pas récupérer la vie qu'il va avoir perdue. Notre Coco va faire une autre élimination avec une double élimination. Cobra va faire un gros frag sur S4 Will. Par exemple, on est quand même dans le pétrin ici. Lésion va faire un bon kill sur H. Situation maintenant de 2v3 sans réelle façon de progresser vers l'objectif évident. Cobra est évidemment pas juste sauter à la trappe, mais on s'entend que c'est une sentence de mort. Surtout, vu qu'il y a des roamers proches de lui. Comme par exemple notre Coco, Cobra, capable de faire une autre élimination, double kill pour lui. Bien joué, la caméra qui n'avait pas encore été détruite. Voilà, on vient de la péter. Et Godzi va rentrer directement derrière lui. Avec 1 minute 13, on vient tout juste de prendre le contrôle de l'étage au-dessus de l'objectif. Sans même parler du bâtiment lui-même. Notre Coco avec un excellent frag ici, nous laissant en situation de 1v2. Cobra, il y a encore 1 minute au chrono, donc ça presse pas. Mais il y a quand même dans les avantages numériques, c'est pas nécessairement le genre d'opérateur que tu voudrais pour être en situation de 1v3. Il y a des opérateurs, des entry fraggers, dont le gadget est vraiment fait pour aller chercher des kills. Thatcher n'est définitivement pas un de ces opérateurs-là. Et ici, il est en train de descendre sans même aller récupérer le désamorceur. Donc, on pourrait peut-être lui suggérer de faire une petite rotation parce que si tu prends le contrôle, si ta progression se passe super bien, si tu es capable d'avancer sans absolument aucun problème, puis de récupérer, de prendre le contrôle de l'objectif, sans le diffuseur, ça ne signifiera rien. Donc voilà, le désamorceur est à nouveau en sa possession. Regardons un peu où se trouve le défenseur. Notre Coco va être au pied des escaliers blancs si jamais on veut redescendre. Et Skies va garder un œil sur la trappe. Donc peu importe de quel côté Cobra, tu vraiment s'il part pour une grosse rotation qui n'aura pas le temps de faire de toute façon, il n'y a pas moyen pour Cobra de descendre ici. Puis ça va vraiment ramener à l'hésitation des joueurs. Donc, derrière la bombe, va juste ici quelqu'un. Eric va chercher le frag. Derrière lui, il y a également Jäger. Et voilà! Yacine Piment dans sa risque, Call of Duty se met à lui de répondre à ça. Et Skies derrière la bombe avec des petits décals gauche-droite, est capable de faire un beau kill. Et même si Skies devait tomber, il y aurait encore eu lésion, Jäger, pardon, dans les escaliers pour aller chercher le refrag. Va pour les replays. Oh, ça risque, t'as pas beaucoup de Call of Duty si t'as Call of Duty 2 sur la Xbox. Call of Duty 2 était sur la Xbox One. Il a refait ce vieux jeu-là sur la Xbox One. Ça me surprend un peu, mais ok. Et puis Ghost, Code Ghost sur la Xbox One, c'est des jeux qui datent. Définitivement des jeux qui datent. Moi aussi, pendant un bout, j'ai été fan de Call of. Mais plus trop maintenant, je dirais. Je vais changer. Et pas pour le meilleur. Et voilà. Ça, c'était tout pour les replays. La quatrième ronde va se jouer à nouveau dans la... on a bien XPV qui dit « Let's go Coco ». On va avoir une autre défense qui va se jouer dans le garage. Sans grande surprise, après tout, ça faisait 2 rondes qu'on n'a pas allé garage. Donc, 90$ pour 50 heures de jeu. Ça risque... 90$, là tu parles de Call of Duty? C'est définitivement un prix qui en vaut la peine. Si tu calcules l'heure, le coût de dollars par heure de divertissement, tu compares, mettons, à un hôtel, pas un hôtel, pardon, un cinéma où c'est genre 10$ pour 2 heures, 5$ de l'heure, c'est amplement rentable. On a ici 2 opérateurs lourds, on va avoir Maestro et Echo, puis on se rappelle à quel point les Evil Eye de Skies étaient embêtantes. Donc là, ça va être vraiment intéressant de voir justement comment un Echo mis par-dessus un Maestro vont pouvoir être vraiment dérangeants. On va barricader à peu près de tous les endroits. Le but vraiment c'est d'empêcher les attaquants de juste rentrer d'un côté. 10 rounds de gagner d'affilée pour les Pugs. Oui, absolument. Ça risque 10 rounds de gagner d'affilée. La Nobu qui a perdu tout momentum. Et puis, je ne veux pas être pessimiste, mais je les sens beaucoup moins agressifs et beaucoup moins soudés en tant qu'équipe qu'il y a 10 rounds. Donc ici, ils ont été... Donc j'ai parlé avec les joueurs entre les rounds, entre les parties qu'on a pris la pause de 5-10 minutes tantôt. Et puis, ils agissent pas comme s'ils sont démoralisés. Ils ont pas comme la tête rentrée dans les épaules, puis ils parlent pas d'une petite voix comme de chien battu. Mais définitivement, au niveau de leurs actions, ils sont beaucoup moins coordonnés qu'auparavant. Et si tu es un fan de la Nobu, ben ça va être quand même inquiétant, au minimum absolu. La première charge exothermique au vert, on est absolument prêt à en poser une deuxième. Et là, la question va être qui est dans les environs pour retenir la pression. Clutch a son drone de caille, donc certes, il va pouvoir empêcher quelqu'un de poser le désamorceur, mais de l'empêcher de rentrer ou de leur faire des kills, absolument pas. Et ça va être un peu inquiétant en fait, parce qu'on a plusieurs défenseurs qui ne sont tout simplement pas sur l'objectif. En défense par proxy, mais on n'a pas beaucoup d'attaquants qui sont en train de rentrer et vouloir faire de l'anti-roaming. Donc, si on a, ben il y en a quand même un ou deux, mais si on a genre 5 attaquants qui rentrent par le garage et qui posent le désamorceur, qui sont capables de déloger les défenseurs qui sont sur l'objet, ben les joueurs en roaming vont devoir revenir. Et ça, assez rapidement, et puis à ce moment-là, c'est là que ça va devenir très, très, très inquiétant. On a Escatwill, par exemple, qui n'a pas encore été repéré, ou je pense qu'on sait qu'il est là. Néanmoins, Pugs, meilleur team du Québec, Sariz, on va voir ça. C'est ça que la compétition veut déterminer, ou même là, un meilleur team du Québec, de la Nouvelle-Écosse, et, pas du Nouveau-Brunswick, pardon, et de l'Ontario. Encore une fois, c'est une compétition interprovinciale, c'est pas juste à l'intérieur du Québec. Et puis vraiment, c'est très intéressant, on peut voir que Skies n'a absolument aucune rétrocompatibilité, ouais, je vois. Skies, lui, ne se gêne absolument pas de continuer à tirer avec la Evil Eye quand il pourrait juste la retourner et tenter de fermer la vitre blindée pour la protéger. Il s'en fout d'utiliser ses gadgets tant son temps qu'il est capable d'en chercher quelques kills avec ça. S4 va réussir à faire un beau kill. Un double élimination ici pour lui. Bien joué là-dessus. Et ça va vraiment inverser la tendance. On est dans situation de 2v4, 15 secondes restantes au chrono. Cobra n'est pas du tout en train de supporter Goddy, donc Goddy n'a pas de réelle façon de poser le désamorceur. Il va tomber sous les balles. Ça va une situation de 1v4. Cobra qui va faire un kill, mais côté réaliste, 7 perdu à ce stade-là. Et la Pogs vient de remporter la 4e manche. Voilà, on peut voir notre Coco ici qui va courir, remonter les escaliers pour aller chercher le petit kill final. Bien joué à lui. Et vraiment, je l'ai déjà dit, je me répète parce que la situation se répète, mais l'Anabu a vraiment perdu tout son momentum. On a ici Philippe qui dit c'est le premier Call of Duty que tu achètes depuis Black Ops 2. Le nouveau est pas pire for real. Ouais, le nouveau, très sérieusement, il a fait beaucoup de remous, puis il fait beaucoup parler de lui. Et dans le bon sens du terme, absolument, définitivement. On va voir par-dessus les replays une prochaine défense qui va aller à nouveau au top. Et puis ici, on a vraiment eu la Pogs qui nous ont montré qu'ils sont capables de défendre à peu près n'importe quel emplacement de défense avec un minimum d'effort. On n'a jamais vraiment eu une ronde qui s'est terminée en situation de 1v1 ou de 2v1. Il restait toujours plusieurs joueurs chez la Pogs en vie à la fin de la ronde. Donc ça, encore une fois, si tu es un fan de la Nabu, c'est pas très encourageant. Hop. La composition va être plus ou moins toujours la même. On va avoir un maestro et un doc qui vont être donc les opérateurs lourds avec un ACOG et tout ça. Et on va avoir notre Coco qui va apparemment encore vouloir tenter son spawn kill. Étrangement, ce spawn kill là pourrait être très facile à faire quand tu es dans le garage lui-même parce que tu spawns littéralement tout juste à côté de la porte. Mais notre Coco va seulement tenter ça pour les personnes qui bloquaient des attaquants qui étaient apparus de ce côté-là. Donc, A plus pour l'effort, mais au niveau des résultats, SK qui est très content de ce counter spawn kill là. Et en effet, c'était vraiment beau. On a entendu les joueurs derrière moi qui ont fait un peu de bruit, mettons, pour célébrer ce beau kill là. Ça will va utiliser S4 Will, pardon, on va utiliser son drone pour savoir un peu de quel côté la personne va arriver, mais on n'a pas grand monde qui t'en rappelle à cette fenêtre là. En fait, lui, il voudrait rentrer par cette fenêtre là. Mais évidemment, la défense va l'empêcher de juste rentrer sans opposition. Et c'est exactement. Pourquoi il va rester en rappel comme ça, à attendre le bon moment, mais ultimement, il s'est juste ouvert à un renard de la part de Coco. Donc, mauvaise gestion ici du game sense, mauvaise gestion du temps. Et ça va nous ramener en situation de 1v4. On est maintenant à la 5e ronde. Le changement de rôle va sûrement arriver. Comme toujours, la map va favoriser sur l'attaque, sur la défense. Et puis au changement de rôle, on peut avoir un changement du momentum. Mais notre Coco, ici, sa position est encore inconnue. Puis s'il joue bien ça, par la trappe, il pourrait aller chercher 1 ou 2 kills comme ça. Mais il va tout juste avoir raté son opportunité. Et ça va être Sadrafi qui va être le prochain en liste pour attaquer l'objectif, mettre de la pression et tenter de chercher un kill. Encore faut-il qu'il le fasse. Goddy va tenir une ligne. Puis on a vraiment beaucoup de... C'est très passif chez la Nabu. Et ils vont tout simplement laisser le compteur boost s'écouler. Le timer tomber à genre 30 secondes avant de continuer à progresser. Et puis ultimement, c'est ça qui leur a coûté plusieurs rondes. Et le moindrement qu'ils sont fidèles à leurs habitudes, ça risque de leur coûter cette ronde-là aussi. termites semblerait apparemment, ils ont été drop par la Grizzly. Whisky, tu parles de quoi là actuellement? Ou de quoi ou de qui? Non, le roster est mort. Ouais, ils ont disband, ils se sont renommés en Pogs. Vu qu'ils étaient qualifiés. Mais je ne pense pas que la team va perdurer plus longtemps par-dessus ça. Parce que je voulais pas le join. Ok. Dans un cas comme dans un autre, c'est le chat qui parle entre eux. On a maintenant un avantage numérique pour la Nobu, mais on a vu plus d'une fois comment la Pogs est capable, malgré des avantages numériques, de gagner ou de te rattraper des rondes comme ça qui regardent relativement mal. Parlant de regarder mal, avec un maestro qui est à terre maintenant, ça va être vraiment peu encourageant de son côté. Clutch va être capable de chercher le kill, apparemment tout, juste pas. Les frags vont se faire lancer, ça va vraiment forcer Clutch à se replier. Au moins, il aurait voulu push un petit peu. Mais là, vraiment, le temps va commencer à s'écouler. Un team kill fort malheureux. On a également Maestro qui a été réanimé. Donc ici, notre Coco qui va faire un triple élimination. Il va mettre un joueur à terre, mais non, il va se faire éliminer. Et la POG va remporter la 5e manche. 2 éliminations ici en rapide succession de la part de Coco. Frésis dit et si je suis fan de la POG, ben, si t'es fan de la POG en ce moment, ça regarde très très bien pour toi et l'équipe dont tu es fan. Il remporte 5-0. Le Nobu jusqu'à présent se fait absolument écraser. Yacine qui dit go Stuzy. Stuzy est capable. Stuzy est absolument capable. Et puis wow. Le Stuzy par exemple qui fait Yacine. Encore une fois, on va quand même, s'il vous plaît, même si c'est sarcastique, essayer d'éviter le langage ordurier ou les insultes. Après tout, les sports centrales, ils sont quand même soucieux de l'image de leur compagnie, vous voyez, de leur image publique. Donc s'il vous plaît, faites très attention à ça. Et ça va être la fin des replays. Donc on va revenir ici sur la 6e manche. Dernière manche, le changement de rôle. Et on va défendre le lobby avec à nouveau Castle dans la composition. Il y a du delay. Allô, salut Hypers. Ouais, on est à 3 minutes de delay. Et Skies. Là, les excuses commencent déjà. Sur Mary Host. Comment ça, t'es sur le stream? Il y a 3 minutes de... Ouais, il y a 3 minutes de délai. Vous en faites pas. Donc, Mozzie également va faire à nouveau une présence. Va être, encore une fois, je l'ai dit la dernière fois qu'on l'a vu jouer. Je le ressens pas comme étant particulièrement pertinent dans cette partie. Et là, notre Coco va encore tenter la même spawn kill. Et puis à ce stade-là, je dirais que c'est prévisible, tout du moins, mais on va avoir 1 ou 2 spawn kills de tenter par les Pogs. Donc, les Pogs qui vont vraiment rester très agressifs. Et qui vont vraiment vouloir terminer la map le plus rapidement possible, qui ne voudront pas laisser la moindre opportunité à la Nobu de leur coller un comeback, comme l'époque leur ont collé un comeback à la Nobu durant la dernière game. Quand même à 5-0, c'est un peu probable d'avoir le comeback. On a vu un comeback parfait en 10-0. Godzi ici va venir les petits tirs croisés. Apparemment, on va voir le contester un peu. Je pense que c'était Doc ici qui le tentait. Donc vraiment, ça c'est une question de celui qui tire au bon moment, au bon endroit. Quel bon timing, va être capable de chercher le kill. Apparemment, c'est Sadrafi. Puisque Skies ici va tomber. Louise, juste à droite de la trappe. Il y a quelqu'un qui est accouché juste là. C'était un Coco. Et puis, ouais, il était au-dessus d'une portion de destructible du plancher. Donc, ça valait pas vraiment la peine de tenter d'aller chercher le frag comme ça. Et notre Coco, d'ailleurs, va jouer le roaming là. Donc, si on a Ash qui a les yeux dans le plafond, Coco, voilà, avec un kill relativement facile. Par exemple, ça n'était pas tout. Il y avait quelqu'un d'autre dans l'entrée principale, si je ne m'abuse. Apparemment, je me trompe totalement. Donc, pour ce qui était de l'assaut à partir du sol, ça n'aura pas vraiment très bien fonctionné. On a 2 joueurs qui sont encore à l'extérieur. Sadrafi d'ailleurs qui va se faire avoir par Sawil. Sawil va se faire refrag. Escatrouille, pardon, par Godzi. Cobra qui va se faire fraguer par The Stuzy. Situation déjà de 2v3. Godzi va tenter de rentrer ici par le piano. Est-ce quand même chose? Il faut faire attention à la trappe, il faut faire attention au run-out. Vraiment, c'est une situation très dangereuse ici pour la Nobu. Ils sont tous les deux en train de droner. Leur position, si elle est connue, va être très facile à contrer. Il a failli flic son allié. C'est rare qu'on est content de manquer de shoot, mais ici, je pense que les joueurs sont contents que le tir n'est pas connecté avec la tête. Je pense que c'était Jäger ici. Godzi. Donc maintenant, après avoir pris l'information sur la présence de son adversaire, va devoir rentrer parce que, au risque que je me répète, ils ont tendance à laisser le temps s'écouler un petit peu trop, un petit peu plus que pour leur propre bien. Avec SK qui est très faible d'ailleurs, la moindre erreur va lui être fatale. Ben, ça va à peu près tout dépendre de Godzi. On va avoir de Sturzy qui est là, capable très facilement de revenir sur l'objectif ou d'attaquer par la trappe s'il y avait besoin de s'en faire sentir. Clutch va se retrouver retrouver rotation. Coco, la télé pour sortir. Premier kill, est-ce qu'il va faire même la -2? Oui! Pugs avec la -2. Ok, merci Anti. En vrai, Hypers, ouais, 3 minutes, c'est vrai, j'allais dire, je me rappelais quasiment plus de à quoi j'avais répondu. Mais oui, évidemment, il y a toujours 3 minutes. 3 minutes, c'est le standard. La seule exception pour qu'on n'aurait pas 3 minutes, c'est, je te dirais honnêtement, la ESL. La ESL ont comme standard 4 minutes et demie. Pourquoi? Honnêtement, je ne sais pas trop. Mais ils sont les seuls à dévier de la règle du 3 minutes. Et on a Najax qui dit Nobu is free. Nobu sont en chute libre, leur performance ici. Donc, s'ils sont pas capables de faire le clutch, de gagner 6 rondes d'affilée, ils perdent à 5000 $. La Pugs qui fait le comeback. Et honnêtement, ça me fait penser à... Est-ce que c'était la deuxième année du Six Invitational? Donc en 2018, où on avait Evil Geniuses en best of 5 qui menaient 2 maps à 0 et qui se sont fait comeback. Ils menaient quelque chose comme 5-0, 4-0, quelque chose du genre dans la 3e map. Et ils se sont fait comeback, mais de manière tellement agressive, c'était presque triste à regarder. Néanmoins, ceci va être la 6e manche maintenant. Et pour c'est maintenant la 7e manche. On va à nouveau retourner dans le garage. Par exemple, cette fois-ci, c'est le Nobu qui va défendre. Peut-être qu'eux vont être capables, avec le changement de rôle, de totalement inverser la tendance, mais un clutch ou un comeback de 6-0, pas facile à faire. Pas facile du tout à faire. Pas mal, just saying. Donc, encore une fois, le chat, s'il vous plaît, je n'aurai absolument pas du tout envie d'avoir à commencer à faire de la modération, mais si c'est nécessaire, je vais le faire. Donc, avec la Pugs qui va attaquer pour la première et possiblement sur la ronde de la game, on va voir notre Coco, ou Coco, comme vous m'avez dit que son pseudo se prononce, qui va jouer Jackal, et on va voir S4 Will, qui lui va jouer Gridlock. Donc deux opérateurs plus ou moins, ben pas inusités, mais deux opérateurs qu'on voit pas tout à fait fréquemment, qui vont faire leur apparition ici. Et en fait, ce qui va être très intéressant, ça va être l'absence totale de capacité à ouvrir les murs renforcés. Donc, pas de Maverick, pas de Maverick, ouais, pas de Termite et pas de Ibana nécessairement. Donc, l'attaque ne voudra pas passer par le garage clutch. Ici, a dû faire une distraction ou autre chose avec la grenade IM. D'ailleurs, je suis pas absolument certain de pourquoi on a amené un Thatcher, considérant l'absence, encore une fois, de Termite et de Ibana. Donc, nécessairement, l'attaque va devoir descendre des escaliers, que ce soit l'une ou l'autre des cages d'escalier. Coco semblerait vouloir y aller pour les escaliers en colimaçon. Et puis, oh, Louise semble vraiment savoir que la pression va arriver de ce côté-là. Il tient la ligne, malgré le fait qu'il est attaqué par Jackal. Un choix assez intéressant. Et pour l'instant, on va avoir Coco qui va sûrement descendre, mais non, il a tout juste pas réussi à faire ça. Les traces de puck vont nous se faire taguer. Jaeger, pardon, juste là. Et puis le pré-shot, honnêtement, pourrait s'enligner. Mais en même temps, Louise est absolument prêt à faire la pression. Les pré-shots vont arriver. Les deux vont se pré-shotter un peu. Ni l'un ni l'autre ne va s'atteindre. C'est vraiment par un manque d'agressivité. Personne ne voulait agressivement pick-low parce que, évidemment, tu veux pas foutre ta face dans un pré-shot. Godzi qui va faire un frag sur S4 Will. Et ici, Coco va savoir qu'il y a quelqu'un juste sur la droite. Le premier frag va arriver, mais il va se faire refrag immédiatement. C'est une situation de 2 contre 4 ici pour l'avantage à la Nobu. Donc ça pourrait être la une ronde qu'il leur fallait juste pour réinverser la tendance et pour ramener ça. On va voir, voilà, les ouvertures au plancher qui vont commencer à arriver. Avec Clutch qui lui va commencer à descendre dans les main stairs. On a, je pense, Maestro voilà, qui est en train de recharger son arme. Clutch tient la ligne, absolument 100%. Skies va tenter de trouver des skies au travers du plancher. Mais là, avec 40 secondes restantes au chrono, je pense que l'ouverture dans le plancher n'est plus nécessairement la plus grosse des priorités. SK semble savoir qu'il y a absolument quelqu'un là, ce qui définitivement était le cas. Mais Clutch, sachant que sa position était connue, va devoir se relocaliser. Avec 30 secondes restantes au chrono, c'est encore et toujours la situation de... Le temps va commencer à s'écouler. Il va falloir que les attaquants arrivent. Y a-t-il un price pool? Absolument! 5000 $ sont en jeu, comme Yassin dit. 5K. 6K en fait, ouais, parce que les gagnants, la première place gagne 5000 $, la deuxième gagne 6000 $, donc le price pool total est de 6000 $, mais tu joues pour avoir 5000 $. Voilà, un premier kill ici, il va rester 9 secondes restant au chrono. Skies va vraiment devoir faire le clutch. Il n'a pas les amorceurs de sa possession, mais non, ça ne passera pas. La Nobu va remporter au moins une ronde, s'évitant ainsi au moins de se faire avoir en 7-0. Donc, les replays. Encore une fois, j'ai raté une bonne quantité de kills, donc désolé pour ça. Les replays vont être assez limités. Mais on va avoir ici Gekal qui a été capable de chercher un premier kill, mais il va se faire refrag immédiatement. Et après ça, Sledge qui n'a pas vraiment le choix de rentrer, mais il va rush au travers de la fumigène de Smoke. Il va être capable de faire un premier kill, mais évidemment, il s'est fait refrag directement après. Et ma curiosité, ça va être pourquoi il y a sorti la SMG11 quand il y avait encore la L85 qui était pleine, ou presque pleine. Donc, les Nobu ont gagné une ronde. Mais ils sont quand même dos au mur. Ils peuvent quand même pas se permettre la moindre erreur s'ils veulent avoir une chance de gagner cette map-là. La deuxième défense de la Nobu va venir se jouer au top. Et on va aller voir ce que ça va nous donner. La composition va être assez standard. On a mieux par exemple qui va faire une apparition qui ne va pas toujours être présent. Et donc ici le but ça va surtout de bloquer le Thatcher, mais pas de hard reach. Ouais, Yacine, ça m'avait vraiment surpris dans la dernière ronde également. Et puis, c'est sûr que là, pour répondre à ton commentaire, on recule un petit peu dans le temps puis on regarde un peu ce qui s'est passé dans la dernière ronde. Ça me surprendrait d'un certain côté qu'ils aient fait ça par erreur, parce qu'on parle des meilleures équipes au Québec, très littéralement. En même temps, comme tu dis, je ne vois absolument pas pourquoi ils auraient amené Thatcher sans Termite, sans Ibana. Ce qui fait en sorte que je serais pas capable de dire si c'était volontaire puis s'ils ont un niveau stratégique qui dépasse notre entendement ou si c'était vraiment une erreur si bête que ça. Saris qui dit que Coco MVP. Coco absolument 14 kills, 2 fois plus d'élimination que le deuxième joueur dans son équipe. Il va à 100% être le joueur MVP. De son côté, on va voir Thatcher juste ici qui est en train de monter un rappel qui est un petit peu dangereux face à la fenêtre, mais qui va s'en être sorti sans trop de problèmes. Et là, il va vraiment falloir regarder l'attaque, comment ils vont vouloir jouer ça, parce que c'est pas une façon d'approcher le problème. Il va juste falloir regarder s'ils ont trouvé la bonne réponse à ce problème-là. Est-ce qu'Atwill va envoyer son drone immédiatement? Son drone, cependant, a été saboté par Satrafi, probablement avant même que le drone atterrisse à terre. Donc, pas de chance à ce niveau-là. Et puis Smoke, pour sa part, ben là, il est quand même dans une position un peu précaire. Tu sais, une Thatcher, une grenade IM va arriver, donc tout ce que ça prendrait, c'est une grenade frag de la part de Sledge, bien positionnée pour que Sadrafi meure sans qu'il y ait grand chose qui puisse faire pour empêcher ça. Mais en même temps, le moindre moment qu'un attaquant veut rentrer, ben, il va être en excellente position pour empêcher cette insertion-là. Coco qui va faire un premier frag sur SK, et il va rapidement prendre l'information sur la présence de Smoke. Donc là, c'est là que justement les frags vont se faire lancer, et yes! Un beau frag de la part de SK Twill. Cobra en association de 1v5 va se faire rush, et voilà! La POG vient de remporter 5000 $. Va être déclaré la meilleure team, je devrais dire, de la compétition. Et wow! Ok, c'est fini. Le but va win 8-6. Saris, je déclare malheureusement que tu t'es trompé. Et va pour les replays. Et puis wow! Wow! Si c'est pas les replays individuels de cette ronde-là, il y avait quand même des excellents plays dans la game at large. Et après ça, juste ici, très bien joué de la part de Gridlock. En fait, tu sais, quand ton smoke est à tag, soit tu peux jouer la victime puis tu peux te cacher, soit tu peux tenter d'être agressif puis de prendre les Gridlock de court et puis Gridlock, encore une fois, j'ai oublié qu'il l'avait joué, donc c'est pour ça que je vais juste prendre un autre opérateur. Savait vraiment comment jouer, savait vraiment qu'il s'attendait à ce que Smoke soit là. Et puis ça aura absolument très bien fonctionné au moment où j'ai failli accrocher l'écran d'une manière un peu embarrassante. Donc, on va... il se passe... c'est quoi qui se passe, SK? Le FPS a vraiment chuté. Étrange. Néanmoins, on va prendre cette interface-ci. On va aller taguer très rapidement que la Pogs ont gagné. Voilà. Et puis, moi, je vais aller chercher nos joueurs, car après tout, ils se sont mérités une interview de grand gagnant, une interview de victoire. Mais avant ça, il va falloir que je remonte la caméra sur le trépied puisque je débarque toujours la GoPro pour la recharger. Donc, ouais, on va juste finaliser ces deux petits préparatifs-là et on va on va y aller avec l'interview très, très, très rapidement. Ah, c'est comme ça que ça prend. Yes. Donc, on va y aller dans l'écran d'interview. Ils sont en train. On est en train de prendre leurs photos pour leur dire un beau bravo. Puis après ça, je vais y aller avec l'interview. Donc. Ah mince. Faut juste déprendre le câble, il est assez long. Donc encore une fois, ben bravo. Vous avez gagné 5000 $. Comment on se sent avec 5000 $ de plus?
Un extra dans les poches. Un extra dans les poches.
Mais tu sais, ça implique aussi que vous êtes pas seulement la meilleure team au Québec, mais aussi la meilleure team en Ontario, puis ça au Nouveau-Brunswick. Vous êtes même pas une team. Ouais, veux-tu expliquer ça?
Ben, on fait de la rank ensemble le soir, puis on a décidé de venir se présenter au LAN, puis ça a bien marché.
Fait que ça a tellement bien marché qu'on peut peut-être vous voir en Challenger League ou je sais pas, parce que, écoute, vous avez un potentiel là quand même.
Ouais, mais on a quand même nos travails respectifs qui sont peut-être un peu plus payants que que de la scellée.
On lâche tout.
Non, t'es malade. Ben, c'est ça, on a quand même tous nos jobs, puis on le fait pour le fun.
Ben écoute, c'est quand même bien le fun aussi quand, quand on gagne un petit 5000 $. Donc là, ce qui s'est passé la première map, vous aviez eu un peu de difficulté.
Ben, ça finit quand même 7-5. Ça finit quand même 7-5.
Ouais, vous l'avez somme toute quand même perdu. Puis après ça, on a but gagner 4-0. Donc là, ils avaient un avancé. Puis après ça, ça a tout décollé. Vous avez gagné genre 12 rondes d'affilée avant qu'ils mettent les 1-2 rondes qu'ils ont mis. Mais comment on se sentait? Un peu stressé quand même quand ils avaient gagné déjà la première map. Puis ils avaient 4 points d'avance pour vous autres.
Ah, j'étais sûr que c'était fini quand c'était 4-0. Mais on a comeback.
On a essayé d'être positif, mais on était comme... On l'aura pas bien joué, mais finalement, on a pogné le momentum, puis ça a bien payé.
Donc vraiment, c'était quoi le point où ça a tourné? Là? Il y a quand même quelque chose qui a changé, soit dans votre gameplay, soit dans leur gameplay. Il y a quelque chose qui a changé pour shifter le balancement des scores?
Ben, nos deux clutches.
Ouais, nos deux clutches, là, quand lui a fait une brochette à 3 kills, puis moi le petit quadra kill, là, je pense que ça nous a hype, puis ça les a tués. Tués!
Donc, ben écoute, moi je peux vous dire GG toute la journée, mais on va finir par se répéter. Fait que ça, c'est quelque chose que je fais dans mes compétitions à moi. Je sais pas si Esports Central vont aimer ça, mais micro ouvert, si jamais vous voulez shout-out de vos réseaux sociaux, si vous voulez juste dire salut à vos mamans, micro ouvert.
Mom, get the camera, mom! C'est bon, c'est bon.
Alright, ok, ils n'ont pas besoin de. Ils ont pas besoin de quémander des followers Twitter. Le 5000$, ça vous suffit pour une journée. Fait que vraiment, moi, j'ai pas grand chose d'autre à rajouter là-dessus. Un gros bravo encore à vous autres. Je vais essayer de regarder si je serais capable d'aller chercher un organisateur d'e-sport central pour juste finaliser ou fermer le stream qui ultimement est le leur. Mais à part de ça, ben, ça va être à peu près tout pour nous aujourd'hui. Fait que ben, merci à tous. Puis encore une fois, bravo pour votre victoire.
Bonne job de caster.
Yes, merci man. Good job. À la prochaine. Ben oui, absolument. Toi, t'avais la main moite. Donc, c'est ça. Je vais essayer de trouver un organisateur qui voudrait bien venir parler un peu dans la caméra. Mais sinon, ben, on va juste terminer le stream à cet endroit en ce moment. Néanmoins, je vais aller faire un tour et voir si je suis capable d'en trouver un. On va utiliser ce microphone-là. Ça va être plus simple. Donc, ok. Donc, voilà, ça va être en franglais, mais c'est pas grave du tout. Donc, toi ici, tu es employé au eSport Central. Donc, moi, j'étais vraiment juste ici pour caster les parties qu'on m'a fournies, mais l'organisation, le tournoi en soi, c'était plus ton projet que le mien. Donc, veux-tu parler un peu des triads et de ce qu'on a eu?
Oh my god, I want to do it in English. I'm really sorry. But at the same time, I'll do it in English and in French. Mais les triades, comment ça fonctionne? On essaie de comme. En effet, we tried to do more of a regional in Canada. So we wanted the top teams of. We wanted in the future to be top teams of every province because I think it's going to be really cool. So we did top 2 teams of Quebec, top 2 teams of BC, and top 2 teams of Ontario. Puis, genre, les meilleurs des provinces jouent contre. Puis on verra comme c'est qui la province comme la meilleure province, essentially. Mais le problème qu'on a vu que Québec est vraiment fort, parce qu'on avait des équipes de Québec qui sont allées au Ontario aussi. C'est ça le problème. Alors on avait eu comme quelques problèmes parce qu'on avait comme plusieurs Québécois qui sont allés genre traverser le Canada pour comme aller dans le trial. But what we wanted to do is we wanted to just do more like we wanted to see who was the best region, best province. And we're pretty happy that the 2 top teams were from Esports Central. And even then, like, Psychopaths was also from Quebec, too, so that's really cool as well. In the future, we wanted to open it to more across the country. Maybe we could go into the States a little bit, too, and hopefully it won't be just the triads. It would be, well, the quadrats, I don't know. But yeah, that was a project we tried to do. Ubisoft really wanted us to keep doing more Rainbow Six tournaments just to make people more into it, people discover it more. We're trying to do more amateur things too because we can't always have pro players win, you know? Like it's discouraging for people that want to get better and whatnot. So we want to do more regional and then maybe we'll be able to do like city-wise and stuff like that, you know?
Yeah.
Mais c'est ça.
Okay.
I don't know if I have any questions, but... Je sais pas. C'est ça les triades, par contre. Je sais pas si t'as des questions.
Ouais, de manière générale, ça répond assez bien. Puis vraiment, vite comme ça, ben, mettons qu'il y a quelqu'un qui vient tout juste de découvrir le stream puis qui se dit « Ah, ben ça a l'air cool, moi je voudrais participer dans le futur. » Et il y a d'autres triades qui sont éventuellement prévues, ou même si c'est pas les triades, un autre format de compétition Rainbow Six qui vont être prévus dans le futur?
Oui, c'est sûr. Pour l'instant, on va comme les triades étaient le big thing for 2019, mais dans 2020, on veut faire triades, mais pas juste 3 régions, whatever. Mais peut-être plus. Ouais, province. On aimerait faire plus dans quelques pays, comme quelques autres parts aussi. Alors, ouais, that's all, I think.
You might also want to shout out Esports Central. Just have a
Yes, Esports Central! Woo! Mais merci à tout le monde ici. Thank you, Cerise Binos et Yacine. Merci à toi, Hans, Kat. You're an amazing caster.
Oh, thank
I will see you in the future for sure.
Oh, that's encouraging.
Yeah. What's that?
Well, thank you for having me.
Yeah, of course. Here you go. You can have your mic back.
Yeah, thank you. Ouais, fait que dans le fond, moi, ça va être à peu près tout pour le stream. Fait que ce que je vais faire, c'est que comme écran de fin de live, on va peut-être se mettre dans une compilation des replays qu'on aura eu aujourd'hui. Et puis, ça va être à peu près tout pour nous aujourd'hui. Donc, encore une fois, merci à tout le monde d'avoir été là, comme aux participants, autant qu'aux joueurs à la maison. Donc, merci à tous d'avoir été là. Je vais juste mettre à jour la source des replays. Et puis, ça va être tout pour nous aujourd'hui. Donc, bonne soirée à tous, ou bonne matinée à tous, vu qu'on est passé minuit. Salut à tous et à la prochaine!
Bye!
10 seconds left. Bomb located by attackers. The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped. Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Defender has left the area of operation. 10 seconds left.